Okay. Can we assess this location 24/7? Or maybe the location might have hours or things um, that we would need to worry about not being accessible 24/7?
As of March 31st at 8:10 p.m. Central Time, 2025. No, there shouldn't be any restrictions in that regard.
Okay. Well, can it be found in wintertime, or do we need to worry? Maybe we're at a hard stop right now on another big hunt that's going on because of snow. Is it a year-round accessible boots on the ground?
I don't want anybody doing anything dangerous. So if there's snowy conditions, you're not gonna have much luck. So I would completely avoid searching in the snow or any bitter cold conditions like that. What's most important is keeping it safe. The last thing I think we want is.
Do you have any safety updates or suggestions heading into winter?
Yeah, great stuff, Jamie. Thanks for the question. I'll start off with the safety aspect. I mean, it's an ever-changing landscape. As we move toward winter, the northern states, of course, are going to be relatively more treacherous. And what I've mentioned all along is, if there's snow, just don't even go. Don't put yourself at risk. And that's really just a statement of safety more than anything. And then, as we move into the winter months, I think some of the southern states actually become more palatable. There's
the high clearance, low clearance vehicle question. Most of the BLM lands are muddy and ruddy, and depending on the time of year, they might not be as accessible. I'm just wondering if your definition of a low clearance vehicle would include BLM dirt roads that get a little gamey at times.
Would my definition of a low clearance vehicle include roads that get a little gamey sometimes or just muddy? Yeah, I mean, I think under normal operating conditions, a BLM road, as you mentioned, would be fair game that's passable by an average vehicle. You don't need four-wheel drive. You don't need
Prius. Can a Prius make it? Can a Prius.
Yeah, I think a Prius.
Prii. Multiple Prii.
Yeah.
Caravan of Prii. Sorry. There's somebody else in the room with a Prius. I'm sorry.
I mean, I'm trying to think of something that's lower clearance than a Prius.
My car's not this far off the ground. I swung it.
You could go get the treasure with like a serious lowrider.
Oh.
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Would the Celica have made it?
It's a low rider?
You've advised against searching in the snow. Is that primarily an access issue or a concealment issue?
access or concealment. It's primarily a safety issue.
I should get in there. I should have made that part of it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want anybody doing anything dangerous. And it's funny because danger is relative. For people that say are used to the snow, it could actually be far less dangerous than going to, say, New Mexico in July and running out of water. The heat is actually a much more dangerous aspect than the cold here in the U.S. But the primary aspect is safety. I don't want anybody getting hurt, and I think that's all I'll say about that. Yeah.
Broadly speaking, how important was physical safety in deciding where and how the treasure was placed?
There were definite safety aspects considered. I certainly wouldn't want somebody scaling a cliff side, and with carabiners and rope in order to get to a location. So to the best of my abilities, I've hidden it in a spot that is safe. And, safe is a relative term. It's like, well, it's in the wilderness, and there are animals in the wilderness. There's weather in the wilderness. But to the best of my abilities, I've hidden a location that I think is safe.
Without specifics, is this a hunt you'd feel comfortable with people approaching responsibly with older children?
Yeah, so for legal reasons, I will say that the treasure hunt is for adults, 18 years or older. I mean, practically speaking, I'd love to say more about that, but from a legal perspective, I can say it's an adult endeavor.
Okay, I had a second part.
You mentioned earlier that the treasure location could be accessed this has got to be somebody from another country. March 31st, 2025 at 8:10 p.m. Would people also have been able to locate the treasure at that time? They did like British time.
I'm just going to reread this. Sorry, I'm just making sure I want to get this right. You mentioned earlier that the treasure location could be accessed March 31st, 2025 at 8:10 p.m. Would people also have been able to locate the treasure at that time? And I think the answer is if you knew exactly where it was, you could retrieve it. I'm not saying whether or not it would be easy, but it's possible.
Is the hunt 24/7 accessible year-round?
Is the hunt 24/7 accessible year-round? I mean, I suppose that would depend on your definition of accessibility, but it would be possible.
Hi, wrote the poem specifically so that AI couldn't solve it, but humans can. So in what ways is the poem written to be interpreted by humans and not AI? Like, should we be looking for more metaphorically speaking instead of more literally?
It's a good question, and I think it's probably the right question to be asking. I know I mentioned before, just for people that don't know, the way I see it is creating a puzzle for an intellect that dwarfs our own is a paradox. And so whether or not I've succeeded in my task is TBD, but time will tell. But at its core, I really wanted to design something that embraces the core of what it means to be human. And there was an astronomical amount of thought that I put into that aspect of designing the treasure hunt. I don't think it's a good idea for me to divulge the tactics that I use, because I think that gives away too much, and in some ways can actually fuel the ability for AI to progress. So I'll have to punt on that, but I appreciate the question.
Got a puzzle. Are there clues in every story, or are some of them just stories that are informational to get to know you?
Yeah, I mean, I originally wasn't even planning to write a book, and there's two reasons I chose to write it. One is that, I think it's fair to say that someone would have to get to know me a little bit to make sure that they're on equal footing with everybody else. So if, somebody had been my friend or a family member over the years, then I didn't want them to have any sort of substantial leg up. And the other reason is because I had no creative control over, the Netflix series. And so
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure if, worst case, everything got cut out, there was some sort of avenue for me where I had some creative control, where I could actually convey some hints. And so that really was the two main purposes for the book. So no, I mean, I don't think every story in there has a hint, but it's fair to say that they're sprinkled throughout.
The stories are great.
Well, yeah, it's funny because I actually wrote the majority of this within, like a few week time frame, where I just kind of banged out a lot of stories. And the book was going to get a little unwieldy. It already feels like it's a little big, but I suppose worst case,
try and seize the day.
How helpful do you think the book is for your hunt? Is it you do need the poem and the book, or just the poem, or what would you say about the helpfulness of the book?
You do not need the book to solve the poem. The book is there for someone who, has read the poem and is having trouble for whatever reason. I think just having the surrounding context of the author can be helpful. because I hid the treasure in a place that means something to me. And so I think the best way to have that context and understand what's important is to read what I've written. But by no means mandatory. Like you know, the poem is on the website. Anybody can find it there, and the poem can be solved in isolation.
But is there a chapter or two that you're like, this chapter that has special meaning like that?
Well, that's a good question. You know, I think every chapter has a purpose, and and I say chapter in, I mean, it's really more like short stories, kind of anecdotal experiences. But each story has a purpose, and I can't think of one in particular that would have zero relevance or importance. But I can think of a few that are, relatively more important than the others. But I'm a little reticent to call those out explicitly at this point.
Finding the treasure, but I'm more like the ones that are most meaningful to you and make you more.
What you
I'm not
mean?
trying to
Sorry,
do
a
that.
little confused there. No, I think I've mentioned it before. I mean, the postal pilgrimage is one of those chapters. I think also Posey's on the Road is probably a one that comes to mind as well, and it's more just around not necessarily like core hints per se. It's more just around a deeper message that I was trying to convey, no matter how well I did. That was my intent.
I would like you to expound on the meaning of Beyond the Map's Edge to you, because I heard you mention something about that.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time thinking about the title, and it was kind of a double-edged sword. I really liked the title, but I didn't want people to read into it to think that, oh, well, the treasure must be beyond the map, the edge of the map that I created in the book. So I realized there can be some confusion there. But what I was trying to convey is that everybody has a comfort zone. And I think that especially as you grow older, like that comfort zone just gets reinforced and reinforced, and it just gets harder to break out. It's all about that routine. And so I wanted to encourage people to get beyond their routine and try something different. And that edge is different for each person, but you know when you find it.
Yes.
And if you just step across, I think most people maybe feel a little bit more alive than they used to.
I love that.
I tried.
Something. That was something. How did you formulate your chapter titles?
People laugh, but I'm a big Seinfeld fan, and so when I had first thought about the chapter titles, I wanted them to have kind of a Seinfeld feel to them. But yeah, at some point I kind of shied away from that a little bit, but still maybe reminiscent of that.
That's
concept.
why I didn't get it, because
There are multiple word and numerical discrepancies between the book versus the audio/ebook within specific sentences. Are these intentional? If so, can you, this is long. If so, can you explain their significance, whether they were related to the cipher/container, physical boots on the ground solve, or part of the armchair solve prior to the boots on the ground? Here's your examples. Big Hill mentioned an Idaho book versus Utah.
Yeah.
Doc's death, 1940 versus 1949. Running down the hill, 6.5 miles versus 3 miles. Grandpa Fitzwater's age, 83 versus 86.
So for those that don't know, I did publish an errata that's on the website, treasure.quest, and it is a running tally of the things that people have found that were unintentional inaccuracies in the book. And the purpose of that is to make sure that people don't spend time on things that don't matter, that were truly just mistakes. And so I'd encourage you to look at that errata, and it's possible that people have maybe emailed me new things that should be part of the errata that I missed. So feel free to re-email those. But I heard a couple specific ones here. There was a question around the discrepancy in my grandfather's age. That is not intentional. It's if it's there, it's a mistake. And then I think you mentioned something else around Utah versus.
Yeah, in the Big Hill In the book,
Yeah.
it's Idaho, and in
Yeah.
the audio, it's Utah.
That was surprisingly an audiobook narrator error. So that is not intentional.
Doc's death, 1940 versus 1949.
If there's a discrepancy there that's not in the errata, it should be. So it's not intentional.
Last but not least, running downhill, 6.5 miles in the book versus 3 miles in the audio.
Let me take a look at that one. Well, that's interesting. I actually didn't know that existed. But if there is that discrepancy, it is certainly unintentional, not intentional.
Okay. The dedication feels layered and very intentional. Could you walk us through how it came together when you wrote it, the headspace you were in at the time, what influences shaped it, what you hoped it would convey, and whether it was meant to acknowledge someone or something specific or something more symbolic?
Yes, the dedication was actually probably the last thing that I wrote. Actually, that's not true. It was the legal stuff. But the dedication was the last meaningful thing that I wrote. And it is layered and it is intentional. The headspace that I was in was a time of reflection and a time of what's to come. I was on the precipice of things really coming together. I was certainly nervous about it, but yeah, it was really about reflection and the influences that shaped it, and what I hope to convey. I mean, I think it's pretty clear that I am talking about a person in that dedication. And I'm not going to say who that person is, but it is somebody that is very special to me and important in my life. And I felt that it was an injustice not to do so.
Did you design and make the cover art?
Wow. That's a good one. Yeah, so the cover art on the book, I actually did design that first. And I gave it to a cover designer who iterated on it and kind of cleaned it up to make it presentable, and I think he did a fantastic job. So yeah, it's fair to say that the original image was created by me, and then he continued to evolve it. I see a hand up, yes.
There was a small D, like the letter D is in dog, hidden just above the M in maps on the spine of the book. Why was it removed in the new print? Is it relevant or a clue to something in this hunt?
Yeah, so we're talking about some of the formatting differences that showed up between the first and second editions of the book. So for those that are unaware, if you look at your book, you'll see on the cover, it either has like a little sticker on it, sort of looks like a sticker, and some don't. So the first printing is the ones that do not have the sticker. Both books are fine. Consider the one without the sticker to be kind of a collector's edition or something. But between those two prints, I actually ended up having to make some very small formatting changes because the cover designer noticed that the spacing wasn't exactly right and it was bugging him more than it was bugging me. And so he made some slight changes. There's no intentional clues there in differences in the cover between the first and second edition. Yeah. Is there any clue in the cover art at all? I have not specified.
500, like how many hints are we looking for in this book? Because we can see every page, 10 each page, but can you give us a ballpark of what we're looking at?
Oh boy, that's another good question. I would say several. There are several. It's not like there's just one specific page in the book. There are several sprinkled throughout.
Okay. Does the book contain actual clues or hints to the clues in the poem? Likewise, does the Netflix series contain actual clues or hints to the clues?
So, well, so first off, I think Forrest had a distinction between a clue and a hint. There was some sort of, I don't, and just so people are aware, a clue is a hint is a clue. It's all kind of the same to me. So I think it's fair to say that there are some hints in the series that will guide you in the book. How's that?
Okay. That's exactly.
Contain clues. Would you be willing to eliminate a chapter in the book that does not have clues?
Sure. Good question, Rob. Thanks for the question. Yeah, it's funny. Like my treasure hunters are sort of like what I call sports ball fans, right? Like everybody has a team. It's like Team Nevada or whatever it might be. I've always found that kind of uncanny or just interesting, that affinity that people take toward arbitrary lines drawn on a map. But yeah, so for chapters in the book, I guess I don't know if it's really a formal chapter or not, but there are no hints in the legal lowdown. It's really meant to convey pure legal language and to make sure people understand the rules.
Hey, I just dropped by. Justin, yeah, so I'm curious what you can tell us about this gnarly Niven guy and maybe why you're so fascinated with him.
Oh, you're talking about the rancher from the book. I'm trying to recall which story that's in. Is that the Posey Land or it'll come to me. Yeah,
He's mentioned a number of times.
yeah, he's an interesting character. That's about all I can say. Oh, you're talking about the rancher from the book. I'm trying to recall which story that's in. Is that the Posey Land or it'll come to me. Yeah,
He's mentioned a number of times.
yeah, he's an interesting character. That's about all I can say.
You're good. So your quarter horse that you hid behind is named Megan. Was that quarter horse a Pinto?
Oh, no, it was not.
Okay.
Wanted it. Has anyone located or correctly identified the bride?
I'll answer this, but before I do, there's actually somebody I want to wish happy birthday to. Hayden, if you're out there, Hayden. Happy birthday to you.
You sure you don't want to sing? I mean, I'll stop.
I don't want people to leave early. Has anyone correctly identified?
Has anyone located or correctly identified the bride?
Yes.
Oh man, don't you guys wish you'd added a little bit to that so I could do a follow-up? Here's the follow-up. Who? No, just kidding. I agreed to not ask follow-ups, but maybe at the end, he's known for being a little uncanny. The second most asked question was, does timing have anything to do with finding the treasure? For example, do you have to be at a specific spot at a specific time of day during any point following the poem in order to find the treasure? 20 people would like to know. Okay, one more time. Does timing have anything to do with finding the treasure? For example, do you have to be at a specific spot at a specific time of day during any point following the poem in order to find the treasure?
That's an oddly specific question.
It seems very, very specific to me too.
What I will say is that the element of time, if it wasn't already obvious through the Netflix series, is important.
That's fair. I mean, I think it makes sense. You did touch a clock, right?
Oh, speaking of time, there's actually something I want to clear up.
Oh, goodness.
I have to get my notes here. One moment.
You're going to lose your coin, though. Don't lose your coin.
Thank you. I'll sit right there.
Okay.
Okay, speaking of time, in the Netflix series, clearly there are some times shown. And I feel that there were a few times that slipped in that were not by design. And so I'm just going to eliminate those specific times to make things what I hope is clearer.
I think Jam's going to fall out of his chair.
There are two times specifically that don't matter. And it's okay if you're off by a minute or so. I know it's a little hard to tell on that clock. So at approximately 4:02 p.m., that does not matter.
Okay.
And at approximately 5:26 a.m. or p.m., that does not matter either. So I hope that helps.
I mean, how could it not, right?
I also have some updated statistics that people may or may not be interested in.
You know I love a good statistic.
So I think the last time I sent this out, boy, I don't recall when it was. It was pretty early in the hunt. And I posted some stats, and I'll read them off here for a refresher, and we'll talk about what they're at now. The number of people that have asked me to verify their solution before heading out, that was 24,101 people. And the updated number as of last night, let me see if I can find the note. Where did I put that note?
Like a whole new treasure hunt.
My goodness. There it is. It is now at 277,428.
Oh my gosh.
The next statistic, the number of people that have conveyed to me they're 100% sure they know where the treasure is. To be fair, I appreciate the confidence. That's really cool. It was 13,388 people. And as of last night, it is now 119,644.
Half of those people have also told me.
The next one was bribe attempts.
Oh.
That stood at 32. We are now at 1,221. I appreciate the effort, you guys. I mean, a lot of enthusiasm. Blackmail attempts. That was at 3. We are now at 80.
Oh, wow.
Again, valiant effort. Valiant effort. Tracking attempts. This is a new category that didn't exist. That is at 19.
Oh, wow.
Search and rescue operations. Unfortunately, people that have required search and rescue assistance. That was at 1. And we've grown a little bit since then. It's at 16.
People, we're smarter than this.
I think it's exuberance, and I can relate. So, anyway, updated stats. There you have it. Yeah.
There you go. Well, we're not going to bribe you today. We're just going to ask nicely. How about that?
I appreciate the honesty.
Oh, I'm here for you. At which stanza does boots on the ground become absolutely required? Meaning, no amount of at-home research or mapping can substitute for being physically on site. We're going to go to the book for this one. Sure, he's going to be reading that. Let me read to you. At which stanza does boots on the ground become absolutely required? Meaning no amount of at-home research or mapping can substitute for being physically on site. It's kind of a big one, and it looks like he might answer it.
This is a very specifically worded question. One more time. I want to make sure I get it right.
You can have it as many times. I'll keep reading it. At which stanza, that means paragraph, just so you know, does boots on the ground become absolutely required? Meaning no amount of at-home research or mapping can substitute for being physically on site.
Stanza 4.
Write that down, Jam. Okay. That was huge. Is checkpoint Is the checkpoint a physical object that can be moved?
Yeah, I told myself tonight I'm going to try to not punt on any question.
Oh gosh, I hope. Woo!
This is, I'll say that it's not something you need to worry about.
Okay, you don't have to worry about it. But there was somewhere you said you were going to clarify the checkpoint on a recent interview. I think it was X Marks the Pod, wasn't it?
What specifically was I going to clarify? Refresh my memory.
You said, okay, I'll pull it up. Jim, text me. Okay. Is the something we find along the way something you placed there or something that was already there?
Both.
Oh my gosh, I love these answers. Sure. Is the something we find along the way something you placed there or something that was already there? Okay. Are the majority of the hunt items and locations located in the same state/county as the actual treasure location?
You know, I think about the Forrest Fenn treasure hunt and pretty much any treasure hunt, and it seems that it's almost like sports teams form. You know, I'm Team Montana. I'm Team Wyoming. I'm Team New Mexico. I've always found that interesting. They are somewhat arbitrary lines on a map. So I would just generally be less concerned about the borders.
I mean, it is beyond the map's edge, right? That sounds like an edge. Okay, I understand the photographs in the book reflect your life and therefore provide general context. My question is, were any of the photographs, not illustrations, placed to function as explicit clues, meaning they contain specific, deliberate information meant to help solve or interpret the poem?
I think they are useful, yes.
Is the location where you hid your treasure within 75 miles of a place where you searched for the Forrest Fenn chest?
75 miles.
Not 76.
75. I searched a lot of places, guys. So yeah, I mean, it's true to say that at some point I had searched for the Fenn treasure within that 75-mile radius. Yeah.
Interesting. Is the location where you hid your, how many hints/clues are in the stories in the book and not including the poem?
I'll have to read that. How many hints/clues are in the stories in the book, not including the poem? I haven't counted them, but there are several. And I also want to make sure that people understand the answer that I gave in the prior question. Because when I first heard about the Fenn treasure, I had a question for Forrest in terms of, he said it was hidden in the Rocky Mountains. And my question was, is it any Rocky Mountain or is it the official Rocky Mountains? And so that led me down a whole other rabbit hole and thinking that, my gosh, it might not actually be in the Rocky Mountains. So I guess what I'm saying is I don't want someone to get the impression that necessarily I've, eliminated a bunch of states or something like that. So, yeah, sorry.
You have said that there are no clues in the legal section. Is it correct then that the Angzar is not a clue?
Yeah, so it turns out that Angzar is in the legal section, isn't it? I think the fairest answer is that the Angzar itself that appears in the legal section, that particular symbol is, you can rule out because it's in the legal section. And for those that don't know, at some point, somebody asked me to eliminate, I think, a chapter where there are no clues. And so I mentioned probably the best one to eliminate is the legal lowdown. There's no intentional clues that I recall in that chapter. And there's a little Angzar symbol that those are familiar with that resides in that chapter. And that very specific symbol is not, I mean, it's okay. You don't have to worry about that.
But also pay attention. Ben specifically mentioned 9 Mile Hole in his book, which the clues led to the area. Do you mention the area for the first actionable clue in your book, or is your book written as more of a theme or of the general area?
Oh, sorry, I got to look again.
I mean, I couldn't read that twice.
Do you mention the area? I mean, I think probably in the book I at least mentioned the American West, so it's in the American West. I mean, it's interpretation here. I'm trying. So I'd say the very specific area is not mentioned, but there are times in the book where descriptions pertain to the area where the treasure is hidden.
That's later. The problem with Forrest Fenn's poem is we would never know if we had the right where warm waters halt until we had the treasure chest. That's what Forrest said. In your poem, is there any kind of clue verification built in? Will we know we have the right first clue or the second clue, or you don't know if you're in the right spot until you find the chest?
There is, I think for lack of a better term, there is a checkpoint that will give you zero doubt that you are trending in the right direction.
Ah, well, then we got to hit that for this.
Yeah, that was you're being phenomenal about your answers.
Now, is it a checkpoint for us, or is it a checkpoint also for you, or you will know if somebody is that far along?
It's a good question.
Yeah. All right.
I have a question. You mentioned that if there's a checkpoint built in, and when you get to it, you're 100% going to know you're there in that checkpoint. Is that a boots on the ground checkpoint, or is that before I go boots on the ground, oh my gosh, my solve's right on point because of this checkpoint. Now I feel comfortable going out.
That's not something I've specified. I might reconsider that in the future, but for now, I'm going to have to avoid answering that one.
That's okay. You're welcome to come.
Has anyone reached the checkpoint?
To my uncertain knowledge, no.
It's a good one. Do you think that once someone is successful in reaching the checkpoint, that they will be the ultimate finder? Do you think that once someone is successful in reaching the checkpoint, that they will be the ultimate finder?
So I know there's probably some folks in this room who have no idea what this checkpoint business is. There's a lot of kind of context that have built up to this. I've had a number of interviews over the past where I had mentioned that a portion of this treasure hunt involves, for what I call, a lack of a better term, a checkpoint. And it's a way for you to know that you're trending in the right direction. Kind of consider it like something that you may find along the way that you realize unequivocally, without a doubt, I know that I'm correct. I did this on purpose, partially to combat some of the AI concerns. And so I think it is fair to say whoever finds the checkpoint has an excellent chance of finding the treasure as well.
Justin, does the book mention the checkpoint? Does the poem mention the checkpoint?
So the poem is in the book, and so I think it's fair to say, I'm not trying to mince words. The poem does in effect mention the checkpoint because that is a stage of of your journey. So it is fair to say that the checkpoint is part of the poem. Yeah.
Is the exact location or general area of the checkpoint or the treasure mentioned in the book? And if so, please specify which one or if it's both.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Ryan. I appreciate your insight on that particular story in the book. It was one of the stories that was harder to write, and as I recall, it was one of the last stories that I wrote. So I appreciate you getting value out of it, and I'm really sorry to hear about your situation that's developing. But in terms of your question, probably can't answer that one. And it's interesting. I think how you phrased it, if I heard you correctly, is the exact location mentioned in the book. I'm not even sure how that would be.
Or the general area.
Yeah. Okay. General area. Yeah. I think that there are some useful chapters that might help you just better understand some of the maybe landscapes or general areas. But I don't really want to go too much into details, though. I appreciate the bold question, though.
Regarding the checkpoint, is the time of day important or critical or involved with the checkpoint? Second question, can you be more specific on the fee to enter? Because, for example, a lot of people debate going into Yellowstone after hours as a loophole, which is still illegal. The free park days, the Montana conservation pass requires you to pay $5 just to hike or recreate on a lot of state public lands. So trying to get some more clarification on that, and then the question about the time of day being important with the checkpoint. Thank you.
Yeah, Ashim, thanks for the questions. For the time of day, I haven't specified either way. That may or may not be important. And then, yeah, I know that people are using the notion of having to pay as a way of reducing the search area, but it's just at this point I'm not willing to provide any further clarity there. But I might consider that in the future. I know that's not what most people want to hear.
Quick, is each line of the poem closer in proximity to the treasure than the last? Can you share which line of the poem the checkpoint is located in? And then specifically, return her face to find the place. Is the place in her face or is it within her gaze? And if it is in her face, would you be willing to say where, like eye or temple or something like that?
Holy cow, that's quite the set of questions.
Nothing like a hard hitting question to keep us going after coming right back, right?
Well,
Yeah,
I've traveled
we'll get
over 6,500 miles and boots on the ground for probably about 80 miles. So I'm ready.
All right. Okay, we'll get into it here. So, first off, Emma, if it's useful for you at all, we could certainly get Jam in here as a co-host as well. I was a little reticent to invite him just because I like him more, so I didn't want to
I
give
knew
him
it.
all
I
the
knew
back.
it the whole time. Everybody likes him more. He's, for what it's worth, I like him more too. He's my favorite human.
He's a cool dude. Anyhow, wow, so a lot of questions there. Most of those I apologize, but I'm not gonna provide clarity. The one thing I can say is the question you asked about um, each line giving you a proximity. If you understood the entirety of the poem, the question itself would not make sense. I hope.
Okay. Were quote unquote some people in your recent post about 200 footers actually searchers?
Oh, the 200. I haven't specified. I think my statement stands as is. Yeah.
Or is the checkpoint the same location you figure out where the treasure is?
I haven't. I'm not going to provide any more clarity on that one yet either. Sorry.
Spectacular. Is the location of the checkpoint somewhere you discovered while hunting for Fenn's treasure?
Yeah, I think that's a little similar to a question that's asked earlier, but I do realize the distinction. Uh, it's in an area that is meaningful to me, but it's I don't think I want to provide any clarity. It's a spot that I've known for quite some time.
Go ahead, Jackson 19.
Quick question is the checkpoint something that can be discovered by other means than boots on the ground?
I don't think I'll clarify to that degree, but I think I mentioned earlier, like there is an absolute requirement to be boots on the ground at some point. Like you are not going to solve the entirety of the treasure hunt from home, but there is
Absolutely.
a large portion that you can, a significant portion that you can solve at home as well. So there are kind of two components to this, but the checkpoint itself, I haven't specified.
Okay, fair enough.
Is the checkpoint a fence post?
I cannot confirm or deny.
Oh! Out of here! You previously mentioned, I'm like a PhD over here. You previously mentioned in an interview that you would consider telling us at a later date whether the checkpoint is boots on the ground or if you could find it at home. Have you decided to answer that yet?
Well, maybe this isn't quite the answer people are looking for, but I think that, I think what I found is the more I talk, I think maybe the more it confuses people. So I'm just like nervous about trying to clarify further because I feel like I'm only going to muddy the water more. But at the risk of doing that, I will say I think that there's a perceived conflict between when I said, oh, if you solve the poem in its entirety, it'll take you to an exact spot for retrieval, versus there is a boots on the ground component to this treasure hunt. So you are not going to find where the treasure's at by just doing everything from home. You will have to be boots on the ground for a portion of it. But if you can solve everything the poem has to offer you, it will take you to a pretty exact spot. I don't know if that answers.
The phrase, quote, zero doubt, unquote, resonates strongly with the community. Conceptually, what does that mean to you as a designer?
In what context?
In what context? In the context of how people see your treasure hunt, zero doubt.
Yeah, so I mean, I can recall offhand a few times I might have mentioned that very specific term in maybe a few different contexts. But generally speaking, I wanted to design a treasure hunt where the person that finds it along the way, they will gain confidence as opposed to, a status quo. I think, Forest Treasure Hunt was interesting. You went from 0 to 1. There was no in between. It's like you could be 5 feet away and not know it. And that's certainly, at least to a certain degree, there are some of those possibilities in my treasure hunt as well. But it was the clues as you progress through them. It was a question of, am I on the right track? And you really, truly didn't know until the treasure was in front of you. And that's something that makes treasure hunting hard. And so I wanted to kind of play on that a little bit and give a way for people to gain confidence as opposed to losing or having a status quo of confidence as they work through the clues.
Right. Is it something that we are going to physically see and know that it's the checkpoint when we get there?
That's a good Seeker Summit question. Yeah. Sorry.
No, we can. Did you place the checkpoint there yourself, or was it something that was already there?
Oh, that's a potential for Seeker Summit, but no.
Okay.
Not
up to that. Are you aware of anyone that has been to the checkpoint?
I'm at least aware of people that have been close.
Okay.
Did you intentionally place small trinkets or any objects to help build confidence so people knew that they were on the right path?
I mean, there is something along the way that will help significantly.
Is that the checkpoint?
I have not specified.
Interesting. You call yours, buddy. You got yours. So, let's ask about you gave when the technical clue was discovered. You let the community know that that was found. Are you going to let the community know when the checkpoint is discovered, or if the checkpoint is discovered?
If I come to learn that the checkpoint has been discovered, I would likely announce that it has been discovered, but I would not divulge what it is until after the treasure is found.
Fair enough. Okay. Hear you say it. A lot of people, when they say, or like content creators say, people have been within 200 feet of this or that or the other thing. They want to argue that well maybe it's just random people walking around hiking on a trail. It's not searchers. Can you confirm that when you say someone is within 200 feet of the checkpoint or people are close, you're talking about actual searchers? That's just to clarify that. Is that a fair way to put that? I know people get wrapped up in the wording of that sometimes. I just wanted to clarify that.
I mean, it's true to say that there have been at least a few searchers that have been quite close. Yeah, quite close.
Okay, but they are searchers. They're not just random, because people will take that as you saying
They are
people have
searchers.
been with that. Okay, perfect. That was just a clarification point there. The force.
How many searchers have sent you a photo of the correct checkpoint?
0.
Questions. Is the checkpoint essentially, to its core, and finally related to a topographic feature?
Wow, read that one again.
I figured we were going to go for a double on that. Is the checkpoint essentially, to its core, and finally connected/related to a topographic feature?
Let me take a look at that.
Good luck.
And finally connected. That's really tricky wording. I'm not quite sure how to answer this. I mean, probably the most accurate answer based on how I interpret that question is yes, there is some implication there.
Okay. Is it possible for a searcher who is actively working on the hunt and boots on the ground for their solve to be at the checkpoint location and not recognize it?
I suppose that depends on how close you are to the checkpoint. I don't mean to be obtuse. Sorry. I hear you, Sandal. But it is the correct answer. Yeah.
Do you read?
Is the checkpoint location visible in gold and greed? No.
If someone locates the checkpoint, is it still available for others to find, or is it something that can be taken and no one else can find?
Yeah, I'm going to punt on that one.
We're asked the question. Gets brought up all the time. People debate about it. You got to ask a question about a cipher, and the response was you couldn't help but add a technical clue. Now I'm in IT, so I'm like, technical clue. That's not a cipher, but everybody else thinks that could possibly be a cipher. Is it a cipher or is it a technical clue?
I mean, there's really there's really two elements at play, and I think one of them would squarely be considered a cipher of sorts, but it's certainly not any sort of advanced cipher or anything like that.
Thank God.
I would consider it as very approachable. And then
You had me at the poem for the technical part.
yeah, and then the other element to this, I think arguably could require a little bit of technical know-how, but there are other ways to uncover it that would require very minimum sort of technical knowledge at all. And, it's not something that is a super critical clue or anything like that, but it was just something that I couldn't resist.
All clues are good in your hand.
That's
So,
true.
but I do have a follow up on the cipher. Would it be more the cipher more towards the poem or the book?
I haven't specified.
Okay, that's fair.
I'll also say that as far as I know, surprisingly, actually, I have not heard anyone mention the correct answer to the cipher yet. And I think I mentioned.
Next, this cipher is tough. Can you give us a hint?
The cipher is actually really meant to be approachable. It's not, you don't need an advanced math degree or anything. Actually, you don't need a math degree at all to solve this thing. I mean, if you can add two numbers together, if you can do basic, say, multiplication, whatever, you're fine. So, the cipher is not in the poem. It is elsewhere. We'll say that. I should also clarify, the cipher was just, I couldn't help myself. It's not a critical hint. You don't need to solve the cipher to find the treasure. More than anything, the cipher is more of a nod or a hint to what the container is.
All right. So my question is, you've referred to what the cipher or technical clue refers to, and that's the container. Are you going to release any information as to what the technical clue or cipher is referring to, or vice versa?
Yeah, just for clarity, the technical clue is not referring to the container. The cipher is. So they're kind of two distinct things. I think if it gets to a point, especially with the technical clue, I think it's just one of those things that is going to leak. I think it's just the nature of it. It will probably spread fairly quickly. I'm very surprised that it's just been relegated to this one person so far, but they've been doing an excellent job of keeping a lid on it. But I think it's only a matter of time, and at that point, it will be pretty obvious to everybody. So I probably won't even need to say anything, but I will when the time comes. And for the cipher, yeah, it's probably in the same boat. I think that one's not quite as definitive as the technical clue, but I think people will catch on to that fairly soon as well. And if it gets to a point where it becomes a bit more ubiquitous in knowledge, then might as well just say something as well. But now is not quite the right time for that.
Okay, you mentioned in your Dylan Q&A that no one had figured out the cipher yet. Is that still the case? That you know of?
As far as I know, no one has figured out the cipher yet. And I think it's at a point where I'm actually a little surprised. I think it's at a point where I might start kind of providing a little bit of clarity there to nudge people toward it. And
you can do that now. Let's go.
I would actually like to. I think it'll take a little preparation though to phrase it precisely how I want.
So deciphering.
Decipher the cipher. So the cipher, more than anything, is a nod to what the container is.
Yes.
So I don't want people to get the impression that, oh my gosh, I need to know advanced cryptography or something in order to figure all this out. It was just something I couldn't resist putting in, but it's something that, this particular cipher is very approachable. It's nothing advanced. You don't need a math degree to figure this out or anything like that.
Okay.
But it was just kind of a fun, playful thing that I put in, more than anything, to just give a nod to the container and make it a little bit more fun.
Well, on the math.
Has the container been correctly guessed, but the cipher just has not been solved correctly?
There have been people who have guessed what the container is correctly. Bravo.
Is the cipher contained in a single section of the book or across multiple sections?
Who says the cipher's in the book?
Are the clocks part of the cipher?
Are the clocks part of the cipher?
Yes. Are the clocks part of the
And I think I mentioned there is one other arguably technical thing that is involved in solving this. It's not like a core part of the poem, but it's something that I think people would find interesting. And only one person in the world has solved it so far, and they've been very quiet about it. I don't think I've seen it. Actually, no, I did see it one time on one social media venue, which was actually kind of funny because everyone blew right past him and didn't give him the time of day, and no one noticed that he had figured it out. So that was pretty interesting.
Well, on the math degree, basically, you said that there was a more technical clue that is in there, that you mentioned that there was one person in the world that you thought had solved it. Is that clue more public now, or is it still, are we still looking at that one person?
As far as I know, it's still that one person overseas, not in the United States. And I might have mistakenly said a he before. It is actually a she.
Sweet, okay.
And, you know, arguably the technical clue could actually require a little bit of technical expertise, but it's not like a super critical clue. I mean, you're going to absolutely find the treasure without solving that. But I think just over time, it'll naturally be something that comes out. It's just I don't think anybody else has figured it out quite yet.
Yeah, because you said also there's kind of multiple.
I've done my best to design this in a way that is accessible by anybody. You don't need any advanced degrees. I think any reasonable person that spends a little bit of time, maybe a little time researching online and, you know, watching the series, reading the book to kind of get a baseline understanding of, I guess, me, you know, I think is on equal footing. It was really important to me that no one had a leg up over anybody else. And so, you know, very specifically, I avoided any sort of advanced information as long as humanly possible. I waited as long as possible to register the ISBN for the book to make sure that people didn't know that was coming ahead of time, since it had a description in it about, you know, the treasure. And I also, you know, the poem didn't even go into the book until the moment it went to the printer for printing. So no one saw the poem ahead of time or anything. So I think everybody's on equal footing here to the best of my abilities. And I don't think that anybody has a leg up over anybody else. And I think that anybody can solve this.
Okay, follow
question. As you're creating the treasure hunts, how do you balance difficulty? Are you trying to make it just as hard as possible, or are you leaving, like, I'll put a little bit of low-hanging stuff for someone to grab? If you're able to speak on that at all.
You know, I think anybody could create an impossible treasure hunt. Like, they could go out somewhere, you know, and bury something or hide something super well and have such obscure clues that it would just never be found.
Right.
I actually think that's easier to do. And so I think the right balance is, how do you create something, especially in a vacuum where you can't talk to anybody else?
Right.
You do this all kind of all in your mind. How do you ensure that it's approachable, but, you know, still challenging, but something that can actually be found? And that's been my big challenge. So I hope I've done it justice. I really don't know how long it's going to take. It could be over here, I don't know, today. It could be another week. I really don't know how long it's going to take. I don't have any expectations around the length of the hunt, but I've designed it in a way where, you know, there are some easier things to find that will help you. And then there's also some things that are a little bit more challenging to discover as well. So I like to kind of think that that'll roll out in stages, but I mean, someone could just mow through it in no time also. I don't know.
So,
well,
but
if there's
hopefully
any
when we do find it-
correlation between how long it takes for someone to craft a puzzle versus how long it takes someone to solve it, you might be in luck. I think Forrest spent, like, what did he say, 10 years working on that poem.
Yeah.
I came up with the bulk of that poem in about 4 to 6 hours. So
To ask you, do you really think that someone can find your treasure?
Absolutely. I mean, you know, that I thought a lot about that during Forrest Fenn's treasure hunt, and I actually asked Forrest the same
That's why
question.
I asked. Come on, Justin. Obviously, that's
I'm
why
still
it's
on the
my
ball,
final
man.
question. That's what
Oh
you
my
asked,
gosh.
Forrest.
It's a good question to ask because I don't think anybody wants to be involved in a treasure hunt where you can't find what you're looking for. That's just cruel. But this is approachable to the best of my abilities. You don't need an advanced degree to figure this out, and it's absolutely attainable. And I think I've said it before. I'm a little surprised that it hasn't been found quite yet. But we'll let it play out. I mean, I think people are making tangible progress. It's not like, the globe is stalled out or anything like that.
Tangible progress. You guys are doing good.
It's good. But yeah, it's absolutely attainable, and it's just a matter of time.
Okay, sweet.
Justin, do you feel like the community is overcomplicating the poem or missing something very simple in the process?
I think that's the natural inclination for any puzzle where you don't understand the solution. I mean, you look at all different types of puzzles, both mental and physical, and if you know the answer, it seems so simple. And then you look, and somebody else looks at it, and they try many different things that you never even thought to try, that are just vastly beyond what it was meant to be. So yeah, I mean, there's certainly people out there that have overcomplicated many things, and then there are other aspects that I'm just slightly surprised at in terms of how simplistic people have taken it, at surface value. So I think it's probably a little bit of both, but certainly weighted toward many people that have taken things too deep or looked too far.
Okay. Conversely, have you heard anybody?
Okay. Is the property that you abandoned just out there in some remote location, or is it kind of hidden like a geocache?
Oh, well, I mean, the container that it's hidden in, whoever finds it, you will immediately recognize it. And anybody who has watched the series or read my book, they'll know right away. And no, it's not some replica of the Fen chest or anything like that. You don't need any knowledge of the Fen treasure hunt to be successful here. Everybody's starting on the same foot. And yes, it is extremely recognizable.
So it sounds like it's not hidden.
Previous stuff, Mike.
Yeah.
You said 60 pounds. Does that include the weight of the container, or is that the contents of what the treasure is?
Yeah, I mean, before I hit it, I actually literally put the whole thing on the scale and just tried to get a ballpark number. If I recall correctly, it's actually a bit north of 60 pounds. Don't quote me on that, though. No, but I think it does. Yeah, I mean, it certainly includes the container. Yeah.
Okay, so you weighed the whole thing. Okay,
I did.
The person that finds the location.
No, the container is. I think I mentioned maybe before. It's extremely recognizable, and it's something that I mean, when someone sees it, there will be zero
No doubt.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you up to that. How much does that bronze Tucker statue weigh?
Oh, the one that, yeah. So I think it's in the Netflix series,
Yeah.
and it's sitting on the ground. Yeah, that thing is heavy.
Oh man!
Thank you, Justin. Thank you.
Dang
Yeah,
it.
Because
I
the
mean,
number of people who think that that's where your treasure is, like it's a stuffed piggy bank, I'm like, that thing's got to be at least 100 pounds before you add treasure.
yeah. I haven't weighed it, but my guess, just ballpark, is probably 70 to 80 pounds.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
And what is something about the treasure that maybe you haven't mentioned to anybody before? Is there anything that has crossed your mind that you said, "Oh, I should probably mention that about the treasure"? I'm not necessarily a hint.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but do you have anything? You can pass on that if you have to,
I
but
mean,
just thought I'd ask.
there certainly are things. Nothing is coming to mind like right at this moment. There are days when I think. So for those that are unaware, I haven't announced or identified what the container is that the treasure is hidden inside. And I've mentioned reasons for that, mainly because I think that it would give artificial intelligence an edge as time goes on.
And that's something I'm really, really trying to avoid. And at its core, making this a human adventure, which is a bit paradoxical if you think about it. But, there are days where I think it might be better if I did announce what the container is, because it certainly gives more.
You've described the container as, quote, extremely recognizable, unquote. What makes it meaningful to you without getting into identification details?
I think it will be abundantly clear to anybody who has been involved in this treasure hunt why it's important to me once it's been found. But I will say it is of great significance to me, and it is something that was built specially.
Have you ever had to go check on the box for any weather conditions?
No, I haven't. At this stage, certainly I'd be reticent or very cautious about doing anything like that. So I have no plans in the future to ever return to the exact location of the treasure.
Okay, because obviously.
And I just read that. Did you make the container yourself?
It's probably more accurate to say that I made targeted and deliberate modifications.
Not more than a mile. Can you say how far from your car you're going to be hiking? A mile, just kind of outer perimeter, so someone can make sure to prepare appropriately for safety.
Yeah, I know there's been actually several questions about this. First off, I realize there's a lot of people who have been reaching out and messaging me. I've received thousands and thousands of messages, so I'm not ignoring you. It's not actually physically possible for me to get through all of them. I have limited time during the evenings and weekends to dedicate to that sort of thing. So I'm not ignoring anybody. Please know that. But I did see a few questions. There were some folks that have disabilities or are otherwise not in a position to hike great distances. Rest assured, you don't need to hike any great distance. In fact, I go so far as to say that you don't need to hike more than a mile to figure out where the treasure's at.
Oh, more than a mile. Awesome.
Is it walking distance from water's silent flight to round the bend past the hole? Boy. I'm not sure if I want to answer this. Let me think about this a moment.
The difference for a 71-year-old person and a 10-year-old. That would be me, the 71.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's fair. Yep.
From where you leave your car to search, is it a mile or less to the treasure container?
This is a really strange question to me. From where you leave your car to search, is it a mile or less to the treasure chest?
He said chest.
It's not a chest. I should be clear. It looks like it says chest. It's not a chest. It is a container, though. I don't think this question works because by the time you're going to get the treasure, you're not searching, you're retrieving.
Wow, that's a good one. That is good. Awesome. You want him to say it again? Okay. How far is it from the first clue to the last one in miles?
How far is it from the first clue to the last one in miles? This actually is not possible to answer. And I'm not being coy. based on how the clues are structured, I think it's the wrong question to ask. I didn't want someone, trying to relieve themselves on the side of the trail and, pee on it or something. So, so it is a little ways off. And then, yeah, I think that's the only thing I want to say about that. Yeah. Can you drive a semi to the location?
I assume he means a truck.
Yeah. I guess that means to the location of the treasure itself. No, you do have to, I'm sorry to say, you have to hike a little, but not too far. Sorry? Can you drive the semi to the parking space? Well, that's a loaded question. That implies that there's a parking space. I think that's all I'll say about that. Yeah.
You mentioned the treasure. You didn't have to go more than a mile from a trail in order to figure out where it's at. Does that mean the final location is within a mile, or does that just mean the clues to get to the final location? Like, because I've had a location that was 3 miles away, and it feels bad because I'm like, did Justin say that it's not more than a mile, and trying to interpret that. So, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question. First off, I guess, yeah. Well, what I'll say here is I chose to phrase it that way deliberately. It wasn't by mistake, and I think that the sentence stands on its own, and I think that it is correct. I'll slightly correct you by saying I don't think I said anything about a trail in that particular sentence. I think what I said, and I hope I get it right, is that you don't have to go more than a mile to figure out where the treasure's at. And that's all I'll say about that.
Hi. So my question is about return her face to find the place. Can you give us an idea, even if it's just a range, of how far her face is from the place?
Interesting question. It's probably not as far as many people might think.
Okay, thank you.
My question is the treasure located in a different county or state as the location of the double arcs on Granite Bold? And also, did you leave man-made items that searchers can collect?
That's a good question. I'm not willing to provide any further clarity on that at this point, but I'll consider each of those for the future.
Okay, can I
look at the poem? Could you literally stand in a 50 mile by 50 mile radius and walk that area and be able to hit on all the clues within the poem? Or is this a kind of situation where somebody's sitting there and goes, oh, gee, what clue number 1 is in this state and clue number 2 is in this state, and oh gee, I need to land on this state to be in the checkpoint, and maybe I should go boots on the ground in there. And let me give you a little context. Like, my significant other fiance, he has spent probably over 150 days on the ground in probably 8 states, eight to 10 different trips. So it's been like this has been a huge part of our life. So this is like kind of a big thing because I think it's one way, he thinks it's another way. So answering this question would be huge.
Yeah, totally get it. Thanks for the question. It's cool that you guys are getting out and about. That's really what it's all about.
Not me. I'm the behind the computer screen person.
Okay. Well, you're the support, which is
He's the boots on the ground
if not more
side.
important.
Yeah.
Yes. No, that's great. I think the answer to that is a part of the mystery and the puzzle. So I'm not going to provide too much clarity there. But I think how should I phrase this, boy?
Good luck.
There's some great movies out there to watch. I'm a huge fan of Indiana Jones. I think that's probably a cool movie or series, especially the originals, to watch. And I'm also a huge fan of National Treasure. I think that'd be a fun movie to watch. But beyond that, no, I don't think I'm going to provide any clarity right now. But thank you.
Justin, you have mentioned that it took 4 trips from the car. You have also mentioned loosely that it's 1 mile, approximately hiking less than a mile to figure out where the treasure is at. May I ask, if I park the car and I believe I know where the treasure is from the car or vehicle, we can say vehicle, am I hiking less than a mile or more than a mile to the treasure?
Yeah. Yes, you may ask the question. I don't want to narrow it down quite that much, but let me just say you're not going to be hiking any great distance. Like this is not, oh my gosh, I'm going dozens of miles into the wilderness or some, multi-night trek or anything like that. I had a broken tibia, so it's not going to be an intense situation or anything like that. That's about all I'll say.
That speaks to my soul.
My question is, at the Dylan Q&A, someone asked the wrong question. Are you willing to answer the right question and provide the distance from the first actionable clue to the treasure?
Oh, wow, that's an insightful question. I think it's probably the best use of time for someone to formulate the right question to ask. And I think just by virtue of going through the process of formulating that question, you might find the answer.
Justin, my question is regarding the location where you figure out where the treasure is at. Once you figure it out, is it more practical to hike to the treasure, or can you drive to a closer spot to retrieve it?
Oh man, yeah. I mean, I think that's an obtuse way of asking a couple of the questions that were posed earlier. I'll have to punt on that one for now, but I appreciate the question. Sorry.
Thank you.
Is there a hint in the documentary that alludes to the distance of the complete treasure trail?
No, there's not.
Okay.
I was wondering, from the beginning till the end of the poem, can you connect that almost like a indefinite shape of some sort that just continues on? Any certain shape can you make out of the route or the poem itself?
Yeah, I mean, I think by virtue of following the journey, it will inherently create some sort of shape. I mean, just based on where you're traveling from and so on. So, yeah, I mean, I think a shape will be created. I can't really say exactly what it will be, but yes, there will be some sort of shape.
So Justin, at any point in the poem, if you're following the poem path, do you ever return to previously trodden ground?
That's a great question. Hi, Sturm. You're actually one of those unique voices that I recognize immediately. That's such a fun question. If you knew how do I put it? If you knew the entirety of the solution, then the answer is no. But if you go through the kind of the natural progression of the treasure hunt, the answer is more like a yes.
How far is the treasure from the bride?
That was the question.
Well, that's all a matter of perspective, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so can a Prius, my Prius, get within a mile of the treasure?
Can a Prius? I mean, boy.
This is a really good question.
It is.
I live in a Prius, in case you forgot. In case y'all forgot.
Kind of tricky. I think I'm going to punt on that question, but not for maybe the reason people think. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Are transitions between clues meant to represent movement across meaningful geographic separation, or are they simply conceptual steps within the same area?
This is another one of those questions that are toughly worded.
That's fair.
Gosh, I feel like I'm kind of hosed no matter how I answer this.
I wonder who that was.
I can't imagine. Thank you, Cousin Lori. I mean, each clue in the poem is not meant to convey great distance.
Okay. Does one need to be at the bride to identify her foot of 3 or some distance away?
You guys are tricky. One more time. Sorry.
Does one need to be at the bride to identify her foot of 3 or some distance away?
That's hard to answer. If I guess it does make sense. Let me take one more look at it. Sorry, guys. I want to make sure I get this right. I should have looked at these questions beforehand.
Yeah, you should have.
Does one need to be at the bride to identify her foot of 3 or some distance away? No.
There you go. When you say you don't need to hike more than a mile to figure out where the treasure is at, is that from start to finish or just when one is going and retrieving? What is the approximate hiking distance from the beginning to end of the poem?
I think the way that I originally phrased it still stands. You certainly don't need to go more than a mile to figure out where the treasure's at. You're not going to be going many miles into the wilderness. This is meant to be a somewhat kind of curated experience. Seriously, if you're getting to a point where you're needing to, drink many bottles of water or something like that, you're going too far. So it's actually, all things considered, I did it with a broken tibia. So, I was on the mend, but you don't need to take any big risks here. I don't think that completely answers the question, but that's the best I got.
Super close. What is closer to the treasure, the checkpoint or where you figure out where the treasure is at?
Oh my, let me take a look at that.
Please do.
What is closer to the treasure, the checkpoint, or where you figure out where the treasure is at? Boy, I'm not quite sure I understand that question.
I think the conjecture is that people think you say the checkpoint is a checkpoint. And in one interview, which there's a few out there, you said that line. You said specifically the line where you figure out where the treasure is at, as though the checkpoint wouldn't be that place.
I'm struggling with how to answer this because I'm not sure I totally understand the entirety of the question. But the checkpoint is really a necessity in terms of finding the treasure. You'd be hard pressed to get all the way without seeing the checkpoint. Yeah.
We are instructed to walk near water's silent flight, round the bend, past the hole. If the entire poem is understood Is it intended we walk without driving to the treasure location from here, where we are instructed to walk?
Yeah, I'm not going to narrow that down, but you're not, that should probably be it's probably the least of your concerns at that point.
But anyways, thank you. And is there any facet of using X-ray vision to figure out where the treasure is?
Yeah, there's actually been a number of people that I think have had that, I guess, line of thinking. The only thing that I'll stress here is that you don't need any specialized equipment to find the treasure.
Okay.
Okay. All right. All right. So, can someone who flies to search for the treasure with just what they're allowed to carry in a carry-on, would they be able to find it? Like, do they need anything larger?
Oh, I see. It's possible to figure out where it's at. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you need to move a rock or anything else to see the container? And would a flashlight be useful during the day?
Gosh, these are tricky questions.
We've gotten a lot better.
I mean, there's
We're
some technicalities here that are a little, I guess, slightly nuanced. I mean, I suppose depending on the conditions, technically, yes, maybe a flashlight could be helpful. It's hard to say. I mean, that's a tough one. What was the other part?
Do you need to move a rock or anything else to see the container? And would a flashlight be useful during the day?
Something will need to be manipulated in order to see the treasure.
Yeah. But you buried this treasure with a broken leg. I mean, how hard was it to carry a treasure over 60 pounds from your car with a broken leg?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most a mile, but still, that's far.
Yeah. So, I mean, well, I haven't specified whether or not it's buried, so I'll say hidden.
Oh,
right.
You displayed a treasure that we will all recognize somewhere while having a broken leg.
It could be the bronze Tucker sitting on top of a buried treasure. We don't know. He's not giving it away.
It took several trips to hide this.
Oh,
wow.
That's fair.
You know, I'm trying to recall the count. Let me do a little mental math here. Let's see. At least 4 trips from my car.
Oh my gosh!
Wow.
You didn't have to have crutches or anything. I hope. So, because I don't know how you did that.
It was not easy. I'll put it that way. And when I say my car, it wasn't actually any of my vehicles. I think that would have been tracked far too easily. So I found other means.
You just ruined
Number 14.
Is there a hint in the statement you traveled over 9,000 miles in 2 trips? The purpose of the 9-mile or over 9,000 mile statement was to convey that I traveled a great distance throughout the Rockies and the American West as part of hiding the treasure. And it's really not meant to read in anything more than that. It's basically meant to say that I traveled a great distance and somewhere along my route, I hid the treasure. It could have been at the beginning of the route, in the middle, in the end, somewhere along the path.
I have enough time, but with the 4 trips you took to hide the treasure, Justin, were those trips all taken during one day, sunup AM to sundown PM, or within a consecutive 12-hour period?
Yeah, good question. I don't think I want to give away too much there.
Hey, Justin, you mentioned you were under a time crunch to hide the treasure. Can you speak to why you had a time crunch, considering that the documentary didn't come out for 2 more years?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, the documentary air date changed multiple times. And so at the time, there was more pressure on me because there was a potential that it would have been released sooner than it did. Fun fact, one of the reasons why it was delayed is because the Meghan Markle show that came out, and they didn't want any competition between the two shows, so they chose to punt on the Golden Greed a little bit longer. And there were a few other delays along the way. But yeah, it was mostly because at the time I believed that the documentary series was going to come out sooner than it did.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so regarding the broken tibia, I was wondering, Justin, when you were hiding the treasure, were you past the boot wearing stage of your recovery?
Oh boy, let me think about this. So, I mean, yes, I was. There were a number of restrictions on physical exertion, as I recall, but there was no boot at the point that I hid the treasure.
I was out at Dylan. Can you tell me what footwear you were wearing when you hid the treasure?
Sure. I think it was. Huh, it's it's the same shoes that I was wearing when I was interviewed in the series. I'm trying to recall the brand, but they're um, sort of like a black slip-on shoe. In fact, I have them right here. Kizik's. They are Kizik's.
Physics.
Treasure. Is a moose the animal that you're referring to that you didn't expect to see, but you saw?
I hate to bust people's bubbles, but I've seen many moose over the years. So that is not the animal in question.
All right.
Do you
All right.
do you think if someone were to come up with the correct animal, then they would be able to fine tune their solve? Would that narrow it down if they figured out what animal you saw?
It certainly wouldn't hurt.
You've mentioned it took multiple trips to inconspicuously hide the treasure. Was this achieved in a single day or multiple days? Summit rules say no punting.
Summit rules. Wow. It's like Fight Club.
Fight Club, I mean, who am I to break Summit rules and ask you to punt when you want to?
All of the trips to hide the treasure were done within a 24-hour time span. Look.
Was the animal scene one that made you feel free? Oh, fear, sorry, fear.
Was the animal that I saw?
Remember how you talked about
I recall.
Was in Sandal's episode. Was the animal scene on that one that made you feel fear? I read that
fear.
backwards. Yeah.
No, the animal. I did not get any sense of fear in myself by seeing the animal. No.
Okay.
Oh, and for those that don't know, I know there's a lot of interviews and stuff out there. It's hard to keep up on this stuff. So, what I mentioned in the interview actually with Sandal is that along the way of hiding the treasure, I saw an animal that I had never seen before, and it was a very surprising experience to me. I felt a lot of gratitude to see that. Felt to me like almost like a once in a lifetime thing. And anyway, that's the backstory. And no, I didn't feel any fear when I saw it. It was actually quite the opposite.
But did you feel free? No, just when you were hiding the treasure, you said you saw an animal in the wild for the first time. Which animal class did it belong to?
Which animal class did it belong to? It was mammalian.
Is double arcs on Granite Bold the clue with the man-made implication?
Punt.
Do you need to get your feet wet to obtain the treasure?
You don't have to. I
have so many follow-up questions. Is there a time travel element to the hunt?
Is there a time travel? Boy, that would be cool. Not to my knowledge, no.
Is all footage in the Golden Greed documentary that you wished to be in the documentary actually in the documentary?
Yeah, I'd be hard pressed to think of a scene that didn't make it. I feel like I got really lucky. The universe was in my corner that day when it came together, because everything that I really wanted to be included got included.
I'm not sure how to take this one. The latest bribe. A wrinkled $20 bill, and I will take a picture with you. 10 square mile area is good enough. Don't want to be greedy.
Okay. I don't know what to say to that one.
I, too, don't even know what to think about that one. Do the states you've chosen, do the states you've chosen for the summit event have anything to do with the treasure, where the treasure is located?
Well, I'm certainly not going to rule them out. There was a lot of things that actually went into choosing this location. For those that are not aware, we were actually looking for a location that had easy access for everybody, that was low cost, that had preferably an international airport. You know, at some point we had looked at, I think even a few people had thrown around places in Utah and even over in New Mexico. And then we also talked to people up in Phoenix. I think we got a quote for $83,000.
$83,000. I think the highest we got was like $162.
Yeah, so not cheap. Venues are surprisingly expensive. And so that's how we actually ended up in the Tucson areas, because the price point is still pretty cheap for everybody to come in, and accommodations were reasonable. And we were not conflicting with the Gem and Mineral Show, which is a huge, huge thing here. And actually, a funny story, originally we booked at Old Tucson Studios. Okay. And I thought that would have been a really fun venue as well. And I feel like we got a little lucky in the sense that we didn't expect this heat wave this early.
Yeah.
And much of Old Tucson Studios is outdoors. But they actually double booked. And so they had to back out. And thankfully, the Expo Center was available, and the air conditioning worked out great. So here we are.
I do love it.
Yeah.
I love the air conditioning. Would a snorkel be helpful in this treasure hunt?
Would a snorkel be helpful? Wow. Sounds dangerous. Now, a vehicle snorkel, or are we talking a human snorkel? But
They did not specify.
words matter. I'd say generally no. If you're going snorkeling, please and looking for the treasure, just don't. It's not needed.
Has the third stanza of the poem been solved?
Let me take a look. I want to make sure I get this right. Third stanza. In Ursa East, his realm awaits. His bride stands guard at ancient gates. Her foot of 3 at 20 degree returned her face to find the place. Part of this stanza has been solved. Yeah. At least part.
Has anyone figured out where or what the hole is in the poem?
Yes.
You said that up to halfway of the second stanza of the poem, pretty much you just answered this, but I'll read it anyway. You've said that up to halfway of the second stanza of the poem has been solved. If so, can you say how many more clues have been solved?
It's different clues. Some different clues have been solved from different people. If I look at the person that I'm aware of in the world that has solved the most of this, I would say that they've solved at least 6 clues.
Justin, how exhausting is it to have how exhausting is it to have to cryptically answer question after question about your hunt? Will you miss that or be relieved after the hunt ends?
These Q&A sessions are kind of interesting to me, because I do like to think on my feet, and it's kind of a fun challenge to make sure that I answer this the best way that I know how. But yeah, I mean, I suppose over time it gets a little taxing at times, but I'm still having a lot of fun with it, and I hope you guys are too.
Have you ever seen a wolverine in the wild?
Was that Cynthia? Yes, I have. Yes.
Is shadowed sight from the perspective of the searcher a location? We already had that. They got down arrowed. I guess they didn't like that question. Ooh. Do you have a solution for the harmful effects of data centers? How do we balance technology and nature?
Wow. That's different.
How long of a period did you go without seeing a person when you were headed to the final location of the treasure?
Yeah, so when I went to hide the treasure, it turns out it's actually really hard to be anonymous and private in the US. Even very simple things like driving to the store. It's not easy because you have a license plate, and that license plate, there are many different cameras that see you along the way, and so there is a record that develops. So anonymous travel is very hard, and I really wanted to be seen by the least amount of people possible. And so my route was convoluted. It was very deliberate and very taxing, you could say. And I did it twice. And the first time was that kind of a dry run to make sure I kind of got the kinks worked out. But overall, extremely few people ever saw me along the way. And that's for a multitude of reasons. And in cases where people did see me, I was actually in disguise. So that helped.
Living, did you make a blaze on a tree?
Oh, I will answer that, yes. Actually, I will answer that. No. Just no. The problem, okay, I'm going to rant just a little bit, sorry.
Go ahead.
That was, I wouldn't say problem, but that was one of the, yeah, it was a problem, you know? That was one of the problems with the Forest Bend treasure hunt, I felt, is that the blaze or the marker at the end was something that could not stand the test of time. There were a lot of things that could have caused the blaze to go away. It could have been a forest fire. It could have been a strong wind that had blown the tree down. You know, an earthquake. There are a lot of different things I think that could cause damage like that. And it was important to me that it's designed in a way where it can stand the test of time. So I don't have any clues. I didn't put, you know, anything out in the woods or the wilderness that that would be subject to destruction by natural forces. Now, I can't control everything, and I designed this in a way where it can be solved in different ways, but you'll all get there at the end of the day. So it's not, how do I phrase this? There are multiple ways to solve this treasure hunt, and some are arguably more challenging than others. And I think there's probably what I call an optimal solution, and then there are a few ways that I actually basically put in safeguards in case someone might not quite understand one clue, they could still limp along and figure it out, if that makes sense. So the question, I want to make sure I get this right. You know, wasting more vacation days, you know, it's a balance, right? I will say that that going out and being in the areas that I've intended for you to be in are a vital part of the treasure hunt. You will not solve this in its complete entirety from home. It's not possible. But there is a significant portion that can be solved at home that will give you a base level of confidence for you to go and check it out. And
one, let's say 40 years from now, it's 10 years past when your treasure was found, and somebody says, was it a success? How would you know it was a success other than it was found?
My gosh, 40 years ago, 40 years ahead, 40 years from now, and 10 years after it was found would imply that it's been 30 years since.
Hypothetically.
Yeah, I really don't think it's going to take that long. But the temporal aspect aside, how will somebody judge whether it's a success? You know, I think there's only so much that you can do in terms of clues and what they mean. At some point, they need interpretation, and I think for any given clue that somebody creates, there's another person in the world that will look at it and say that makes no sense at all. And so I tried to design the treasure hunt in a way where even if one particular clue may not make 100% sense to a given individual, they can still, I guess for lack of a better term, limp along and ultimately piece things together. But I think the ultimate gauge of success is, was the find verifiable? Did the treasure actually exist? And maybe it's also a function of the number of conspiracy theories that exist post-find. I have to think that there's an inverse relationship there. So I would also say that the less conspiracy theories exist, the better the success of the treasure hunt.
I think that's it. You created treasure.quest as the official home for the hunt. Rules, updates, and classification all live there. What role did you intend that site to play in balancing official guidance with organic community discussions?
Good question. I wanted to design the site as a central hub so that you're generally one click away from any sort of information that is hunt related. And so you do not need to be in the Discords. You do not need to be on all the different social media channels 24/7. Now I'm saying it's totally fine to do that. It's a great community outlet for a lot of people. And I think that social engagement is really powerful, but it's not necessary. Everything that is related to the hunt, I want a centralized location where you can go to one spot, treasure.quest on the announcements page, and you can see anything that I post that is specifically related to the hunt, whether it's a YouTube interview like this, that of course I'll link after we're done here, or anything else that I think is relevant. Now, I know that from time to time there are murmurs of, oh, well, I went to a lunch with the treasure hunter, or I dropped into a Discord and said hello, or answered a few questions. And I think that really boils down to trust in a creator. And it's a question of whether or not you believe that the creator is not going off in private conversations and giving away private hints. And that, I think, is just an important foundation for any treasure hunt. If you think the creator is capable of doing that, then it's probably not the right treasure hunt for you. But to the best of my abilities, this is what I do, is I treat the website as the single source of truth. And I update it as regularly as I'm able to make sure that it has all the information anybody needs within a few clicks away of the pertinent details.
You're an engineer by trade. What was harder, engineering the logic of the hunt or crafting the narrative history around it?
No, gosh, narrative history. I don't. So by narrative history, are you referring to the book?
Yeah, the storytelling. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, yeah. The treasure hunt came together fairly quickly. I had never written a book before. Of course, I'd never. I guess you could say I have designed treasure hunts before, but to far lesser degrees than this one. But for the book, I don't recall ever writing a book before. So. That was harder. Some chapters came very easily and very quickly, and others were a struggle. But it really made me realize that I should leave writing to the professionals. It's an unenviable profession. I think there's it's that grind each day where you need to sit down and you need to write something.
And you need to know that what you're writing, you're probably going to change 30 times before it gets released. So I think that was the harder aspect to me, was the actual writing of the book as opposed to the mechanics of the treasure hunt itself. Just because I think probably in an engineering mindset, I felt at least a base level of confidence, I think, that I could put all the pieces together in terms of, I think what is in effect a verification chain, so that later on somebody can look at this independently and say, it checks out, like this works.
Mhm. Yeah, I'd be happy to.
Thanks.
From a design perspective, did you intentionally build in moments that signal to a searcher, quote, you may be drifting too far, unquote, before they commit major resources?
I think that's a very hard thing to do in a treasure hunt. At some point, I think, as I mentioned before, like you will not solve the entirety of the clues sitting at home. I think you could have a very good idea, but you can't necessarily, or you cannot solve it entirely from home. So there is a boots on the ground component. And I think, like, for any treasure hunt, or for many treasure hunts, that's true. I get the same sense from, say, John Collins' Black Hunt as well. There is a lot of analytical thinking involved. It seems clear enough. But additionally, at some point, even if you know the area, you have to go out and find it. And so what I did try and avoid is this notion of drudgery in the form of, grid searching an area day after day after day, and the resources that can be consumed as a result of that. But it's also a balance between that and, well, the sense of adventure. And I think the core of adventure is beyond your map's edge, getting off and doing something, getting away and doing something that you wouldn't normally do. And, there can be a bit of expense involved in that, the logistics of going to a place and so on. But I tried to design it in a way where there is a balance, where you do get that experience, but you do not need to spend exorbitant amounts of time draining resources in the outdoors in order to find the treasure.
And I think also there's,
whenever it comes to fruition, how important is it for you that people look at the solve and go, that makes sense, I understand it logically, I can go point A, point B, point B, C, all the way through? Not do I like it, not do I agree with it, but is it important for you that, reasonable person is a very loose definition these days, but a reasonable person looks at it and goes, I understand that. That makes sense to me. I think I can see how that works. Is that important to you?
I mean, I think within reason. I mean, it would be strange to hold a treasure hunt where, a very small minority even understood in retrospect what it even means. And so, yeah, I mean, I think that is important. And it's like, well, a good example would be a Sudoku puzzle, right? Like, once it's solved, anybody can do it and look at the math and say, well, yeah, it's definitely correct. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And then at the opposite end of the spectrum, if you tell somebody to go, jump in a lake, and then it's like, well, there's 12 million lakes in the world. Like, which one are you talking about? Oh, well, I meant that one over in Norway, right? I mean, that's kind of the opposite end of it. Like, how would anybody have ever known it was Norway? And so I think there's somewhere in there's a middle ground. And I like to think that when this is over, people will have more understanding, and the average person would be able to say, okay, seems reasonable.
Okay.
Do you have the ability to view searchers if they are near the treasure?
I am going to punt on that question.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
No. Can you tell us how you know a searcher was near the checkpoint? Follow up. Does it have to do, you want to, oh, I thought you were going to answer in the middle. I'm like, okay. Does it have to do with the technology or a similar concept as layer 5, be it personal confession /contact or something else? Shall I read that 4 more times?
Yes, please.
Okay, good. Can you tell, I'm going to read the question and then I'll read the follow-up. Can you tell us how you know a searcher was near the checkpoint?
I'm not going to say the exact way, but there are a number of ways that people have conveyed to me where they're searching. That can be through email, it can be through Messenger, it can be through Discord. I can see it on a Facebook forum. I can see it in a number of different venues, and some additional avenues beyond that as well. And so in one of those hemispheres or spheres, I have come to learn that at least, or there have been more than one person that have been close to the checkpoint.
The follow-up will help with this. Does it have to do with the technology or similar concept as layer 5 via personal confession/contact or something else?
It is true to say that layer 5 has some bearing on the treasure hunt.
Do you have to pay to get into the location?
No.
Okay.
Have a hunting one. Any of those will do. And what you can do is if there's a search area you're interested in, you can kind of zoom in on that area and it'll show you all the surrounding property rights so you don't have to guess. And if it's not publicly accessible land, just cross it off right away. And then, will I specify if it's on federal or state land? No, but it's publicly accessible as of today. Yeah. Advice from me, but it is my understanding that in many places in Montana, if you are on a waterway that is considered navigable, in other words, one where you can float a watercraft, you can actually float through private property because the owner, the person is allowed to access the area up to the high water mark, as I recall. Don't quote me on that. You might want to look it up. But it is fair to say if it's publicly accessible, it's fair game.
Same thing. Are there any clues or hints in the poem in a physical location that you have to pay to enter?
So I'll preface this by saying that land designations and laws and anything that might impact free access is fluid. Like it's changing. So what I can say is at the time that the treasure was hidden and at the time that the Netflix series was released, you did not necessarily have to pay. Again, it's a somewhat fluid situation, so I don't want to provide too much more clarity there, but I hope that helps. I don't know if it does.
Can I follow up with, when you said necessarily, is that for the entirety of the poem or just parts?
There are definitely parts of the poem where on the date of the Netflix launch, you did not have to pay.
Then we'll go back to hands. Do you have any advice on what searchers should do differently?
Boy, I mean, it's just such a wide range of approaches that people are taking to the poem, which I appreciate. I think that is part of it, is just the creativity that it sparks. I think that maybe some people might be focusing too much on, like, for instance, oh my gosh, do I have to pay or not? Now, I mean, I understand if you're, in a financial situation where that might hinder your ability to search certain areas. But I think most of the places in the U.S., like, the fees are low enough where, it's not a complete barrier of entry. But I guess what I'm getting at is I think maybe there's an overemphasis on things like that as opposed to just focusing on solving the poem itself.
That's the land. So I know people ask a lot about the status of the land, and you've constantly said it hasn't changed since you know of. It still hasn't changed, right? Or has the status of the land changed?
Not as far as I know.
Okay.
Questions. Are national parks ruled out?
Oh, I'm not gonna say yes or no to that. Sorry.
Okay. Following the rules of the area, can your dog physically walk the kitchen size area without breaking them?
Can the dog walk the kitchen size area without
Breaking them.
breaking them? I'm confused by the question.
Can your dog physically walk the kitchen size area without breaking them? That is literally the words.
You mean without breaking the dog? Gosh, that sounds horrible. Dogs would be safe walking the area. Yeah.
That's good.
Oh, without breaking the rules. Oh, I didn't hear rules in there. Did I miss that?
Just following the rules of the area.
Oh, following the rules of the area. See, this is a tricky one. And the reason I'm hesitant to answer these types of questions is because things can change. And if they change, then, people say, well, at this point, you said this, and why did you say that? And, I just try and avoid the conspiracy or discrepancies there altogether. And so that's generally the reason why I'm hesitant about talking about whether or not you have to pay or whether or not dogs are allowed or whatever rules pertain to that area, because there's always the possible for change. And it's actually, I think for many types of land, more likely than I think some people realize. And so I'm generally hesitant to answer those questions. But to the best of my knowledge, and this will be the last time that I do this, to the best of my knowledge, based on how the rules and regulations are today, I am not aware of anything that would preclude you from having your dog with you.
I think I'm with you.
Bennett, are you in it? All right. Do any of the clues in the poem lead to locations that require a payment to enter?
Yeah, I think that question's been asked a number of times. I think I've provided all the clarity I want there, so I think we're good.
Is the hiding spot meaningful for its beauty, its symbolism, or for sentimental reasons?
Is the hiding spot meaningful for its beauty, symbolism, or sentimental reasons? I would say all of the above.
Hunt. My question is, you've mentioned that solving all the clues in the poem would lead a searcher to an X marks the spot or an exact location. How large of an X would that be? Like 5 foot by 5 foot, 50 foot by 50 foot, or like a football field?
If you've solved everything that the poem has to offer, you will have an exact location. You won't. I mean, my gosh, football field. No, even the size of the average American kitchen would be a little bit on the large side. No, you're looking at a targeted area.
The questions are for me. Did you ever search for dinosaur in Dinosaur National Monument for the Forrest Fenn treasure?
For the Forrest Fenn treasure, no.
You didn't.
Where exactly is the location of the treasure?
Well, that's a question.
I mean, that one seems very succinct.
Can I see that?
Sure. Are you looking who it is?
Where exactly is the location of the treasure?
I feel like I got that one out okay.
I mean, how exact do you want to be? I mean, it's on Earth. I really don't know the right way to answer this.
I have a really good
give me a
answer for
moment.
you if you want me to help you.
Oh, yeah?
The American West.
The American West. It's certainly not a place that you have to go many miles to find. I think what I've seen in the treasure hunt is, there are a number of people that are going pretty deep into the wilderness, and there are some people that are certainly taking risks, and this is really not something that you need to do. And I know it's kind of subjective, like what defines a risk. But I do see people that are still rappelling into caves and looking on cliff sides, and gosh, you don't need rope. If you need rope, then it's not the right location. But yeah, I know that doesn't at all answer the question, but it's the best I got.
I think that was with many seekers in Tucson right now. Some may try to locate your brother's memorial. How does that make you feel?
When I wrote the book and this Netflix series came to pass, I knew that was a risk. And what I will say is that the area in which my brother's memorial is located is very rough country. And I do not suggest that anyone try to go there. And I think, as I've conveyed before, the treasure is not in the immediate vicinity of that memorial. So there's, in terms of the treasure hunt, there's really no need to go to it.
Questions that we got. Can you say whether the chest is buried or you have to cross water?
Yep, good questions. I'm not going to say whether or not it's buried, but what I will say is, if you know where to go, it wouldn't matter either way.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. And
we'll
also,
analyze the heck out of that one.
yeah, and then in terms of the water crossings, no, I mean nothing dangerous required.
Okay.
Okay.
Is the treasure buried? I haven't specified if it is or not, but as I mentioned before, if you know where to look, it wouldn't matter.
Two more. Let's try. Would a metal detector be helpful?
Probably not. No, probably not.
Okay.
All right. So, why won't you say whether or not the treasure's buried?
Well, that's an abrupt shift. Why won't I? Well, one of the reasons is because I think, depending on how long this lasts, there's a chance that AI could have an advantage if it understood whether or not it was buried. I don't really want to expound on that too much, but that's
That makes a lot of sense. Okay.
Fair enough. Are you willing to rule out digging and the treasure being buried?
Yeah, I think if you know where the treasure's at, it's not going to matter either way. So it's not something I'm willing to rule out at this time.
Okay, interesting.
Can I ask one more? Do you have to cross a river or creek to get to the final location?
I have not specified.
All right.
The Forrest Fenn hunt required a river crossing to get to the treasure box. Does yours require any kind of river crossing, wading through water?
I have not specified.
I'm giving you that.
Absolutely.
Structure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
And that's something I should have done before. I apologize. I need to update the website with all of this stuff. But
Okay.
The treasure is not associated with any man-made structure,
Okay.
and there is it's not hidden at a structure or anything. You don't need to touch a structure.
Great. That's great.
This is a good one. Did you consider railroad tracks a structure? Is the entire hunt based on naturally occurring structures and landscapes?
That's a hard-hitting question. Do I consider railroad tracks a structure? I consider them to be a man-made structure, yes. They were made by man. They're not a building, they are a structure. Is the entire hunt based on naturally occurring structures and landscapes? So I think I mentioned earlier that there are a couple of different ways to work through the poem. And I tried to do that to accommodate how different people think. And so depending on how you interpret it, I think it could be true to say that yes, the entire hunt could be based on naturally occurring structures and landscapes. But I think some people could quibble. So I should clarify that by saying there's one clue in here where arguably someone could say there is a man-made implication to it. Yeah.
It's kind of vague. There's been a lot of questions about what is man-made and what isn't man-made. Are you willing to clarify a little better as to the man-made structure scenario?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think the rules and the guidelines on the website are always going to be reflect the most up to date information. And I think as time goes on, I do reserve the right to clarify things or phrase it a little bit differently. And it's not meant to throw people off. It's really meant to provide more clarity. I know that sometimes by virtue of trying to provide more clarity, I think it just causes more confusion. So I'm trying to be very cautious about how I approach that these days. But if I recall correctly, on the website it says man-made buildings, and that is a distinction from a structure. So a good example would be, railroad tracks are something that are clearly man-made, uh, but I don't necessarily call that a structure. I would call that a structure, but I would not call that a building. A building would be something that you could enter inside that may or may not be like dilapidated, for instance, or have holes in it or whatever. But I think that is the main distinction between structure and building. And the reason I clarified from structure to building is I could see a scenario where people could quibble later on about one of the hints, at least one of the hints being in the poem, being somewhat related to something that is man-made. And I don't know if I go so far as to call it a structure, but I could see the reasoning why somebody could call it a structure. And that's why I clarified to just say man-made buildings so that there's no quibbling later on. That's may or may not be the answer you wanted, but that's what I got.
No, that was perfect.
This is for me. Is a gazebo a structure or a building?
That's a funny one. I think based on the formal definition, a gazebo would be considered a type of building, especially as it pertains to things like building codes. But I could be mistaken there. I would actually have to check a dictionary to be absolutely certain. But I would tend toward it being a building. I could be off base.
I'm not concerned what the dictionary says. I'm concerned what you think a gazebo is.
I would categorize a building being anything that has a shelter from the elements in terms of having some sort of overhead component to it, and something that you can quote unquote step inside. So you can step into a gazebo. So personally, I would consider that to be a form of a building.
Okay, very good.
Is there a poem solved where there's more than one clue with a man-made implication?
Maybe that's not very clear.
Yeah, I'm thinking through this.
Okay.
I want to make sure I answer this accurately. So I'm willing to answer this. Just I want to think a little bit more about it before I provide an answer. So consider it
another part of that. Can a hunt item be displayed on the outside of a man-made building or structure? Maybe not inside a structure, but on the outside.
I don't want to limit that. So I would say it's always a possibility.
Got it. Is the BTME logo a clue?
What I can say is that I designed the logo intentionally, and it has some meaning.
Okay.
Do your rules rule out railroad tracks?
Do the rules rule out railroad tracks? Which rule in particular are we talking about?
I would suspect the man-made part is what they're going for.
I see. Yeah, I mean, I think I talked a little bit about this concept of it's true to say that some people could interpret one of the clues as having a man-made implication, depending on how you interpret the poem. But it is I think based on how the rules are described, railroad tracks are ruled out.
Is the hole in the poem the hint with the man-made implication?
Let me take a look at that one.
Yeah.
Is the hole in the poem the hint with the man-made implication? No.
Can someone find it without using the map that's in the book or on the website? Or would you recommend using that map?
I think the map is useful. I think I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
Okay.
That's awesome. You know, the name of the book, Beyond the Map's Edge, the poem, Beyond the Map's Edge. So it begs the question, is this treasure beyond your map's edge, or is it actually on the map?
Please tell me it's not in Alaska. No, don't have to tell me. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's actually been a pretty common question. You know, that the treasure is absolutely hidden somewhere on the map that I've published. So, you know, if somebody's looking in another state or something like that, yeah, I mean, you're going to be out of, you're gonna
Nebraska's
be out of
out.
luck.
Hello. Yeah, absolutely.
You said that your map will help guide us. I was just wondering if you would specify which map would help more, the map in the book and the one on the website, and if it helps guide us just with the land area or through the poem itself.
Yep, good questions. You know, I think that the map that is displayed on the website is higher resolution and quality, and you're able to zoom in better. So it's probably just generally more useful. I did want to make sure that people that might not have internet access and might just have a physical copy of the book, that they could have a similar experience. So that's why the map is in two places. And I won't provide a heck of a lot of clarity here, but one of the ways that the map may be useful is as you're reading the book, and I mention a location, I tried to call out the vast majority, if not all of those locations on the map itself. So it's just kind of an easy way for you to get some context to understand what region we're talking about and the general surrounding area. But I think that's all the clarity I'm willing to provide right now. But thanks for the question.
Thank you.
He wants to know, the poem and the book are called Beyond the Map's Edge. And you have said, Justin, that the treasure is hidden within the map you've provided for us, not beyond the edge of it. Is there a secondary map you are referring to that the treasure is hidden beyond, or is it beyond the map's edge, more of a metaphor or state of mind or something in these forms?
Yep. Thanks to your son for the question. I think all of those statements are correct. There is no secondary map. The treasure is hidden within the boundaries that are in the map that I published. You don't need a map that covers a larger space in order to find the treasure, and the treasure is definitely hidden within that the bounds of that map.
For sure. Okay, Pro, it's all.
Yeah, I was just asking, the map that's on the website, the specific locations that are called out, that are listed, do those have any significance to possibly a hint or clue to where the treasure is located or area?
I don't think I'll clarify, but what I will say is the map is generally useful. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you in any interview that you've done mentioned any section of the map that you show on the front of your website to be free from the search? So not like a specific state or like the Southwest or the like Northwest or any. Have you said anything out of that map that pops up on your website? Have you said any of that is free from the search?
You mean like eliminated?
Correct.
I see.
Sorry for the
No, that makes sense. I haven't eliminated anything at this point. I think last time somebody asked me this, probably still consistent there, and that is there's a
potential book event in March in Tucson called the Tucson Festival of Books.
March 3rd, my birthday. Oh, I'm sorry.
You're 11 days off.
Ah, okay.
Or maybe 10 days off.
It's getting excited.
13th or 14th. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So March in Tucson?
Yeah, if that works out. I mean, it's very competitive. I don't anticipate actually, getting an invite. But if it does work out, I think that's probably the time where I might start eliminating a little bit of or maybe a significant portion of the search area.
Okay.
I haven't decided.
Cool,
Yeah.
cool.
Fair enough.
So we have the map on the website. If you had to rate it on a scale of 1 to 10, how important it is to have that map to find the treasure, what would you rate it?
I'd have to put some real thought into like a numerical rating, but I would say it's generally useful for a couple of different reasons.
If we don't hit 2,000.
I know where this is going.
What are the two
states did I
states
eliminate?
you would have eliminated? Thank God he said he's not going to punt, right?
Oh boy.
This is a tough moment for
I'm
you,
gonna stand
friend.
because I think better when I pace.
Okay,
You're just gonna have
you
to bear
take
with
all
me.
the time you need. God, I love you people. Where are these bribers when we need them?
Okay. Who was that? An easy and a hard one. All right, let's do this.
Let's do this. Woo!
Okay. I wasn't prepared for this question. I really didn't think we were gonna make 2,000, and now it was a kind of a trick.
He really didn't. He bet against me and he won, and now I've lost, and I feel sad about it. And so I don't know what I've lost yet, but I feel like I'm gonna pay.
I'm glad you feel better. Okay, first date. The treasure. The treasure is not in Colorado.
That's big.
And the second state. I was not prepared for this.
But in your gut, there's probably a state that would really help. That you'd feel so good tonight when you went to sleep about. And so would we.
All right. The treasure and all associated clues is not in Oregon.
Oh. When you rule out a state, does that mean it's ruled out for clues / stops along the way and or a final location? Or would it only pertain to the final location?
That is an excellent question.
I'm going to read it again. Good job, Rogue. When you ruled out a state, does that mean it's ruled out for clues / stops along the way and or final location, or would it only pertain to only the final location?
Who asked this question?
That would be Rogue.
Was it? Well, wherever you are, Rogue.
Back there.
Oh, okay, I see you. I'm glad you asked, and I don't want this to spin out of control in any way. So, when I say eliminate a state, I mean that you don't need to worry about it. Like, there are no clues in that state, there's no treasure in that state. It's complete elimination.
If you've made a tangible progress, is the map in the book still useful, or is it most useful in the beginning of the hunt?
If you've made tangible progress, is the book and
Is the map in the book still useful,
Still
or is it most useful in the beginning of the hunt?
I think it's a good primer.
Good.
All right. Now that you've been both a hunter, and we heard all about that on the documentary, and a hider, what's more exciting for you?
Well, that's a great question. I spent 10 years looking for forest treasure. I enjoyed every minute of it. And even before forest treasure, there was other treasure hunts that I was involved with to certain degrees. Not that I ever found anything, but it's a very different perspective. I think what I like most about this is I'm able to incorporate all of the things that I think would be great in a treasure hunt into what I created. So if I were to go out and look for a treasure, this is what I would want. And I hope other people
read your book, Justin. What do you think is the big takeaway from your book that you would tell somebody who's like, hey, like what do you want me to know? Like the big message from the book. What would that be, would you say?
Nobody's ever asked me that before. Probably a few different things. I think part of it is just the feedback that I've received is that I think for anybody who's experienced any degree of grief in their life, or a deep traumatic experience or loss, I hope that I can relate to them. And the book was a way for me to do that. And it was also, a cathartic experience. It was a way for me to kind of work through whatever I was working through. Part of that book, in effect, wrote itself. I mean, I was able to bang it out very quickly because I knew what I wanted to say. And there were other chapters that took quite a long time to write and were very painful to do. And that's just the skeleton of the book. There was many more iterations that occurred after that. But at its core, I wanted to communicate, I think, a message of hope to people, and that time and life is precious, and that everyone gets a choice in terms of how you live it. And my hope is that people will live a little bit more in the moment, and will also get out and explore the public lands that we have in our country, in the American West. And I think so many people.
How does your grandfather's legacy influence the emotional center of this hunt, even if it's not the solution itself?
Well, my grandfather, I think, I like to believe that I had very strong male role models and figures in my life, especially in my early life, and he was one of those people. And so, to me, it means a great deal. And I think that the way in which those people that impress upon you early in life and shape who you are, there's, I don't want to say an obligation, but there is a need for them to be remembered. And I think that is certainly important to me. Yeah.
Oh. Do you think modern treasure hunts are sometimes misunderstood because people bring expectations from past hunts that no longer apply?
Oh, certainly. I think, even just, the experiences that people have throughout their life as they grow old, it shapes who they are, and it shapes their opinions. And I think it's no different with treasure hunts. People had asked me early on, do you need to have gone through the Forrest Fenn experience in order to be successful with this treasure hunt? Or do I need to have a deep knowledge of Forrest Fenn to figure this out? And, to the best of my abilities, I ensure that doesn't need to happen. Mm-hmm. There's always biases. Everybody has them, myself included, of course. And so I think just like the awareness of a potential bias is step one, in making sure that you don't kind of carry forward things that might, I wouldn't say taint, but shape a treasure hunt in a way that would give an advantage to somebody who has a prior experience with, say, the Forrest Fenn treasure hunt.
which part of your personality influenced the poem the most? The part of you who is an engineer or the part of you who's an enthusiastic explorer?
I'd say the part of me that embraces childlike wonder the most.
Ballpark, how many, like, so you put hints in Netflix, and then some of them, because you didn't know what would hit the cutting room floor, how many are we looking at? And did any of them not make it in that you thought really would have been helpful? You know, kind of what did that process look like? Because it sounds fascinating.
You know, that was a pretty unique challenge. I had zero creative control over this process. You know, just like everybody else, I was a participant in the documentary series, and you know, that's hard because I didn't know what scenes were going to be edited out. I didn't know what was going to be in focus. I didn't know what the frame size was going to be. There was a lot of things I didn't know. Also, I didn't know what order the scenes were going to play in, and so I think that creates a unique challenge. So yeah, I think it's fair to say that not everything that I wanted to be in there landed in there just because I didn't have any say. But I think there are some really good hints in there. And I kind of struggle looking back on it, like, what is a better reference? Like if I had to choose between, say, the book and the series. And I think overall, I would say that the book is a better resource for people, but there are some good things in the series.
All right.
And you guys.
And actually, this is kind of funny. To my uncertain knowledge, there are 2 hints in the Netflix series that I laugh every time they come up because they're, to me, like they're just super, super obvious, and no one has noticed. And I'm just kind of blown away at this point.
Question. What would you be willing to share this evening that is a clue that would shake the Frontier Center and Posey treasure hunting community?
Oh, boy. I'm having an internal debate. Just give me a little. Okay, how do I phrase this? It's funny, I don't recall which episode. It's either 2 or 3. It is a scene that does not have me in it. But it was a scene that I had some control over. I think if you rewatch it, it'll be pretty obvious. I hope. Yeah.
Came out. How many clues are in the show?
How many clues are in the show? I don't think I've actually, funny enough, I don't think I've ever counted. And some of them are kind of compounds. You have to look at a number of scenes in order to understand something singular. So with that in mind, the number of singular clues, let me just count them up in my mind. 1 second. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are at least 5 singular clues, at least. I think probably more if I really thought about it. Yeah. At least 5.
By that. And did someone figure out the 2 clues on the Netflix episode?
Yeah. First off, I hope you're having a good time along the adventure. It's a lot of miles traveled, so I hope it's mostly been positive. So yeah, I mean, the Angzar symbol was I chose and modified it intentionally. I can say that. And then the Netflix clues. Yes, actually, the 2 that I mentioned at the Dylan book signing Q&A that I felt were pretty obvious have since been discussed multiple times. So I think most people are generally aware of them at this point.
On this hunt,
I did have a question that's been discussed in the chats on 3 items that are in the Netflix series as to what exactly they are. We have a copper canister that's in your pronghorn room behind your elbow. There's a debate on whether it's an urn, a humidor, or something different. There's also the sticks that are on the same desk in that room that look like bamboo, that are metal tipped, that look to be either a collapsible fishing rod, walking stick, or a combination, or neither. And lastly, the small circular container that's on the large desk where you page through Forrest Fenn's book. It contains sliced shells, and we were wondering if there's also bones, like rattlesnake skull in there, or if those are all shells. Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah, Kumar, thanks for the questions. Nice to hear from you. So the first one, yes, it's a humidor. For the second one, I haven't specified exactly what those are. And for the third, the vast majority are shells. It's possible that there might be some small bone fragments in there, but if there are, it would be in the minority, and that would not be intentional. Actually, that would be a little strange. So no, it's meant to be shells. Yeah.
Right question. Is there any clue in the Netflix documentary that tells you about any segment of the treasure trail, not necessarily the complete treasure trail?
A segment. Ooh, interesting way to phrase that. Um, I think there are some allusions. Uh, they may or may not be obtuse in nature, but yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So in the Dylan Q&A, you mentioned there were 2 really obvious hints in the Netflix series that no one's brought up yet. Is that still the case?
Nope, people have figured that out.
Okay, and I was gonna say, is to Piggy, will you give us this? Will you say what they were or no? Or anything about them, or a hint to the second clue is what I was gonna ask, because you gave a hint to the first clue in the Dylan Q&A, and I was gonna ask for a hint.
I mean, I don't want to put like too fine a point on it. Like, you know, anybody who peruses the various forums, like it's kind of
Okay.
all over the place at this point.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Have you?
When discussing the passing of Brandon in the documentary, a B-roll clip of Red Mountain in North Phoenix is shown. Brandon was found in the Rincons west of Tucson. Was the Red Mountain clip chosen by the documentary crew as a fill-in, or was it chosen specifically for the scene by Justin?
That was B-roll that was chosen by the crew. I didn't have any influence or involvement in that.
Could you talk a bit about the Wyoming map you're holding in Golden Greed and how those circled areas fit in your FenSolve, especially since they didn't come up in your Dale article?
Oh gosh, yeah. I mean, I looked at hundreds of locations for the Forrest Fenn treasure, and I'm sure there was some on that map that I had circled that I was excited about. And boy, we'd probably be here all night if we started talking about all the locations that I searched. But there were certainly some circled on that map.
Are there?
It's a functional clock, but was it functioning during the filming of the show? Because it was at 4:19 in quite a few scenes. It seems almost impossible that it would be at 4:19.
Yeah, that might have been a little uncanny, I think, is all I can say. Yeah.
Clock times. Is there any hint you can give us that when you're setting the clock, was that actually intentional or not?
Yeah, thanks for the question. And I remember meeting you very well. Your gift sits
Awesome.
in a prominent location in my home now. I really thank you for that. It was a super, super thoughtful gift.
Thank you, Justin.
Yeah, well, thank you. Yeah. So your question, the clock times. I think at this point it's pretty clear to people that the clock was very prominent, and there were various times shown, and they do have some meaning. To my uncertain knowledge, no one has figured out what they mean yet, but I like to think that people are getting close. That's about all I can say about it.
Talking backwards.
How many clock times are in the Netflix series? 7 or 8?
Oh, wow, that's a really good question. And this is actually why I think some clarity that I mentioned earlier might be important. The lower the number, the better. We'll say that.
The lower the number, the better. That was kind of cryptic.
Oh, see. Would the clock in the documentary have been as equally effective if the numbers on the face were not, stop borrowing, were not Roman numerals? Was the using Roman numerals purposeful?
I see. So just to rephrase to make sure I understand, were the numbers on the clock...
Were the Roman numerals helpful or did it matter?
I see. It makes no difference whether or not the clock had Roman numerals or traditional digits in the American culture.
9 clues. Can you say, is there a certain number of clues in your poem?
Well, that's a good question. I think yes. And I'm trying to recall how many there are. I'll update the website with that. But I don't want to say something that is slightly off because there's a few in there where it's like, would you consider that 1 clue or 2? And I know people will split hairs on this later, so I want to be really cautious about how I answer that. So yes, I can answer that, just not right now.
Okay, that's awesome.
So would you say the poem is a step-by-step map, point to point, kind of like Forrest Fenn's was?
Oh, do you mean like consecutive order? Or?
Exactly. Or are the clues contiguous or are they consecutive? Do you go in order, point to point?
Yeah,
Okay. Forrest Fenn's first clue was WWH. Can you tell us what is your first clue in your poem?
Yes. But I want to make sure I get it right, so I want to look at my own poem to make sure. Can I take a look at it? Is there somebody has a book handy by chance? Hey! Okay, I want to make sure I answer this correctly. I think the most actionable first clue in the poem that gives you sufficient context would be "As hope surges clear and bright."
Good one. Okay. Were there any clues or lines in your poem that changed significantly from the first draft to the final version?
So I mentioned this before, but for those that are not aware, I wrote the bulk of that poem in a number of hours. It was like, I don't know, probably 6 hours or less. And I think from the time that I originally, so 2 things. First off, I purposely didn't finish the entire poem until the day the book went to print. And, hello? Oh, I did that on purpose because I wanted to make sure no one had access to the poem beforehand. It was really important to me that no one had a big leg up over anybody else. So if you imagine there's editors involved, there's the printing company, illustrators, all sorts of people, and it is true that they had access to subsets of the book ahead of time, but no one had access to the poem until the very end because I never finished it until the last hour. And despite that last bit that I filled in at the end, to my recollection, nothing significantly changed from the very first draft that I wrote. So it was, I think I only tweaked maybe 2 words tops. So it was pretty static. Is the double arcs, wow, something that exists or had to be created? That's a tricky question, actually. And I want to answer this. It's actually a really strange question, knowing what I know. Ask the question one more time. Is a double arc something that exists or created? Let me think about this. I don't want to give away too much on this, so I'm going to have to punt. I apologize. Is it hard to answer these questions because you have to iterate through the poem more than one time? No, that's not why it's hard to answer. No.
I think you answered that one before. Okay. Are the clues in your poem in consecutive order from top to bottom, from the first clue to the treasure?
Yeah, I think for those who are aware, I think I answered this at some point. It's fair to say they're in consecutive order. Yeah.
This one, it's specific, starting at the top of the poem.
Starting at the top to the bottom. Yeah, that's fine. Yep. Is the bride live? Well, that's kind of a... the bride, I will go so far as to say the bride is not, it's not a person that's alive right now. Is what I'm referring to alive. Yeah, I don't think I want to answer that one, sorry. Yeah.
Question is return her face referring or referencing the bride?
Yeah, first off, thanks for the question, Sabrina. My relative, Annette Lily Russ, would be so heartened and proud to hear what you just said. She has been a longtime advocate of women in fly fishing and conservancy. She taught classes out in the West Yellowstone area many years ago when Bud Lilly had his trout shop out there for quite a while. So very cool to hear from you. That's awesome. So your question about the bride and returning the face. I'm somewhat tempted to answer this, but I think it might or may not give away too much. I think I'll have to punt on that one, but I appreciate the question nevertheless.
Okay, all right.
Justin, I think one of the lines that really stumps a lot of the searchers is the stanza that starts with, "In Ursa East, his realm awaits." And for a lot of us, we're looking at that. It's not capitalized. So we're thinking it's probably maybe, having to do with some kind of Ursa major, Ursa minor. Could we use Ursa East to be something like an anagram? And maybe it's something like use a star.
Yeah, and thanks for the question. What I can say is that the poem was written deliberately, so the choice of not capitalizing was intentional. But that's all the clarity I'm willing to provide at this point.
Okay, so as Hope Surges is our first actionable clue. Does the first stanza lead us to the first actionable clue, solving the first stanza?
Yeah, thanks, Gabriel, for the question. Virtually every line in the poem is helpful. So just because as Hope Surges is the first actionable clue, doesn't mean people should discount the earlier lines in the poem. They are helpful context.
Answer this. Okay, so in the Q&A, the bride question was like really convoluted. Like, is the bride alive? You said, yeah, then is the bride live? And it got really like discombobulated. Is there any way to clarify that?
Yes.
If you know what I mean.
Yeah, good question. The main intent that I wanted to clarify in that session, and I probably didn't do the best job in answering it, and that is, I don't want someone to get the impression that the bride is a person that is alive today that you can interact with. That is not the case. What I'm trying to prevent is people, maybe more unscrupulous people, treasure hunters, hassling people that are alive and well right now. So that was the main.
Justin, is double arcs not something you'll see, but a directional bearing?
Interesting. I think I'm going to have to punt on that one. I don't want to give too much away, but good question.
Okay, real quick, are there any anagrams in the poem? And if you read science fiction, who's your favorite author?
Oh boy. Might need to think about this one for a minute.
I was gonna say, be careful how you answer this.
Yeah.
Could be very divisive.
There's a lot of choices. I mean, it's really hard to beat Isaac Asimov. I mean, I mean, there's so many books that he's written over the years. I think it's Isaac.
Okay, any anagrams in the poem?
I haven't specified. Yeah.
Dang it.
I think we're good.
Okay.
For now.
Is the poem an instruction manual, a map, or both? That's interesting.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of an it's an interesting question. I mean, in a way, a map can be an instruction manual.
yeah.
So I guess, yeah.
Okay. Has the bride ever been alive? You don't have to answer if you don't want. That's just one that came in the chat.
Yeah. I guess it kind of depends on how you define the term alive.
Justin, you said, as hope surges clear and bright is the first actionable clue. You haven't specified, but what is the last actionable clue?
Let me check.
To the book.
See, I should have just bookmarked that page.
Does that book have a bookmark in the front? No?
No.
Okay, sorry.
Which stanza has the last
The
actionable
last
clue?
actionable clue. But what is the last actionable clue?
I don't want a cop-out answer. It does somewhat depend, and depending on your interpretation, it's either stanza 4 or 5.
Okay. Does her face belong to the bride?
Does her face belong to the bride? That sounded like Sandal.
It did sound just like Sandal.
Depending on your interpretation, yes. But there are actually two different ways to interpret this, and the answer depends. So it's a no or a yes. I know that's a strange answer, but that is correct.
Way to confuse us, JP. Way to confuse us. So what I heard was yes, no, maybe so. Yeah. Okay. That work for you? Okay, perfect. So good at interpreting these words. Go ahead.
Actually, I'm going to revise. I think it's probably fair to just say yes there.
Yes. Oh, goodness. Okay. Are the place and the sacred space the same location?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Does return her face imply a physical rotation?
You guys are killing me here.
Don't you wish you didn't say that you were thinking about not punting earlier?
Repeat it one more time.
Okay. Does return her face imply a physical rotation?
Boy, that's a semantically challenging question.
Welcome to treasure hunting.
People might rake me over the coals for this one later. But the technically correct answer is yes.
Okay. Does the whole referenced in the poem correspond to a place that actually includes hole in its name? Ergo, Jackson Hole or Big Hole River?
That's an on-the-nose question.
Very specific.
I gotta punt that one. I'm so sorry.
Sometimes you gotta punt. His realm, is he living or was he ever living?
That depends on your perspective.
Are the ancient gates a very obvious location, or is it possible to locate the bride without being certain of the ancient gate's location?
I think it would be a little strange for you to discover the bride without understanding the gates.
Are numbers in the poem ever indirectly encoded? Ergo, wordplay, homophones, or hidden within words? And if so, does this assist either directionally and or help with measured paces?
All right, we're gonna have to
To
parse this
final
one. Hold on.
Okay, let's go point by point. Are numbers in the poem ever indirectly encoded?
Are numbers in the poem indirectly encoded? Boy, indirectly, that's a tricky one.
They gave you options: wordplay, homophones, hidden within words.
Well, so hold on. We're talking about numbers, but now we're talking about homophones. Are we talking about a homophone that represents a number?
I mean, ergo.
It's a tricky question. I'm not trying to be too much of a stickler, but I know how this goes in the sense that afterwards people will pick this apart and say, "You said this," So I want to make sure I get it right.
You want to hear the
It's
second part again?
important. Huh?
You want to hear the second part again?
So let me just break it down a little bit, and I'll try and answer it the best that I know how. Are there numbers indirectly associated with the poem? Regardless of what the question is, this is the one I'm answering.
Okay.
And I think the answer is yes. And the other question about homophones and so on, I'm not going to touch that. But what was the other part?
Okay, the other part is, and if so, does this assist either directionally and or help with measured paces / distance to the final locations while boots on the ground?
Yeah, I mean, there's a distance element in terms of following clues in the poem. But I'm not going to rule out things like homophones and whatever else was mentioned.
You had options. It was like wordplay,
Yeah,
numbers were hidden within words.
No, I think I'd like to keep those in play.
Okay.
Yeah, specifically, no.
Is shadowed sight from the perspective of the searcher a location or a concept?
I'm going to have to look at that one. Is shadowed sight from the perspective of the searcher a location or a concept?
In the poem, Beyond the Map's Edge, are there any references to specific Native American legends?
I have not specified.
That's true, he has. In an interview, you were asked if you feel you could have used a different words or phrase in the poem for greater clarification. Is bride one of those words?
Let me take a look at that one.
Yeah, I figured that was coming.
In an interview, you were asked if you feel you could have used a different words or phrase in the poem for greater clarification. Is bride one of those words? No, I'm pretty pleased with that one.
For an optimal solve, does the poem need to be read or rearranged in any way other than how it's represented on the website and in the book?
I'm not going to rule that out.
Is the bride a physical object like a river or mountain?
The bride is something that is visible.
Does I wait for you to cast your pole refer to a fishing pole?
I have not specified.
Okay, are there multiple meanings to cast your pole?
I think people can interpret it in different ways, but there's only one correct interpretation.
What are you willing to elaborate about the structure, logic of the poem as it guides you through the clues?
There's nothing that I'm aware of that needs clarification right now.
Dang. Okay. Are there poem clues that reference or are related to the sport of golf?
Let me read that one, sorry. Are there poem clues that reference or relate to the sport of golf? I haven't specified on that one.
How deep is the dang hole?
Sounds like Forrest. Yeah. How deep is the dang hole? Deep enough.
Is east a portion within one Ursa, or is there a west Ursa and an east Ursa?
Let me take a quick look.
Yep.
Is east a portion within one Ursa, or is there a west Ursa and an east Ursa? You only need to worry about Ursa East. That's the simple way to look at that.
It was in an interview with Froggy. You mentioned that you'd like to think of the hunt rolling out in stages, but also that someone can mow through it in no time. What is there to further roll out? Is there anyone you know of that has mowed through it? And should there just be like a planned trip already and to retrieve the treasure, or?
Yeah, good question. I'm trying to recall the meat of that interview. I suspect maybe what I was getting at. I'd have to review it to make sure. But I see there being discrete stages of a treasure hunt where there's the planning, the execution of the hiding, and then the actual treasure hunt itself, and then the post treasure hunt world. And I think many of the people, anybody who is involved in the Forest Fen treasure hunt, is aware of those discrete stages and how things can get messy later. And so a big bulk of my planning was focused around iteratively improving what Forrest did. And that's not to say, Forrest made mistakes on purpose or anything like that. I think he did the best he could given the situation at that time. But I just see Forrest Fenn's treasure hunt as a case study that we can improve upon. But yeah, I mean, I think in terms of stages during the finding portion of the treasure hunt, I do think that there are some stages even within that category. I won't elaborate too much on what that means. It's not requiring anything from me. It's just more of the nature of how I put the treasure hunt together. And I think as it stands so far, like things are generally on the rails, minus a few acute, unfortunate cases. And I think that people will naturally work through those over time. And all the evidence that I have at this point tends to support that. So I think it's good all around, and nobody has really blasted through it. I mean, hypothetically, that is possible. But there are certain aspects that, to my uncertain knowledge, have not been solved yet, and we'll just, I think, just take a bit of time and effort.
I know you have
the final solve, and the second part is to your knowledge or uncertain knowledge. Has anybody reached double arcs on Granite Bold?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Kind of a two-parter there. So for those that are unaware, I did mention there is this concept of a checkpoint, and it is something that will occur along your journey that will, tell you that you're trending in the right direction, and it will give you extremely little doubt that you are on the right track. And the checkpoint is a natural part of the treasure hunt journey. So you will come across the checkpoint as you search for the treasure. I mean, I suppose there's there is always a chance that you could bypass it, but boy, the odds are astronomically low. I don't see that happening, pragmatically speaking. But I've been surprised before, and to my uncertain knowledge, no, nobody has figured out what has figured out double arcs on granite bold. And I might even go so far as to say that there might be a bit of a slight overemphasis on that portion of the poem that a lot of people are doing today that might not be totally justified. So just something to keep in mind.
DJ Boom. Thank you for your patience.
So the two stanzas you said that they had been solved. Were you talking about the first stanza, or were you talking about the second stanza where hope surges clear and bright?
Certainly the first stanza.
Okay.
Let me think for a moment here. I want to make sure I'm accurate.
Wisdom waits in shadowed sight is the first stanza.
Yeah.
As hope surges bright is into our second stanza. Are you referring to that one or to the first one?
So the first stanza, I think, has by far and large, at least a large portion of that, been solved. For the second stanza, at least half of it has been solved.
Okay, that's good.
Shenanigans here. You've mentioned there's a lead searcher. How do you think this lead searcher is doing? Do you think this person's knocking on the door?
Interesting. My memory might be a little fuzzy, but I don't recall ever using that terminology. I know Forrest Fenn might have at some point, but I don't know if that there's really a lead searcher per se, but I think that there's maybe categorically a certain line of thinking where the people that are in that camp are probably making more tangible progress than others.
Some clarity. Can you explain what you mean by uncertain knowledge? Like, have you read everything you've ever been sent to inform your answers to questions?
So generally, there are certain cases in which email is not guaranteed delivery. So for instance, a message may have been lost or undeliverable for whatever reason. Maybe somebody mistyped the email address. There's probably a plethora of situations where a message may not have made it to me. But if the message did make it to me in my inbox, whether that's Messenger, Instagram DM, email to support@treasure.quest or justin@treasure.quest, in person, any of those forums, or even snail mail, I have read it if I've received it, and all of the answers that I'm providing have that in mind.
Okay, sure I get this right.
You built this hunt largely in isolation.
Yeah.
And you did that to protect yourself and the hunt. Now that it's live, has anything about how people engage with it surprised you?
I think there have been a few, acute situations where I felt like I set up enough ground rules and was really clear about things where I thought, well, maybe this is clear enough where people won't do X, Y, Z. But unfortunately, they still do. And, that's unfortunate, but it shouldn't be surprising to me. But it was a little surprising. I guess just call me naive. But no, I think generally speaking, so far, the only thing that I think surprised me is that I thought the technical clue would have been found a little bit earlier than it did. It does not surprise me that it was released publicly. I figured that would happen, and I was hoping that would happen because it's just the kind of thing that was an Easter egg, and it really wasn't meant to be kind of a core part of the solution. And it was very technical for some people, and so I didn't want people to get the impression that, oh, it's like, oh my gosh, this is the foundation for this treasure hunt. If I can't solve this, I'm not going to solve anything. It's not like that. It's just something fun that I put in. But yeah, it probably took a little bit longer for people to solve that than I anticipated. And I think kind of the treasure hunt as a whole, part of me really thought that it would have been found by now. And of course it hasn't. But time will tell. Time will tell.
Well, I love the idea. most participants never post publicly. When you think about those silent searchers, what experience did you most want them to have?
Oh, the silent searchers. So you mean posting on social media or?
Being part of the discords and social media and big old YouTube channels. And what about
Well,
those?
all things considered, that's the majority of searchers. I get a lot of emails from people and, of their own accord, they mention I'm not on any social media, or I browse the social media, but I never post. And I get way more emails from those types of people than the people that are actually very engaged in social media. So, yeah, I mean, I think, you think about the Forrest Fenn treasure hunt, and in retrospect, those were the most dangerous people, right? Dangerous as in competitors. I mean, Jack was not much of a.
So, just a follow up question about that. You said it feels like you're going into like year 9 of the Forrest Fenn hunt on year 1. Does that mean that somebody's getting close to finding this treasure?
I think it's. I mean, if there have been more than at least a few people that have been fairly close to finding the treasure, and so it's hard to quantify. There's a lot of different sources out there, but yeah, I think that's fair to say.
With the Forrest Fenn treasure, he said he regretted putting the bracelet in the box. Is there any part of your treasure that you regret putting in that you wished you had for yourself? And if not regret, just something you wish that you had for yourself, a favorite?
I put each item into the treasure container intentionally, and I did it with a lot of thought. So there's nothing that I regret putting in there, but there are things that I put in there that have a very deep meaning to me. And so, in a way, it felt like it's kind of like passing on a little piece of what I felt was important to whoever finds this. And it's, I mean, those types of things most of them are not of great value. It's more of significance than anything else. But no, I don't regret putting them in there.
Like it. Has any searcher or searchers been in the small kitchen-sized area where the treasure is hidden?
To my uncertain knowledge, no.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Mike, go.
Okay, will the solution take you to an exact spot or more of a general area?
If you've solved the poem in its entirety, you will end up at an exact location.
Oh, I like that.
Red herrings. Maybe did you intentionally put a red herring, either in the poem or the book?
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, you think about the act of creating a poem. I mean, it is, for a treasure hunt, that is a way to obfuscate. So at its core, like there is some obfuscation, of course. But I spent 10 years looking for forest treasure, and I can imagine the frustration that would mount for anybody who was really invested in something, and it turned out to be a red herring that was on purpose. So rest assured, I haven't created any red herrings just to mess with people or anything like that. I mean, I think that's all probably left up to interpretation. Somebody might look at it and say, well, you did that on purpose. But from my perspective, no, I haven't created any intentional red herrings.
Another great answer.
I think. So there are some people that are now researching your family, and that's because your grandfather's amazing life is in the book. You talk about your father, your brothers. Are you okay with that? And is that necessary to do any research on them outside of the book?
Well, when I wrote the book, I do talk about my family, especially folks that have departed since, even before the book was written, and so I think that is fair game. It's not like you need to go, finding people that are friends or family in my life and tracking them down or anything like that. It's not anything like that. But I think anything that's mentioned in the book is fair game.
Okay.
answer that. How much is solvable from home with research before you go boots on the ground?
Yeah.
A fair amount.
Okay, good.
You talk about the compass for you being Brandon, Tucker, your dad, and your grandpa. But in the site, you would call it as Brandon, Tucker, your dad, and grandpa. But in the book, it's Tucker, Brandon, your dad, and your grandpa. Do they each designate a specific site on the compass?
I think anything related to that, I think the book is probably the best reference. We'll put it that way.
Oh, that's good.
Okay.
If you were doing this treasure hunt, how would you train Tucker to help you?
As I mentioned, there are a few different ways to approach this poem. I mean, there is like a super brute force way, but it would be very, very difficult. So, I mean, I suppose if you had a dog that could sniff gold and you were in a very specific area, then that would be beneficial to you. But that would be really, I think, challenging to do overall. So more than anything, I think it's just good outdoor manners, making sure that the dog is a good steward, isn't chasing after elk or worse, bears, and keeping your dog in control. That's basically it. Oh, I see a hand up. Are there physical objects that you can find along the way? Yeah, I think it's fair to say there are. Yeah. Yes.
To find treasures, especially forests, not that I found it, was to understand the man. And so I also wrote a book that has some information about my background and so on that might give some people some helpful context. But yeah, I'm happy to read the poem where you... Here we go. So the title of the poem is Beyond the Map's Edge, which is also the name of the book. Okay.
Does 42 really mean anything, Justin? I know I see a lot of speculation online about the 42 written on your tail light on your truck in the series.
Well, I don't really want to comment too much on that, but what I will say is The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is a fantastic book.
And I was curious if you'd be...
There's the number 42 written on your tail light in the Netflix documentary. Does that have a connection to Lost? Thanks, dude.
Yeah, man, good to hear from you. No, the 42 does not have a connection to Lost. And
to the book, like, is there some kind of portion that points towards something maybe biblical?
Oh, that makes sense. I'm not part of any formal religious organization, but I think it's fair to say that I am a spiritual person. So take that as you...
Between the four, Netflix, the book, the poem, and the website, what would be the best odds for one of us hunters to get the treasure out of those four?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Bert. I mean, certainly the poem is the most helpful. Like that is what it's designed for, is to lead someone to the treasure. I mean, there's some supplementary information, and I think, if I had to order them in terms of, most important to relatively least important, I think, number one would certainly be the poem. And then second would be the book and really any of the formats. And then third would be the series. There are some hints in the series that I was able to sneak in, and I think those hints are probably in two categories. One are hints that are a little bit more direct in helping someone understand how to find the treasure, and there are other hints in the series that are meant to help as you read the book. And so, top of the line would be the poem, followed by the book, followed by the series.
Awesome. Thank you. And then
documentary. Can I ask you if the number 42 is related to any kind of Bible bursts?
You can certainly ask. Yeah, yeah. That's not something I want to provide clarity on quite yet, but I appreciate the question.
Okay.
Two questions. Does the Angzar, is your logo inspired by that? And did someone figure out the two clues on the Netflix episode?
Yeah. First off, I hope you're having a good time along the adventure. It's a lot of miles traveled, so I hope it's mostly been positive. Um, so yeah, I mean the Angzar symbol was I chose and modified it intentionally. I can say that. Um,
This is kind of interesting. Are there additional books as seen in the documentary or mentioned in Beyond the Map's Edge that will help us in our search?
oh, interesting. Yes, there are. I'm not going to mention the specific titles, but yeah, I think that's fair to say.
Okay.
For you. So one of the differences in the audiobook, I'm just gonna read it off real quick. It says, "You taught me the difference between reality and fantasy isn't a wall; it's a map waiting to be drawn." To your knowledge, has anyone drawn that specific map? Um, Basically, yeah, that's my question.
Yeah. Hey, your voice sounds really familiar. I feel like I met you
Yeah,
before.
you've met me before.
Oh my gosh, it is who I think it is. Yeah. Well, good to hear from you again.
Yeah, nice to hear from you too, man.
I'm terrible at remembering names, but I guess I have a bit of a knack of remembering voices, and yours is distinct enough. So, nice to hear from you again. Yeah, interesting question. I don't. I'm struggling with how to answer this the way I want to. Just give me 1 second here to formulate this. I mean, I guess the short answer would be no. I don't think anybody has done that.
Okay.
Okay, Justin, is the number 27 relevant to any aspect of the treasure hunt? I'll keep it simple.
Maybe.
Um, my question is, I've noticed a handful of Beatles connections. That's the band. And with you referencing that Lewis Carroll line and coupling that with knowing that Lewis Carroll heavily influenced the Beatles with songwriting, album art, and themes, is there,
All I heard is there, and then
I don't know how much you heard, but is there a Beatles connection to the hunt?
oh yeah, I think maybe somebody alluded to that at the Q&A as well. At this point, I'm not willing to shed any more light one way or the other, but I think those are interesting observations.
Or search, or could I, in my search, use the sundial to possibly find the vicinity of where I should be looking?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. That's not something I'm going to clarify though, but sorry.
I was wondering, in the book, there is only a couple places where it's named Big Hole Valley and Big Hole River, where the H is capitalized. If the hole from the poem is not one of those, wouldn't that be a red herring?
Um, I So I have not placed any intentional red herrings. See, I mean, the thing about it is like you create a poem, and at its core, it is a form of obfuscation, right? I mean, otherwise, I just say, go here and get the treasure. So, there's clearly obfuscation going on throughout the poem, but in the book itself, and the best of my abilities, I haven't built in any red herrings to throw people off deliberately.
You previously had mentioned that there was obviously an optimal solve and then most likely suboptimal or more difficult solves. Are you able to clarify how many potential solves are in existence as of today?
Oh my goodness, potential solves. I could probably gather some. I know I could gather some statistics on that, but it's an overwhelming amount, and it's kind of at its core. It starts with the way someone thinks or goes about thinking about the poem, and the book and the series, and then from there, it just kind of branches or spiders out into so many different combinations. But certainly hundreds of thousands of potential solutions have been presented at this point.
Okay.
Too bad. I just wanted to know and answer for the community, is the periodic table at play for anything, not specific that what you've been seeing it out, but should we be focused on that?
Is the periodic table at play? I'm fine with keeping that in play. I might provide more clarity in the future, but for now, I'm not gonna specify any further. But I appreciate the question.
Perfect.
Figured it out quite yet.
Yeah, because you said also there's kind of multiple solves too, right? Like multiple angles you could kind of solve the whole thing, right?
Yeah, like, yeah, so, you know, I felt like it's kind of like safeguards, you know, in case certain aspects of the treasure hunt the mechanics don't work for whatever reason, then there are other ways to approach it so that you end up finding it either way.
Okay, okay. Do you recall seeing any specific animals while hiding your treasure?
I did see some animals, yeah. What animals did I see? See, that's funny. Like if I said the animal that I saw,
that's why I asked
it could have a pretty profound impact on the search area.
Yeah. That's why I asked.
So I will have to decline. But it was an animal I was shocked to see, and it's the only time I've seen that animal in my life, like in nature.
Are you a Freemason?
I was. There's something called a demit process where you step away, and there were a number of personal reasons why I chose to do that. But yeah, I got my 32nd degree. I think it was 3 or 4 days after my 18th birthday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could any of that knowledge possibly factor into your treasure hiding and/or / poem or book of the hunt? Any of it?
You know, there's no knowledge that that would be privileged knowledge. Okay. I'll put it that way. I mean, the only knowledge that you'll need are things that you can do through basic web searches and just studying the poem. That's it.
Good answer. Let's go.
The first one is, can the poem be solved in isolation using a mathematical flow equation?
Using a mathematical flow equation? That sounds like something that requires a math degree.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Under the treasure?
Well, finding the hypotenuse of a triangulated area helps somebody find the location of the treasure.
Or checkpoint.
Or checkpoint. I haven't specified.
Okay.
So I used AI to analyze your public interviews. It described you as an open book on narrative, but a steel vault on mechanics. Is that a fair assessment?
Well, I think that's in the eye of the beholder. I try and be very cautious around certain mechanics because I think those words carry more gravity and they need to be crafted very carefully, especially in a public setting. And so I'm much more apt to answer those types of questions if it's in written form, because it gives me time to really think through it and analyze it before I provide a full answer, as opposed to something that's, well, like this, more verbal and off the cuff. The potential for mistakes is higher, and those mistakes have repercussions, right? I mean, people, as we know in all treasure hunts, they mince and slice and dice every word that comes out, and this will be no different. And so, I think back when I was searching for the Forrest Fenn treasure, the last thing that I wanted was for Forrest to say something that was incorrect. And I would much rather him take his time and respond very deliberately and diligently, as opposed to something off the cuff. And I seem to recall, maybe it was you that created a kind of a pyramid of truth.
Mm-hmm.
And it's at the base, you have something where Forrest took his time, or a treasure hunt creator took their time, and they wrote it down. And, maybe it's even on their website or in their book, like that is kind of the foundation. And then you kind of move up from there. When you get to the very top, as I recall, it's like, it's an off the cuff answer verbally in a non-professional setting like that, that's going to carry far less weight. So I hope people keep that in mind. But I try to do the best I can. There, if I think about all the statements that I've said since the treasure hunt has launched, just to the best of my recollection, there's nothing that I recall saying that was incorrect. And I think from time to time, people look at that and say, oh, well, I've got this statement and that statement, and they're at odds with each other. But I think it's really important to look at the context in which it was said. And I think once people consider that, they may come to a different conclusion that, oh, actually, these two things can fit together in a complementary way.
Yeah, that whole thing.
Megan?
If you were a seeker for your treasure, what question would you ask yourself as a hunter?
Oh, gosh. Knowing what I know?
Knowing what we know.
I think that'd probably be a good question for Seeker Summit.
Fair enough. Let me follow up on that real quick. Is there anything that you would want to clarify from other interviews or Q&As, or take back, perhaps?
No, I don't think so. And I think even just the exercise of trying to clarify further might make things worse. I don't know if worse is the right word, but make it more ambiguous. So I'm actually pretty happy with where things stand there. So status quo.
Okay, fair enough. About modern tools, obviously you want this to be a more AI-proof, boots on the ground, but do you feel like tools such as Google Earth, AI, et cetera, are helping people with the hunt, or actually leading them further away from your intended path?
I think it's a bit of both. I've certainly seen cases where, using some of what we consider basic technology these days, like Google Maps, can be beneficial, but also, I think some people might have taken that to an extreme, to the point where you see patterns where there are none. I can think of kind of an extreme example where a few people, or more than a few people, have actually sent me emails showing, very, very specific foliage shapes that are believed to be clues. Clearly foliage is going to change over the course of the year, and heaven forbid this goes on for more than years. Those are the types of things that I think are subject to change. So I would just caution not to have an over reliance on that stuff, or to look so deeply that you're seeing patterns in the tea leaves.
in life. But is there so do you want to throw anybody a bone here, or is there any group think ideas out there that you've seen that you would like to debunk and get people to go, okay, don't stop looking at that. It's not worth your time. Let's move on. Get them off that track. Is there one out there that's really big that you see and you go, come on, guys, let's we need to, you want to shoot that down?
Yeah, probably just reiterating what's already what I hope is clear on the website. Like, you don't need to go to the houses of my friends and family in order to track down the treasure.
Is that happening a lot?
There have been some situations, yeah.
Okay, so people can stay the heck away from your family, like you told them already.
I think more than anything, it'd just be maybe kind of reread the rules and the safety stuff. But beyond that, nothing that I'd clarify right now.
Okay, fair enough. And
your summit. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Do we need to pay special attention to the 1652 oak tree shilling? It seems to be pretty important to you. Some folks have asked about that.
Yeah, so I don't know if I've ever mentioned the backstory on that. Maybe I have, so I apologize if I repeat myself. But the 1652 oak tree shilling, actually, the original one that I had actually came from my grandfather, and it was from his collection. And it was very special to me just because of how I came to learn about it and where it came from. And it turned out that coin was counterfeit. Oh. And I was just heartbroken when I found that out. And I never had the heart to tell my grandfather, that it was counterfeit. And so it bothered me a lot over the years. And I had just said to myself back then that one day, like if I ever have the means, I will get one, but it'll be the real thing. And I actually really wanted to do that before my grandfather passed, and it didn't work out. But I did end up getting it, and that's the significance of it. It's kind of a little bit of the backstory.
No, that's awesome. Did you get one to keep for yourself?
No, that's the only one, and it went into the treasure. As far as I know, I think it's tied for the highest graded Ando edition oak tree shilling in existence. So it's pretty rare.
Okay, very good. Okay, very good. Thank you for answering that. I appreciate that. Speaking of the rules and man-made and things like that, I know that you spend a lot of time in the book talking about loopholes. Maybe not a lot of time, but there definitely was some chapters on loopholes. Are there any loopholes in the rules that you put aside? Is there going to be an aha moment where we go, okay, like we need to look at this from a loophole perspective, not just what he said about man-made structure or near gravestones or graveyards, like things like that. Like, are there any loopholes built into the rules?
None that are intentional. I mean, I think there's one that maybe arguably somebody could quibble about. But beyond that, no. The rules are really meant to be cut and dry.
Okay. Now, having said that, would people that maybe have a background in fishing or hunting or hiking or outdoorsy type activities, would they have a leg up on most folks in this?
I think it's almost impossible to design something where there's zero specialized knowledge in anything in the world that would, give somebody a leg up. So I'm hesitant to say that it wouldn't help, but probably not as much as people might think.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay. Is the number 42 relevant to finding the treasure?
I guess the short answer is yes.
That's a pretty short answer. Okay, you mentioned there's another book that could help you find your treasure. Is that book your grandfather's memoir? If so, he speaks a lot about vantage points, overseeing people and places. Did you incorporate that into your hunt?
Did I incorporate vantage points into my hunt?
That's a great question about a question. What if I read it again?
Okay.
Let's do that. Okay. You mentioned there's another book that could help you find your treasure. Is that book your grandfather's memoir? That's really the first question of the two here.
That is a little too specific. So
okay, so then here's the fun follow-up. I just lost the question. Hold on. How could I lose a question when it's on the website? Found it. If so, he speaks a lot about vantage points, overseeing people and places. Did you incorporate that into your hunt?
Did I incorporate vantage points into my hunt? That's a weird one to answer too. I mean, there is I guess you could say, a vantage point involved, but it's not that any of the clues are necessarily talking about that vantage point.
Okay, so it's good. Would a solver make more progress by searching for hidden thematic or symbolic rules governing the poem, or by treating it more like Forrest Fenn's poem, where carefully but largely literal interpretation of each line leads the way?
Probably roughly both in equal measure.
The key to one direction lies in another. Does this relate to the azimuth?
No.
Oh. Okay. Is there a significant clue visible if the treasure seeker is standing 15 feet away from where the treasure container is buried or hidden?
Tricky wording again. Boy.
We're becoming known for it.
The most accurate answer is no.
During your interview on X Marks the Pod, a question at 15 minutes and 8 seconds of possible trinkets that might be found along the way, you answered in the context of trinkets, there is something along the way that will help significantly. Would you elaborate?
Boy, what else can I say?
I mean, that was pretty valid, though. Like, they had the timestamp, bud.
Wow, how else to phrase this? It's pivotal. It's pivotal to your journey.
Do you need to move any rocks?
Do you need to move rocks?
Any rocks.
Any rocks? I'm gonna punt on that one.
Oh.
Yeah.
What pep talk would you give to a seeker who is very close to either the checkpoint or the location?
I feel like I know who asked this question.
Tell me who you think it is, and I'll tell you if you're right.
At the risk of sounding cliche, the night is darkest before the light. And if you are confident in the location in which you're searching, I see little reason to stray. But I suppose it really boils down to how you've built that confidence.
Are there any clues in the Tucker poem?
That's a pointed question. Are there any clues in the Tucker poem? I mean, I think a reasonable person would say that that poem is helpful.
What's one mistake you see participants consistently make when interpreting clues? And what mindset shift would help them improve?
I think it goes back to what I mentioned earlier in one of the sessions, and that is it might behoove people to take a Matt stance, Matt the editor. And what Matt mentioned is he took his treasure hat off. Right, and he read the memoir as a memoir. And no, you certainly don't need to read the memoir to find the treasure. But for people that are having trouble and needing more context and understanding of me and so on, which I think some understanding of me is important, the memoir is helpful. And I think reading it as a memoir is useful. And certainly there you can read beyond that. And I'm not saying that more semantic meaning of each of the sentences isn't important, but I think it might be helpful for people to, if you're getting in deep and you feel like you're going down many rabbit holes, probably the best reset is to just read it as a memoir.
Say and answer a question that you're shocked no one has asked pertaining to your hunt. So basically they're asking him to pick a question and answer it, but he hasn't ever had it before. You like that clarification?
I mean, I really like this. And I mean, I can think of actually one very specific question that would be extremely useful to ask. But if I pose it to myself, it's actually something I can't pose to myself. But I know somebody actually out there probably already knows the question. And I'm keeping an eye out for it. So we'll stay tuned on that one. But I can think of a question. I'm sorry, I can't verbalize it though.
Okay. This is, what are 3 to 4 different questions you would ask a seeker of your treasure that could help them understand the journey you've created and have embarked upon? If possible, please ask us at least one question related to boots on the ground, one related to the book, and one related to the poem, and one related to Golden Greed.
Holy cow, let me take a look at this.
Slow stellar. That was neither slow or stellar.
What are 3 to 4 different questions you would ask a seeker of your treasure that could help them understand the journey you have created and we have embarked on? I don't know if I'll do 3 to 4, but I'll say that for better or for worse, in any treasure hunt, there is, I don't like this term, but there is a creator. And every creator has motivations. They have a reason for doing what they do and something that drives them. And I think understanding that is important, no matter who is hiding a treasure. I mean, if you think about Forrest Fenn, if you believe where the treasure was found at 9 Mile Hole, he did it because of significance. And if you read the memoir as a memoir, I think a reasonable person who wasn't even looking for treasure could read that memoir and say, you know, that's a recurring theme. That was important. And so I'd say intent and understanding a little bit about the person that hid it is part of it. And I wish I could say like there's a way to hide a treasure where you have no bias at all from your upbringing or the experiences you had, but I actually don't know if that's possible. So I'd say that just generally, it's not really a question you should ask, but a theme, I guess you could say. I don't know if that helps or not.
Are there any clues or hints in the songs in your treasure hunt?
Yes.
So you've mentioned that one of the songs may be a clue. Is that a song from the Netflix show or a song from the audiobook?
I don't think I ever specified.
Right, I'm trying to get you to. That's the whole point in this questioning, Justin.
There is an extremely definitive hint in one of the songs.
Yeah. So here's a big one. The LLC transferred from Texas to Wyoming and the jurisdiction of Wyoming. Why did you have to move it to Wyoming? And of course, there's some people that think that means the treasure's in Wyoming. I don't know if you can speak to that or not.
Yeah, there might be some confusion there. So there was no LLC transfer to Wyoming. As part of this endeavor, an LLC was formed, and from day one, it was in the state of Wyoming. And you know, there's a number of reasons why it was set up that way, but there was no transfer from Texas.
Okay. Wow.
Hiding a treasure, but I was out of time. That was basically, I spent as much time as I could recovering, and then for a number of reasons, I had to just go and do this. And so I had to do it with a busted leg. It was not super fun. Yeah.
About this one. When did your treasure location start to hold significance? As a young person, during the chase, or during another era of your life?
Oh boy, I think if I nail that down, it would like give away more than I'm willing to give away. But it's a place that is important to me, and it's a place that I've known about for quite some time.
Okay.
Does the location of the treasure truly predate any of the locations you searched for the first Forrest Fenn treasure?
No, I have not specified.
I was thinking I hadn't heard.
Can you verify 100% the treasure container and its contents are not a proxy item? The treasure container and gold, treasure, etc. is actually located at the final resting spot.
Good question. So there have been a number of people that have asked me, oh, maybe you put, something out in the wilderness and it's like a key to a safety deposit box, and then you go there and get the treasure. That's really not what I was going for here. I wanted like that shock and awe, right? You get there, you find the treasure, and it's real, physical, in the wilderness. And as I mentioned before, it's filled to the gills with stuff, with treasure. I could not put anything else in there. It just wouldn't fit.
But it is out there. It's not, in some bank somewhere or something like that. It's out there hidden to be found.
The glass jar. If you are willing to, I'd love to ask what is in the jar, where is it from, and what is its significance?
Yeah, thanks, Randy. First off, real pleasure to meet you up at the Dylan Q&A. Whenever I think about the Q&A, you're one of the first people I think of. So it was just so cool to.
Thank you.
Yeah, for your question, maybe this, I don't know if this will help people or not, but the jar that you see in the photo with the cork, I actually ended up switching it out before I hid the treasure. So, and I had some deliberate reasons for that. It was mostly around just logistics of the container and so forth. But there's actually 2 jars now instead of 1, and
Yes.
I've sealed them. I sealed each individually with beeswax, and 1 jar contains all of the legal related information that you'll need, especially like how to contact the steward and so forth. That's in 1 jar, and then in the other is something very personal that I've written that is meant for whoever finds the treasure, and it also has. I guess most people would probably say it's a pretty big bombshell that I divulged inside that letter that I wrote.
Hi. Justin, you hit a meteorite in the treasure, and I was just wondering if you'd be willing to speak on where you found that, or if you found that at all, and if you did find it, where at in the United States did you find it?
Yeah, there is a meteorite in the treasure. It's a pretty good sized one. It was validated as being authentic. I have not specified exactly where I found it, and that's a deliberate decision. I guess I just don't want to provide any more insight into the general area where it was found, but it is there for the taking for whoever finds the treasure. Sorry.
What was the moment was there a moment where you deliberately removed something from the hunt to preserve its integrity?
There was nothing that I removed from the hunt due to integrity. There were things that ultimately did not get included in the physical vessel because it just didn't fit. It's literally, filled to the brim, filled to the gills, and I really couldn't put anything else in it. And so I will say, whoever finds it, be careful because it is filled very tight, and you probably risk damaging something if you aren't careful about transporting it. Now, the things that did not fit. So funny story. There were 3 things, very small items. I think ultimately very inconsequential, not super high value or anything like that I just forgot. I thought I had all this master plan, and typical Justin, I get out there and I'm like, where is, XYZ? And it wasn't there. And I'm like, oh my gosh. So that is left with the steward just because I messed up. And then there are a few other things that were left with the steward because they just didn't fit. But everything of real gravitas or of consequence or of significant value, that at least everything that has been divulged publicly, that is in the treasure. There are just a few things that have been set aside that I really think that the finder is going to want. Yeah.
So
is that necessary? Should people be looking into the background of the code or anything like that?
No, that sounds like fun, but I can put that to rest right now. There's no hidden codes in the website itself. Nothing that would require like an engineering degree or computer science degree or anything like that.
Awesome.
Okay.
Hey, so I have typed so many things in at the end of your website's URL, and I was curious if I'm just wasting my time.
Oh boy. You mean like extensions to the URL, like
Yeah.
extra paths or query parameters? Yeah. Um, I I don't think it's worthwhile to just type in random things. No, I think that would largely be a waste of time. But I mean, if there was, I'm not saying whether or not the website has any ability to. Actually, it's probably for the best that I just eliminate that. Yeah, there's no need for you to type in special path parameters or query parameters. That's not going to get you anywhere.
Thank you.
Question
Oh,
is there any secondary websites that contain clues that are attached to your website? That's all.
Are there any what attached to the website?
Are there any clues on the secondary websites that are linked on your website?
Secondary website.
so like for example, like
Right.
there's big discussion about like the saddleback and stuff like that
Oh
is what they're
yes.
asking about. You might have heard
I
of
saw
this.
something about that. Yeah. I want to phrase this right. The anything that is linked through the website may ultimately contain something of importance. That being said, I just want to clarify, like Saddleback is a family-owned small business. Uh, I don't want people calling them and trying to like beg them for hints or anything like that. The Saddleback website itself does not contain any hints.
Answer what you can. So you said there will be a 30-day clock that starts when somebody finds it, which sounds like when somebody finds it in order to start that 30-day clock. Are you the only one that knows when somebody does find it, or does the steward also? Will the steward also know when somebody finds it?
It's not something I can actually expand on. I don't want to give too much away there. But I think it's fair to say that there is a countdown, and people do need to come forward within that 30-day window in order to collect the Bitcoin proceeds.
Okay.
For anyone who would struggle with carrying 60 pounds in one trip, can you give us any advice on how to retrieve the treasure container and its contents successfully? So in other words, if I can't carry the treasure and the container in one trip, what's your advice?
So if you've figured out exactly where the treasure is at, you will have sufficient time to plan how you wish to retrieve it.
The other is
Well, how do you know I haven't?
Go ahead.
How do you know I haven't?
Well, I would generally know.
Does this
Setting aside whether the treasure is found tomorrow or years from now, how will you personally know this hunt was a success?
How will I know it's a success? Well, I think that there are enough mechanics in play such that I will know when the treasure has been found, and action can be taken at that time. Now, I mean, I could get run over by a bus tomorrow, and I have to ensure that the treasure hunt can run smoothly without me being here. And I feel confident that it can. I think that's about all I can say about that.
On to round 4. What responsibilities does a steward have once the treasure is found, especially regarding verification and disclosure?
The steward plays a very important role. The steward is there for a couple of different reasons. One is to verify the authenticity of the finder, to make sure that they genuinely found the treasure. And there is a foolproof way that happens. And it also is what you call zero knowledge in its approach, in the sense that the steward does not know where the treasure's at, but based on the true finder that comes forward, a few things can be divulged. One can be deciphered. One is, yes, this person is telling the truth. They are the one person that found the treasure. And two, we can say with 100% certainty where the treasure was. And then once that process is complete, the steward is in possession of additional items that will be released to the person that finds the treasure. Probably most notably is the other half of the Bitcoin wallet key. And it's actually some other interesting things as well. And then the other responsibility of the steward is to ensure that no one continues to search, because you certainly don't want people out searching for something that's already been found. So those are really the main responsibilities, and I think it's a vital part of a well-constructed treasure hunt.
Once the hunt concludes, how transparent do you intend to be about the solution and the process?
Oh, that's a good question. It's funny, like when this treasure hunt first started, I thought, I want to move this along quickly. And I still do. That being said, I also don't want to alienate somebody who has put in the time and the effort and feel that they are close, and to kind of rob them of that by limping everybody else along to near the finish line. And I think the same could be said post treasure hunt as well. Maybe there are people out there that want to continue to solve the clues for fun and kind of figure it out on their own. But I suspect there will be more people, way more people, that will just want to know what was it. And so my plan at this time is to actually release the full solution that would include a key or the solution to all the clues. And I think in order to put things to rest, to show the authentic and genuine nature of the treasure hunt, some supporting documentation would also be released to give zero doubt to people that it was hidden at a specified location. So that's my plan.
Good.
Okay, everybody, here is the big show, the man himself, Justin Posey. Thank you for coming on, Justin. So no intro, no song. We're just going to go right into it. Justin's got some limited time, so he cannot do the full hour. So in our Discord, we took a bunch of questions. We have them in no particular order, and we're just going to kind of rapid fire and answer what you can, okay?
That sounds great.
All right. So first question.
Sounds great.
All right. So first question is just in general, how's the experience been so far? Because you had Netflix, now this treasure hunt. You said you're getting 1,000 emails a day through the website. How's the experience been?
Sorry, my monitor is.
Mine did that too.
What's consecutive order? Or?
Exactly. Or are the clues contiguous, or are they consecutive? Do you go in order, point to point?
Yeah, and I'll preface this by saying, it's important to me that everybody has kind of equal access to the information. So I'll certainly update the website with this information later. But yeah, I think it's fair to say the clues are in consecutive order.
Wow, awesome.
Good. Okay.
So we know you're not going to, or you haven't said what the value of your treasure is, but can you tell us how many gold coins are in there?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'd actually have to check the inventory to be certain on the number there, but there are many, and there are I think almost exclusively all of them are at least 1 ounce or larger. The exception being something like, the coin from the Lydian Empire. They didn't make 1 ounce gold coins back then. So that's quite a bit.
Yeah. Okay. We know that from the steward, we get half of the Bitcoin password. Does the steward have other treasure items for the eventual finder?
There are some additional items that the steward has. Yes.
Nice. All right.
Wow. Okay, and it kind of answers it with IT, but I want to get a little bit more specific. Advanced ciphers that you and Mike might find enjoyable. Some of us don't. Are advanced ciphers needed, or did you kind of answer that with the question of this is for everybody, or are those fair game?
Yeah, I think I think I'd answer that by saying there's one hint that I just couldn't help myself that I think maybe arguably could require a slight bit of technical knowledge, possibly, but just one. And it's, I wouldn't call it necessarily a critical hint or anything like that, but it was just something I wanted to have a little fun with. So there is something there, but it's just one.
Okay. Okay.
You could
That's
say
good.
I do plan to do that.
That's
and
awesome.
and that's why Beyond the Map's Edge is a great hunt, because you've been on the other side. You've been a hunter, right? You've been in that position.
I have, yeah.
Yeah. So it sounds like it's not hidden. Is that what you said, or maybe not?
Maybe.
Okay. All right.
Now you had a very special bond with your brother. If he was still here, would you have done this hunt with, or created this hunt with him, or is this because of the journey that you had with him?
Yeah, I think a large part of this was, I think you call it a tribute. So I don't know if I would have done it if he was here or not. I mean, I think that would kind of depend on how, if everything ended the same way of the Fen treasure hunt, then I might have. It certainly crossed my mind many times. But the situation with my brother was certainly enough to push me past that line and be resolute in saying that I'm doing this.
Nice. Nice.
Okay. We're almost to the end here.
Yeah.
Wow,
Can
you guys are good.
Yeah. Can you talk about an item that was maybe special to you, or that maybe you regret putting in the chest?
Yeah, there's a small collection of something in there that I placed deliberately, but means a great deal to me. And I think it's more sentimental than any sort of value beyond that. I don't regret putting it in there, but it really was a core piece of me.
Okay.
Would you want it back?
Okay.
Would you want it back from the eventual finder?
I don't think it's fair to put requests on the finder. That's totally up to them. Yeah.
Okay. And I'm going to.
I did.
The person that finds the location that whispers of personal lore and secrets. Is it true that the person that finds the treasure will have come to know what those lore and secrets are?
I think so.
Okay.
Okay. Now, it seems to me in the Netflix series, some may be interpreting some of the edited information that came out in episode 3 that you did not actually purchase Forrest Fenn's chest. You did not auction it. You had to go to Plan B. Some conspiracy theorists says this confirms the actual chest is still out there. I think it's a pretty easy, explanations, but I think important that people hear from you. Did you purchase the chest? Did you actually auction it? And what, maybe it was just editing, or any explanation you can give.
Yeah, I realize that might be a little confusing to people that were, aware of the entire sequence of events. So, I think the documentary was accurate in the sense that it said that there was an initial round of negotiations that ended up falling through. But there was kind of a continuation of that negotiation that picked up, my goodness, many months later, that culminated in a purchase. And I think at that time, the thought was we'd like to give a lot of these pieces back to the people that searched for it for so many years. I know myself, searching for it for that long, having a piece was really important to me. And I think that some others felt the same way. Unfortunately, we couldn't just give it away, but I think the auction was the best course of action.
Yeah, that was great.
You have one, or
I can answer that.
Yeah.
So you did, just from an equity standpoint, Matt, Smell the Sunshine was your editor. You had an illustrator, the Netflix producers, etc. All may have a small piece of information a little bit in advance. Is anyone precluded from searching, or you have an agreement with them? Probably not best if you search, because there might be the perception of inequity. Or is it kind of everybody, you've planned for it, so everybody, it's fair game?
I did plan meticulously to ensure that not any single person had any significant leg up over anybody else. So some folks might not like this answer, but from my perspective, it's a free for all. Anybody can go and do it. Now, I think there are a few folks that are involved that just for their own personal reasons would don't want to because they understand the optics of that. But I don't think it's fair for me to go to them and say, now you're excluded, because they don't have any special information.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Well, thank you, Justin. I think that kind of is it. Is there anything you want to tell us? Anything you want to say?
Yeah.
Or is there a question that we should have asked that you're surprised that we didn't ask?
No, I think I knew that you guys would be asking the pointed questions, given your background and heavy involvement with Fenn's treasure hunt over the years. So I appreciate the time. I'd love to stay longer. The issue now is just the supply chain issues with the book. I'm sure people have realized it's a little challenging to get a hold of it right now.
Yeah.
So I'm working with some of the.
Thank you for answering that. Let's see. So this is a big one that's publicly your big treasure hunt. Have you made any smaller hunts, like for friends and family? Have you done something in the past? Maybe even all the way back to when you were a kid with your brother. Did you ever hide stuff around for him to find?
You know, I enjoyed treasure hunting so much when I was a kid. I would hide things for myself to find, and I
Get out of here.
I look back on that like that wasn't probably the brightest idea, but you know, it's just like the act of discovery. And so my actually, I think I talk about this in my book a little bit, but my mom got me this treasure hunt game, and had these scrolls that you'd hide around the house, and it would lead you around to different locations, and I would just go and hide them. And then my friends would come over and we'd do it together, but I just kind of like be in the backdrop watching. So I guess that's probably as close to.
Okay, here's a fun one. Can we talk about Victoria Peak?
We can. What would you like to know about Victoria Peak?
So that chapter.
Beast.
No, you let go of the beast?
I did. I did actually. Yeah, I mean, just after. After Tucker passed, I couldn't get in that truck anymore without just seeing him there, and it just killed me. So anyhow, I ended up selling it to a really good guy. So it's gone to a good home.
It's gone to a good home.
Let's do it.
All right. Okay, the first one for me, raccoons. Have you ever thought about owning a raccoon seriously since that day?
Well, I actually had a pet raccoon. I don't think I mentioned that in the book. Yeah, kind of a crazy story. I don't know. When I was a kid, I was sleeping one night and my dad woke me up and said, "Let's go." And I didn't know we were going, and it's my brother and I, and we hopped on our bikes there in 49ers Country Club in Tucson. And he took us to this location at the edge of the tree line. And there were apparently some baby raccoons that he knew of, and he decided he was going to get one. I can't really talk about the ethics of that. That's not.
Okay,
I mean, that's debatable, but
that's awesome, man. What was the name? You remember?
Rascal.
Rascal,
What
of
else?
course.
I mean, there's not
Of
a
course,
better name.
Have you ever read the book Where the Red Fern Grows?
I have.
That's always a edition possibly. But do you have any plans to do like a part 2 to Beyond the Map's Edge, or like another what would you call it, like an ancillary book or something?
Yeah, it's funny. My neighbor keeps telling me I need to do the unedited version of Beyond the Map's Edge, but I think that might be a little too politically incorrect. So
I'm sure there was some stuff. If you were to sit back and think, like, you know what, like that spot's just the best spot, or this puzzle's so well crafted, like, is there one that takes precedence, one or the other?
I think I'm equally pleased with both.
Equally. Great spot and a great. Okay. As of a short question right here, as of today, this very moment, would you do it all over again if you go back to the start? Still enjoying the process?
I am. There's been some speed bumps along the way. I was happy to write the book. I'm not as I really didn't want to be in a position of actually selling it. It's like, go to Barnes and Noble or your local bookstore or something like that. I just think with some of the supply chain challenges, having to give people an avenue to purchase until that gets resolved has been a little bit of a pain point for me, but I'm happy to do it. Like it needed to be done. So, beyond that, I think actually things have been running very smoothly so far. Of course, it's early, so knock on wood, but I'm very hopeful.
Okay. And Okay, and the last question here is let's talk for a few seconds about what does the future hold for Mr. Posey, for Justin? I mean, are there any more Netflix documentaries on the road for anything else? Are you allowed to say that?
No, there's nothing in the pipeline. You know, I really do see myself transitioning to just being a bystander. I feel like I've said everything I want to say. I think that the announcements that have gone up have given a good round of initial clarity. I don't plan to do a lot of.
Yeah, I can see how it would get kind of tiring to hear the same 5 questions by everybody. Where is it at? Is it here? Can you tell us? You have to do it.
Oh no, yeah, it's not that. I'm, you know, and I think more anything, it's what's important is that all the information is kind of in one place. And I feel like the more interviews that happen, the more risk there is for that information to kind of just spread out all over the place. And it just makes it harder.
Absolutely. Before we get started with the super hard hitting questions, we want to make sure we ask a question that's super important to our community. And we know that when you ask this, it gives you an opportunity to really nail it down. Is there anybody besides you who knows where the treasure is?
There is not a soul that knows but me. I am the only person on the planet.
That's important.
Where's
the box?
Who says it's a box?
Oh,
dang it. Oh my gosh. We have a long-standing bet that we intend to tell you about throughout this process.
Yes.
I'm hoping I don't lose. Well, listen, if that's where we are and it might not be a box, let's ask a less conspicuous question then. It sounds like the printing process was a little bit difficult. Is it okay to ask how many books were printed in your first round?
Yeah, that's a great question. I actually don't even know myself. The way that the printing process works, especially with the wholesalers, is that the reporting is delayed. And so at this point, I don't have any accurate numbers. I mean, I think it's safe to say that there was, you know, at least 600-700, if not more books. My best guess might be around, you know, maybe as much as 1,500. It's really hard for me to say right now.
Really?
Yeah.
The stories are great. I'm really enjoying them because they're just fun, excitement. I mean, it's just good times. Do you have a favorite story in the book?
Oh gosh, I hadn't thought about that.
They're so old. I didn't even know you can get banned from a state park. I mean, I believe if anybody could do it, it would probably be me. I'm really good at getting banned from things, but I didn't know until this moment that could happen. But I do have a quick follow up on that 30-day question. So your website says that, you know, and really our goal here is to protect hunters from making a dumb mistake. You know, the website says that if you don't tell you within 30 days that you'll lose out on the Bitcoin. But it also says you could lose legal rights for the treasure. The reason I ask this is what I don't want is somebody to think, oh, I don't need the Bitcoin. I've got this massive box or container, or if you're asking him, bronze statue of treasure, and I'm not going to tell anybody about it. But is that really there also to protect somebody from losing their rights to the treasure?
Yeah, there's some additional legal paperwork that's on file with the steward that would be quite.
That's fair. Okay, so this next question I have is, oh, you had no creative control in Netflix. I can't imagine how completely frustrating that had to be because you're hiding clues, right? My real question is, and we've had this asked over and over and over again, is that clock actually moving?
You mean like, was it a functional clock?
Yes. Was
I
it
mean,
a
I know
function? I love it.
So you are a lifetime, clearly, treasure hunter for big treasures too. And are you actively trying to solve any current treasure hunts? You know, not limited to, but like the JCB, there's treasure inside.
Yeah, I'm actually. I've gotten quite a few messages from different people that are searching for different treasures around the world. So, you know,
that's awesome.
That's fair. And that's super fair because as what we're learning is that it does kind of become all consuming, right? Like you talk in the series about, you know, you had a regular job. We have regular jobs. But he lives on the West Coast and I'm on the East Coast. So as you imagine, the second I'm off, I'm now a treasure hunter, and so sleep has become optional. And I don't know how some people make it work. I would love to do a treasure hunt in the UK if you know of one.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of options out there. Yeah, it's also kind of interesting with the land designation. I think parts of the UK are a little bit challenging. Just because of.
Oh, that's good.
Okay. And
You
chasing
actually.
indies. Wait, no, let me get
Oh,
chasing Indy. I don't want her to feel like I
okay.
didn't do her question justice.
Okay.
I'm going to read it because I would butcher this. Okay. Regarding the 4 points of the compass, do each of the points help you find the starting point, wisdom, the bride, the brother, the babbling brook, the grandfather, and the exact spot you're seeking, the wagging tail?
It's a good question, and I think one that I will have to punt on.
Nice. So
Okay.
you
Well,
talk about excitement and anticipation when you're out hunting, finding the next clue, possibly finding the treasure, and the excitement it builds inside of you. Are you waking up every day going, "Oh my God, is my treasure found today?" I mean, what's that like every day? Found today? I mean, what's that like every day?
Yeah, I feel resolute. It's going to be found when it's going to be found, and it could be something that happens as we're talking right now, or it could be something that happens in a month, or my goodness, even longer than that. I really don't know the timeline. It's so hard to say. But what I have seen is just a huge influx of messages, and it's just so many that I'm just not able to keep up. So I do peruse
can only
them.
imagine.
Fine.
Okay, that's fair. Hey, that is totally fair. My next question is one we get, which is like as if we would have a clue. We're like, oh yes, we're going to be interviewing Justin. Will you be doing any book signings?
Oh wow, yeah, I actually have gotten that question a lot. At first I thought, boy, I don't want to tank the value of anybody's book by signing it. But yeah, I mean, so the illustrator Rochelle at some point mentioned she may be available, domestically here in the U.S. And so I'm coordinating with her, and I think we can work out a date. Thank you.
Okay. I'll go back and do it. Okay, so while they're fixing the microphone. Okay, can you all hear me now? Okay. So what I was starting to say before was a couple weeks ago, Justin asked me if I would ask the questions for the Q&A, and I said, "Are you crazy? Because you never know what I'm going to say." And he assured me that he was good with it. So it's like I am honored to be the one to ask the questions. But what Justin doesn't know is, for every question that he says he won't answer, I'm going to hit him with a shot of bear spray, which I have, and I'm going to start in the center of his body like I did myself, and then we will work from there.
Gee, thanks. You're hiding here. All right, I think we're going to start with the questions. I actually did want to.
Okay, next. Are you at last halfway through the poem Clues when you reach the checkpoint?
Let me read that.
Okay, this one, number 9.
Are you at least halfway through?
Okay, next. Is there a hint in the statement you traveled over 9,000 miles in 2 trips? Do you want to read the words?
Yeah, let me reread
14,
that.
Number 14.
Is there a hint?
Would I be able to bring a llama? I have a friend in Dillon who has a llama, and she said, or an alpaca, well, whatever, some kind of a pack animal.
That's a big difference.
Is that, oh my God, is that a clue then? It depends on, he just said it depends if it's an alpaca, a llama, or a mule.
I think actually any of those animals would be able to help you out.
Okay, next one. Why will you not tell us what the treasure container is?
You know, I I've been hesitant to mention what the container is, mainly because of artificial intelligence, and also to prevent people from creating decoys or for someone to claim that they have found it and to recreate what the container looks like in order to make a farce and upset people. As we all know, that happens from time to time, unfortunately. I think there's a bad apple in every bunch. It's not to say that there's any in this room. But it's also AI, because I think as time progresses, artificial intelligence will soon be in a position where it will be a formidable force when it comes to things like treasure hunts. And so I think, actually, it's a bigger topic. It's kind of a strange thing to think about. You know, AI is on the precipice of encapsulating the entirety of human knowledge. And it's not just a function of having the knowledge, it's acting on that knowledge in an intelligent manner. And so very soon, AI will be smarter than all of us in this room combined. And it's a bit of a paradox. How do you create a puzzle for an intellect that dwarfs your own? It's like a mouse trying to create a puzzle for a human. It sounds pretty silly. And that's really where we stand with artificial intelligence. And so a big portion of the time that I spent designing this treasure hunt was to make it accessible and understandable and approachable by humans, but not by AI. And that's a really hard thing to do, actually, because
Are you planning on ruling out a search state? Like Montana.
you better get ready for the bear spray. You know, I think, oh boy.
Okay, now we're to the questions that I haven't pre-read, so hopefully I can read the writing. Okay, number one. What is the title of the book that Uncle Hiram gave you?
Yeah, so for those who are unaware, I think it's in the story, The Conquistador Conquest. I talk about my Uncle Hiram, who's sitting in the back right there.
Okay, this is awesome because this is actually the question I put in at the bookstore. So I can give a little bit of background. So the question is, are you willing to talk about any of your crazy adventures that are not in Beyond the Map's Edge, like stepping on a sea urchin in Mexico? And the reason I'm asking that is, I've had people actually ask me saying, you know Justin well, do you think he has elaborated and made up some of the stories? And I said, hell no. If something bad could happen, it has happened to him.
Okay, so.
I love the sea urchins. Okay, this is a multi-question about one subject. What was your first computer? What computer did you last buy as a kid? Were you a PC or a Mac guy? Are you an Android user or iOS? Wow. Do you want to see all of these? That's
a lot of questions. Wow. First computer, that was an Apple IIe. Yes, I'm old. What computer did you last buy? I think it was a MacBook Pro, mostly for work more than anything. Not very exciting. As a kid, were you a PC or Mac guy? Despite my first computer being an Apple IIe, I was more of a PC guy for a number of years. I think probably until I left Microsoft in 2012, I think it was. And yeah, I actually don't throw things at me, but these days I normally use an iOS device, not Android.
How far back has your family genealogy been traced?
You know, somebody actually emailed me with a family tree, I think on Ancestry.com, that they had put together. It was actually really interesting. I've been meaning to merge that in with the one that I have. I think on my father's side, I'm able to trace it back quite a bit more than my mother's side. Mostly French and German and English. So certainly, you know, pre-Mayflower days. I don't recall the exact dates though.
Are you going to do all these?
We'll see what we can do.
Okay, good. Okay.
We'll see what we can do.
Okay, good. Okay. I like this one. What is your best advice to approaching a solve? Poem, book? I don't know that word. What's the strategy and the best process?
Boy, good question. Poem, book, show, best process or strategy.
This is from Sterling. What is your favorite color and food?
Color and food. Not shrimp.
Not shrimp. That's good. Okay, the question is it walking distance from water's silent flight to round the bend past the hole?
Yeah, just to reread this. Is it walking distance from water's silent flight to round the bend past the hole? Boy. I'm not sure if I want to answer this. Let me think about this a moment.
How big was the biggest fish you have caught?
Well, I think my dad has already added 10 pounds to it, so I'll only add 1 more pound. No, it was in New Mexico at Heron Lake, and actually it was kind of a cool day because it's the fishing that I hated, which is trolling. And you got a lot of line out, it's a lead line, and it's color coded to show how deep in the water you are. You got a ton of line out, and you know, the rod just almost cracks in half, and we're hung up on a stump, you know, and so I just remember reeling on this thing, trying to reel in the stump, and at some point I realized, oh my gosh, it's moving, it's a fish. And it actually at the time ended up being the second largest trout in the state of New Mexico, and it was actually in the local newspapers and stuff. It was pretty exciting at the time because I was really young, and I guess for legal reasons, or as my dad put it, for legal reasons, it was listed in the paper that he caught it, which was kind of funny. And of course, you know, he wanted to have this fish mounted, and it was the taxidermist kept the fish over the winter, and we got it in the spring. And when it came to the house, my dad looked at it and he says, "You know, that fish must have shrunk and being in the freezer all winter. It was definitely way bigger than this, you know." And so I still have the fish, actually. It's at my house, but yeah, that was the biggest. I don't recall how big it is, but I'm sure somebody could track down the newspaper article and see. So, yeah.
How do you tie your fly hook to your line?
Well, everybody loves a good clinch knot. I think there's probably some argument as to whether or not the enhanced clinch knot is a better knot than the original, but I generally prefer the classic clinch knot.
Could you talk about your 5-year job experience during college and after? What was your major in college?
Yeah. So first off, I never graduated. I studied computer science. I left college when I was a junior for an internship that turned into a full-time position down in Tucson, Arizona. And then from there, yeah, I think I mentioned this in the book. It was my tour de fails. I had a lot of disastrous interviews. It was really terrible. Public speaking is a struggle for me, so I apologize. So yeah, I ended up at Microsoft, and I worked there for a number of years on a lot of different things. And I worked at the Walt Disney Company for the better part of a decade. I think I worked in pretty much every division they had, anywhere from consumer products to their international division to, Disney streaming service, Imagineering, a little bit of everything. It was a ton of fun. I've worked at Visa in collaboration with Apple and the Apple Pay system you use on your phone. Golly, what else? A lot of startups over the years too. It was kind of a blur. It was a lot of companies, but always new challenges. So yeah, I studied computer science, but I left my junior year.
Okay, this is a series of two things or people, and I guess you're to pick which you prefer. Bob Dylan or Joni Mitchell? Do you know who they are?
You laugh, but I'm afraid to answer that question honestly. I'll say Bob Dylan, because I'm much more aware who that is.
Beatles or Rolling Stones?
Oh boy, I feel like I'm going to get lynched either way here. I'll say the Beatles. Yeah.
Bill Gates or Steve Jobs? This is going to get you in trouble.
Oh my goodness. For better or for worse, Steve Jobs was a visionary. I think he had a profound understanding of not only technology, but timing. And timing in the market is just as important, if not more important, than the technology itself. There are many cases in history where somebody's designed something incredible, but it was too early and people weren't ready to accept it yet. And so Steve Jobs understood the whole marketing strategy. And I feel like, oh boy, it's probably going to get me in trouble. I feel like Apple has lost a little bit of that since Steve has left, and it's been a kind of a slow but steady decline. Bill Gates, on the other hand, the guy was a brilliant businessman. I have a lot of respect for him. I actually, funny story. I used to work at Building 50 at Microsoft, and I was always in a hurry. I don't really know why, but I was always running around trying to solve the next thing. And I ran around a hallway, and I knocked him over. Super embarrassing. And I think, as I recall, he mentioned it at like a conference the next day about some engineer running him over. I was sure I was going to get fired. But I had a tremendous amount of respect for him too, so it's not that I'm choosing one or the other. I just think they had different strengths. Yeah.
So I have a question that's actually not on the card, but now we're talking about Microsoft, and we know that Justin has gotten patents while he worked at Microsoft. Would you be willing to talk about any of your patents at Microsoft? And we saw them. We saw them on the shelf in the Netflix series. So.
Oh yeah, this is probably pretty boring stuff. Sorry. No, it's technology stuff. For instance, like on your iPhone, if you have an app there and you tap on it, and generally it asks for credentials, a username and password to log in. That was one of my patents from many years ago. The concept of bringing a website closer to your device and having a more enhanced experience. And it was very contextual. So for instance, let's say Bank of America. You have a B of A app now instead of going to bankofamerica.com on your phone. Some people still do, but the app is generally better. But the underpinnings for how all of that fits together are some of the patents.
I'm pretty sure I know the answer here. Star Trek or Star Wars?
These are very divisive questions.
Okay, I'm ad-libbing again. In case you haven't already figured it out, Justin is a genius. And Justin, would you be willing to talk about how you created the Star Wars in Disney World?
The time that I spent in Imagineering was really cool, and there were a lot of projects that were worked on at that time. In fact, I think probably still to this day, there's some NDAs in place, so I kind of have to be careful about what I mention. But one of the things that I created was what they called Media Vault, which was all of Imagineering had a lot of ideas flowing in, and there are a lot of different ways for these ideas to be captured, and they needed a very secure system, because if these ideas like Star Wars Land, for instance, were to leak out, then it would be a big deal. It would be a big problem for the company. And so there was a lot of kind of security that went around creating that system. But work in the parks itself, and across the two major parks in the U.S. was really interesting. But I can't really expand too much on a lot of that. Yeah.
You want him to say it again? Okay.
By the time you're going to get the treasure, you're not searching, you're retrieving.
What is your most proficient programming language?
So for those that don't know, I still am a programmer or software engineer, or whatever you like to call it. For many years, I guess probably most proficient language these days would be C++ or Java.
I think you already answered this. Has anyone reached the checkpoint? You answered that, right? This one's really super long. We'll save this till the end. Is there a range of elevation where the treasure is? And I will expound. So Forrest Fenn basically said it's what, between 5,000 and 10,200 feet.
Yeah, the American West has a very diverse range of elevations. Yeah, it's pretty basic. I mean, I can put an upper bound on it. It's certainly below 11,000 feet.
Here's a Forrest Fenn question. Is there a 200 or 500 foot searcher?
So for those that are unaware, Forrest Fenn had announced at some point that someone was within a certain number of feet of the treasure. And I think he said either 200 or 500 feet, depending on what stage of the treasure hunt. It's probably a little early in the treasure hunt for me to say how close people have been, but there have been people, I'll say that there have been less than, I'm trying to recall some of the emails I got. There have been people that have been less than 2 miles, and certainly even less than that. Yeah.
Was it me?
No comment.
Is the part of the river where your mom's fishing photo is accessible to public other than walking up or downstream?
Yeah, so there's a picture in the book of my mother on the beaverhead. She is wading, and that picture predates me. So I can't say with certainty, but my guess, just kind of knowing the landscape, is that it is likely not publicly accessible on either side. You would have to wade to it.
This is a multi-part one. Can you give a floor the treasure is not below? A floor.
So I think this is an elevation-related question. Can you give a floor the treasure is not below? I think I'm not going to answer any other elevation-related questions, but it's below 11,000. Still contend that no red herrings, intentional or otherwise. So I did not put any intentional red herrings in the book or the poem or anything like that. It's fair to say that like the poem itself is obfuscation, right? It's a way to hide information. Otherwise, somebody would have already found the treasure. But in terms of red herrings, there's nothing intentional. Now, there might be some unintentional ones. For instance, I talk about, I don't know, say a green table, and somebody thinks, oh, it has to do with the color green. I didn't actually mean for that. I just mentioned the table's green. So I cannot control how other people interpret it, but to the best of my abilities, no, like I didn't put in any intentional red herrings into the book or the poem or anything like that. And then the last one was, will you announce if the checkpoint is reached?
Do you like pickles?
Do I like pickles? Yes, I like dill pickles especially. I have a funny story about pickles, but we'll save that for another time.
Oh, okay. I think you did this one. The cipher has this old brain stumped. Any hints?
Oh yeah, I think I mentioned earlier the cipher is not in the poem. So I hope that helps. We'll see how things go. We'll get a little more time and maybe somebody will figure it out. Yeah.
How do you feel AI changed the hunt?
Yeah, I know I mentioned that earlier. That was actually the biggest risk that I saw to this treasure hunt, was somebody whipping out ChatGPT or whatever the latest large language model artificial intelligence offering is on the market, and just say, punch it in and oh, here's the answer. There are some, you'll notice, I think in the beginning of the book, I do not give, I think, permission for people to use, run the book through AI, but I realized I just cannot prevent that. And so I did everything in my power to ensure that AI will not be the winner. But it's really hard to control, like I mentioned. AI is getting very, very smart, and it will soon be smarter than all of us if it isn't already. So I did the best that I could, and I feel like, as it stands right now, we're fending it off. So we'll see how the future holds.
I would really like to have that. Is there any way I can manufacture it where it would look real?
Actually, there's probably two other things that I'll include just for fun. So people had noticed that there were 2 coffee mugs in at least one of the scenes. I'll ship you the coffee mugs as well. So.
Why are the ebook pictures in black and white, and why are they still in RGB instead of grayscale? Why is the coins picture in the ebook in color?
Yeah, so I think the question is, why the heck is this ebook in black and white? Why didn't you just do it in color like the book? The answer is because of compatibility. So there are a lot of e-readers out there that either do not support color, or they have severe constraints on the size of the file, and so I tried to make it as small as possible. That's basically it. And then additionally, I wanted at least one color picture in there, so that's why I chose the, I think it's the coins in the ebook that are all color. So if your device supports color, you'll see that one in color. These are a lot of questions. You guys are gonna fall asleep here.
Okay.
Maybe.
A couple of short ones here. Can you drive a semi to the location?
Can I drive like a semi-truck?
I think so.
Oh my goodness.
Will you continue giving clues, breadcrumbs during the hunt?
Will I continue to give clues? Yeah, at some point. I feel like it's still
hands right now.
Okay, so given the book, the poem, and the Netflix show, if you were to time travel back to a decade ago, would you be able to solve the hunt?
Yes. Yes, you would.
Hey there. Is some of this based on being a believer? And the other question is, will you eliminate state?
Yeah, thank you, Carla. I appreciate the insight on the book too. I'm glad that it's helped you. I don't know. I eventually I might eliminate a state. I don't really see that as being quite necessary yet. Like, people are making good, tangible progress across the board. But it's not one of those treasure hunts where I really want it to go on in perpetuity or anything like that. So if things start to stall out, I think that might be a way to spur some progress. So we'll see how things unfold. I think your question, maybe I misunderstood. You said, "Am I a believer?"
Hi, I thank y'all for doing this. And Justin, I absolutely love your book. I love the way you write. I actually came upon this through my son Chase. And my question is, in Dylan, you, of course, I've heard you say you're not going to rule out a state anytime soon. But in Dylan, as far as the elevation, you said it was below 11,000. Are you going to alter that anytime soon?
Yeah, a great question. Thank you for the kind words on the book. I appreciate that. Yeah, as I mentioned, I don't plan to eliminate a state here in the very near future. Now that I think about it, I mean, if the treasure has not been found by the time that March of next year rolls around, well, just so people know, I submitted an application to be a speaker at the Tucson Festival of Books, and that's on March 14th and 15th, and there was actually somebody through Messenger who had told me about the event that was coming up, and I was really appreciative of that. I didn't even come to mind. I think it's pretty competitive, so the odds of me being selected as a speaker, I think, are very low. So, I don't want people making travel plans or anything like that, and I don't even know when they're going to choose who the speakers are going to be, or make any sort of announcement there. But if it so happens that that all works out, then that's probably the venue where I would consider eliminating a state. In the interim, though, yeah, I think that is just another vector or a different way of reducing the search area is restricting the elevations, and I might consider that too. But right now, I'm pretty comfortable with where things stand.
Moon.
A compass or a map? One or the other. You going out? What are you picking?
If I'm just if I were to go look for my own treasure, you mean?
Hey, can you guys hear me all right?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Justin was in the middle of answering it, and I just wanted to ask the question again for this
Smart.
second part of the thing, because I think it's just so important. And I know that's part of the reason why you hid this treasure. The question was, I'll just go ahead and repeat it, but are you currently developing or investigating any ways to help protect and defend our public lands beyond this hunt right now? Thanks.
Yeah, I'll get into that certainly here in just a second. And I do recall Godelkin's question. I think it was, "Am I looking for any other treasures in the Southwest?" And the answer to that is yes. I mean, maybe slightly obtuse in how I'm approaching it, but I think I had mentioned it in one interview. I'm working on a mobile Doppler radar system that is mountable on a vehicle, and my hope is that I can use it across the Southwest in the evenings to help detect bat colonies as they depart their caves or other structures in the evening that might.
That's awesome, man. That's really cool. If we wanted to get involved, like your average hunter, your average person, your average citizen, how can we do that just from your own experience? Thanks.
Yeah, great question. That's definitely on my mind as well. I'm still mulling over a few strategies there, but I'd certainly make some very public announcements if it comes to that. I think, as the saying goes, you got to choose your battles wisely, and it's just I think a question of which hills I'm willing to die on. But there's some strong headwinds right now that are preventing some of these projects from continuing. But we'll keep an eye on them and see how things go. I appreciate the support.
Shane, go ahead and ask some. Okay, Gabriel, how about you?
Hi, Justin.
Okay, Carol Ann, what about you?
Hi, everyone. Hi, Justin.
Hello, hello.
Hi.
Yeah, this has been a blast. I live in Montana, so I'm exploring areas that that I've never really gone into before, and it's amazing how much beauty's in our own states, and that's not just Montana. That's we haven't seen. But my question is, I think most of the folks here have been wondering about the bride, and I know you're going to punt on that, so I'm just going to ask. The one thing I haven't paid a lot of attention to, but a lot of people on Reddit and Discord and things have said is the clock times. Is there anything, any hint you can give us that when you're setting the clock, was that actually intentional or not?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the question. And I remember meeting you very well. Your gift sits in
Awesome.
a prop.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. At the end, would you be willing to go ahead and recap some of the questions you did not want to answer in a smaller platform now that you have a larger platform? And then that's just at the end for everybody. Thank you so much for coming on and doing this for us.
Yeah,
And thank you,
definitely.
Tyler.
Yeah,
All right, David, what do you got for us, friend?
Oh, thank you so much for asking. Justin, thank you very much for doing this segment. One of the biggest questions that I have is when it came to Forest Fence Treasure, one of the things that kind of seemed to irk you was that the people could wait.
This adventure, I pretty much lost my hope in living life, just merely surviving. I turn 47 tomorrow, and through your stories and the awesome group of people in the treasure community, my hope has now come alive. So I'm treating myself to a trip out west as soon as I get back on my feet and back to work. So I'm not sure if the treasure will be found by then, but is there any advice you can give a newbie as myself getting prepared?
yeah, Felicia. Thank you so much for the words there. This has actually been a common theme with many people that I've talked to in the sense that they, at its core, just had lost any notion of hope, and I think that's been the most heartening part of this whole experience is to hear that it has changed people for the better and given them something to look forward to. So I'm really pleased to hear that, and I'm sorry you've had so many shoulder surgeries. That's intense. My mom had one earlier this year, or last year, but she's finally on the stage to recovery. So it can be an intense experience. But yeah, as a new treasure hunter, it's really cool that you're making the trip out west. Congratulations. Um, I think one of the things that I've found with just myself searching for the Forest Fen treasure and other people that have been searching for the treasure I've hidden is that I think sometimes people have a strong solution and a high degree of certainty that there is this one singular location that is correct. And when they get there, for whatever reason, it's not, or they can't find the treasure. And then, they've got, say, 3 or 4 more days or however many booked. And they're like, well, now what do I do? I think it's always good to have multiple solutions that you want to explore in a general area that you're going to, so that you don't end up in a position where you kind of put all your eggs in one basket and it doesn't pan out, and then you're kind of scrambling with what to do next. I've heard stories of people, well, I sat in the hotel room for the next 2 days, trying to figure out where to go. Oh gosh, I hope, especially for people that take vacation days, do that sort of research ahead of time so that you have a better experience. And beyond that, I think probably reviewing the safety page on the website. There's a lot of good information there. I'm not familiar with your level of experience in the great outdoors, especially in the American West, but it's good to review that stuff.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, first off, thank you so much, Justin, for doing this. And I'm trying to work through just like anxiety of like speaking in front of all these people and especially to you specifically. But I have a two-parter. Basically, I'm sure a lot of us are kind of tuned into the changes, especially the subtle changes in your audiobook. Um, I was wondering if you do intend on releasing some sort of errata for the, if I'm pronouncing that right, for the audiobook? And the second part of that question is, are you more of a socks or bare feet kind of guy? That's all. Thank you.
Hi, Rose. Good to hear from you. I'm glad you got your foot in the door to have a word here. So yeah, for the errata and the audiobook, yeah, I probably should put something out to clarify that, and I'm glad you brought it up. So I'll do that in the coming days. As for my my foot apparel preferences, my gosh, I suppose that depends on the situation. Yeah, I guess mostly around the house I'm barefoot. How's that?
Thank you.
At your Dylan book signing, you mentioned that you were trying to bring awareness to public lands and bring more awareness there. I'm pulling up my question. Hold on. What is it about that public land you're trying to bring awareness to? The use of it, the loss of it, the development, the maintenance, the history of the area, or do you have some sort of personal experience or attachment to the personal or to the public land use?
Yeah, great questions. I mean, I think it's probably a little bit of all of those things. You know, I think what we've generally found, at least in the United States, is that once land becomes private, especially after development occurs, the potential for it to become public again is severely reduced. And additionally,
Hi. Can you hear me?
yes, we can.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, could I ask you one more little thing?
Sure, yeah.
Um, so you were in Moab, and I'm an off-roader, and I see that you have beadlocks on your Instagram. So are you still an avid, or were you ever an avid actual off-roader, or just an overlander?
Oh, really? That's a good observation you made. Yeah, those were trail-ready beadlocks. Fun story about beadlocks. Most of the tire shops in the U.S. will not touch them, so you have to do.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Yeah, because those are like maybe like 38s, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think in that particular photo you're referring to, those were 37s, but I ended up with 40s after that. So, you know,
Oh, good.
it's a slippery
Yeah.
slope. Has been solved.
Okay, that's good. So you spent your winter or your summer up in the Dillon area. Where are you spending your winter?
I travel a lot. It's actually going to be a lot of work-related travel, so I'll kind of be all over the place, anywhere from California to Washington to Oregon to Nevada to Arizona and New Mexico, kind of, and Texas. So all over
around
the
there.
place. Yeah.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Yeah, good evening. Thanks, Justin, for your time. I was curious on the map on the website, the locations that are specifically called out, do those have any significance on where the treasure could be located?
Oh man, sorry, my audio cut out very slightly. Could you repeat that?
Yeah, I was just asking.
Is that what we're calling that? Of course. Go on, Justin.
It's probably not very Amazonian in terms of our writing style, but okay, I'll
Well,
take it.
I don't know whether.
Well, just super quick. Thank you so much. I'm stuck at home, but this has been super fun for my brain to do. So thank you. My question is kind of random, I guess, but I'm wondering, Justin, if you can say, like, what was your actual degree when you went to the University of Arizona, and were you in a fraternity or anything like that?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I studied computer science. I did not graduate. I left my junior year, and no, I
Like
was
most
not.
geniuses.
Hi, I'm here. I got a question, and well, I got a couple, but I'll keep it down to one. Um, when you were out boots on the ground and you had an area that seemed really strong on the fin hunt, that kind of just kept hitting all the boxes, kind of, but you couldn't put it together. How would you stand back and reapproach that?
Yeah, good question. You know, I think I'm what I categorize as a fickle searcher. You know, I get out to a spot and I'd be very excited initially, and I may or may not have been more excited as I went along. But ultimately, it's like, how much time do you invest in an area? And I think it was like, I tried to break it down like a cost benefit equation. Like, here's all the potential locations that I have. Here's the data that I have to help rank them in some sort of priority order. And then uh, how much time am I willing to allot to each of these? Because at some point, it might just reach a point of, I guess, diminishing returns where I might have more value or cost benefit to giving my time to an area that I had not explored enough yet. And so I tried to go about it somewhat, somewhat logically, maybe a little of a Bayesian statistics applied, but um, if I got to a point where I felt like fervor or even a twinge of frustration, that was always a cue to me that it's like I gotta step back. Now, uh, after the treasure was found, and I think, at least in my mind, there was a more defined area where it was hidden. That was a much more acute focus for an extended period of time, and it certainly reached the heights of fervor. But I think that was kind of a slightly different situation. But anyway, I hope that helps. I'm not saying my way was correct. It's just what I did.
All right. Well, thanks. The B-24 Liberator's cool plane. Is there any connection to the cipher? And that's the last one. Thanks.
Yeah. The B-24s. No, there's no correlation.
Oh, wow, that was definitive. That was very definitive, sir. Okay, Wes Johnson, what do you got for us?
So, Justin, is double arcs not something you'll see, but a directional bearing?
Interesting.
You're so sweet.
This question is about Tyler to Justin. In the book, in The Dubious Decision, there's a part of a paragraph that says, in the end, Taylor was more than a plot point. He was an implausible narrative. He was the whole unbelievable story. Justin, could you please elaborate how your friend Tyler was the most unbelievable part of this story?
Sure. Yeah. um, Tyler had quite the adventure up there. I'm sure he would be happy to elaborate on everything that happened. What the story that I presented was a condensed version of events, mainly because I just didn't want the book getting too long, and I had to make a lot of hard decisions. Uh, but I think in some ways it was meant to be a bit of a cautionary tale, and yeah, I mean, I think him being the plot point was maybe a little bit of a play on words, if you will. But I didn't mean to infer anything super deep with that beyond surface value. Yeah.
I'm gonna love that. Justin, regarding the second jar in your treasure, regarding the letter, does it have an association with Forrest Fenn?
Um, it's possible that I mentioned him in the letter more to establish some of my intentions for hiding the treasure, but it's not the main theme by any means. I think people could argue that there are some parallels there, though.
Turn.
Justin, have you put out on social media more plain insight clues or hints since the QA, like your signature in the book?
I there on occasion it is hard for me to contain myself, so I might have mentioned some obtuse things here and there, but nothing of super substance. Anything that is like concrete or helpful, I make sure is on the website.
Hello. So someone already asked my question, so I have another one. During filming, what did you replace Cynthia's toilet paper with?
Oh, it just you can't. practical jokes are just sometimes too hard to resist. It's actually just one of those gag toilet paper rolls that where you can't find the end. I've, I've actually deployed that gift or a gag a few times in my life, and it never disappoints. So, yeah, I think, I mean, it is what it is. It was pretty lowbrow, but I thought it was just hilarious. What can I say?
Hello, thanks for bringing me up here. It's a pleasure to speak with you, Justin. BH actually just pretty much asked the same question I was going to ask. Can you find the treasure with two hands and two legs, basically? Um, but aside from that, I just wanted to say I have been or had been casually searching for forest treasure since 2014, and obviously it was super exciting when someone eventually found that. I hadn't given it much thought for a few years, and so when the Netflix thing came out, it was just a good flood of very good memories and things like that. And the fact that you're doing this whole thing now is exhilarating, and just happy to kind of get that energy back. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad you're along for the.
Awesome. Okay, Billie Jean, what do you got for us?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Justin, in your book, you said that participants must be 18 or older to participate. Could you clarify what you mean exactly on that? Are you talking about solves or boots on the ground or both? And thank you
Yeah,
for your time.
I'm really glad you asked that question. In a perfect world, I would love to say it doesn't matter the age. Everybody can be a part of the adventure. But the unfortunate reality, especially here in the U.S., with our penchant for lawsuits and so forth, I did have to mention that, and that is for legal reasons more than anything else. I do want to stress that the treasure is not in a dangerous location. It's not in a location that would be dangerous for children, as far as I know. Um, but there's uh, as long as there's an 18-year-old or older person that can make claim of the treasure when it's been found, then that's fine. But for legal reasons, I do have to say that the treasure hunt is designed for 18-year-old and older participants.
Okay, John,
Yeah, I'd just like to say thank you for everything that you've done. I put boots on the ground, went to Santa Fe, ended up at the Ghost Ranch, which was an awesome time. Um, I just want to whiz by some things here, and in the great circle of life, um, do you still think that there's only one person that knows the technical clue?
Yeah, I mean, I think to my uncertain knowledge, there's only one person that has solved the technical clue. Yeah.
Beaker.
Hello, Justin. Can you hear
Yes,
me?
I can. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Hey, thanks a lot for this hunt and everything. I lost a family member like you did, and that really connects me to this. But I'll get straight to to my question. Is there a hint in the documentary to the distance of the treasure trail?
Sorry, I'm thinking. Could you repeat that one more time? You're welcome.
Okay, Jessica, what do you got?
Hi, Justin. Can you hear
Yes, we
me?
can. Hello.
Justin, can you hear
Yes, we
me?
can. Hello.
Thank you. Thank you. Tyler, Emma, hi. So there are so many good questions. Oh my goodness. Okay. So excited. My question is, or do you collect any other specimens besides the meteorites? If so, can you name any of them?
Yeah, I I do have some other collections going on. I like to collect stamps. Yes, I am a nerd. I like to collect coins. What else? When I was a kid, I was really into collecting rubber stamps actually, and erasers, unique erasers. I actually probably still have that collection somewhere, but I don't actively collect those things anymore. For a while, I was really into collecting. This is going to sound strange. Uh, I'm not a big what I call sports ball fan of most sports, but for whatever reason, I just started hoarding baseball cards. I honestly didn't even know the significance of many of the cards that I was collecting, but I just had this itch where I wanted to collect as many as I can. So I had tubs and tubs and tubs full of baseball cards, and I think I might still have them somewhere, probably out in the garage or something. And at this point, it's just kind of overwhelming to have to go through all of those. But I know I've got a few that I picked out and actually had slabbed or framed that were pretty significant. I was pretty excited about a retrospect. But I actually kind of feel bad even having them because I'm not a huge baseball fan, and I sometimes go out there and scratch my head why I still have them or why I collected them.
Oh, wow.
Hey, can you guys hear me? Sorry.
Yes,
Yeah.
we can. Yep.
Oh, great. Hey, Justin.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've been in the 24K rabbit hole that I call the Forest Fen Chase. And one of the questions I suppose I want to ask you is, has your hunt given you any insight into the mindset of big picture originators of treasure hunts, but also smaller picture Forest Fen and JCB?
I want to make sure I answer this right. Could you repeat it one more time?
And as a quick follow-up, I've heard that Forrest Fenn named his chest Tarzan or Indulgence. Have you had the opportunity to name your chest?
uh, I hadn't stopped to think about that. It's not a chest, but it is a container. Hmm.
Gosh darn.
Yeah, I'll.
Take care.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All
Yes.
right.
So I've been out about 14 times since March looking for this, or May, I guess, right when your book came out. So been out there looking. I have one question. Does Mike and K Pro know where the treasure's at?
No, absolutely not.
They don't.
I
Well,
had my hand raised for a
thank you
long
very much.
time. Can we please possibly do my question? It's really short.
I don't think Emma can hear you, but Tyler can make a final
Fair.
call on that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, just about like when you and I met the first night, when I heard about this treasure hunt, I got so excited because it brought up childhood, Goonies, and just all the stuff. Everybody, I'm sure so many people can relate with that and how exciting it came to you when you heard about it. And then I heard about the show called Golden Greed, and I wanted really badly to align myself with this and you because I could just tell your purpose is just way beyond greed. So I didn't really like the title a whole lot. Is this, it's a topic of conversation that we had the first night we met. How do you feel about that? Or have you had your thought processes on?
Yeah, interesting. I mean, the title specifically, it would not have been my top choice. As I understand it, it had a different title kind of leading up to launch, and the title was changed towards the end, I think, more than anything to be kind of a shock and awe or draw people in.
Yeah.
And I understand.
I love that. So on a serious note, can we hear your pickle story?
Wait. No, I don't even know what the pickle story is. Oh no, which pickle story?
Which pickle story?
Off the rails from here.
Yeah, that's like, okay, yeah, just kidding.
You did ask.
I did ask. I was just kidding. An AI, please forgive that. All right. So, speaking of AI, perfect segue. With the work that you do in cybersecurity, in the comments that you've made about the treasure hunting and the future of AI, and how difficult it currently is, and how quickly it's going to get more and more difficult. As you know, a lot of us, myself including, have said that if we find your treasure, that we're going to rehide it, So our plan is to keep this hunt going. And I'm not the only one. I know there's quite a few other hunters out there. Thank you for those gifts. I just saw it. There's quite a few other hunters out there that feel the same way. And we would like to keep this adventure going. So in your professional opinion, do you think that's even possible? Or gonna be possible?
I don't know. AI is progressing rapidly. It's actually exponential growth, which I think as humans, it's actually kind of hard for us to comprehend. I mean, we didn't even have exponential growth during the Industrial Revolution. So it is unprecedented in many forms. But I mean, I appreciate the sentiment of people wanting to rehide the treasure when it's found. I do want to be clear, like I'm not going to put any stipulations on people or expectations. Like whoever finds it, it's totally up to them. But if it so happened that they were interested in rehiding at least a portion of it and they needed some assistance, then yeah, I would help.
Oh, because that leads me to my next question.
Would help.
Oh, because that leads me to my next question. When I find your treasure, will you help me make a book and poem to make it as AI proof as possible? So yeah, he says
we can work that out.
I love it. I love it.
We can work that out.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Such a good sport. All right. So we're around, is it 6 months into this? How many months into this are we?
That's about right, give or take.
Okay.
I can't even.
Yeah, I was gonna say, are you really gonna go there right now? I can see it on your face. And the funny thing is whenever I was boots on the ground, actually listening to your book, I was crossing Crawfish Creek when you were telling the story about the crawdads and like doing your things, and I thought that was kind of neat, right? So would you ever consider hiding another treasure?
Possibly. It kind of depends on how this one goes. You know, it's
Again, another serious question. Do you hope to live to be a centenarian? Or would you prefer to live out your days as a centurion?
A Roman commander with 100 individuals at your command? Wow, that's a tough choice.
Or centaur, half man, half horse.
Yeah,
You tell me, do you know someone who lives to be 100? Would you like to live to be 100, Justin?
So for people that don't know,
you're gonna give him backstory about me? And he says to me, just for clarification, are we speaking about centenarians or centaurians? And oh wow. And I can't tell you how many times in my live stream I've talked about centenarians I'll explain later. But anyways, yeah, thanks Justin. Thanks Justin.
anytime.
We won't talk about what that moment is. At this point, do you want me to go public with that story?
It's okay.
Okay, we're doing it. Okay. This is another one I need you to think about. Okay. Serious thought goes into this, Justin. Is there any form of bribery that would work to get you to tell us what the treasure container is, or another clue about what it is today? Any form of bribery. Elkhorn mug. I mean, I got you. Yippee-ki-yay, thank you. That put it on.
Heard it at this point.
Okay, well then how about this? Can I put this question again at the end of today's live and see if you feel indifferently about me after all this is over?
I don't know if I should be concerned.
I think we're gonna. Is there any tool or equipment needed to locate the treasure before being able to retrieve it? That was mine.
That felt like a sandal.
That felt like a sandal question.
You know, I've mentioned that you don't need any specialized equipment, and I guess that begs the question, like, what is specialized?
Mm-hmm.
I would consider X-ray vision goggles to be specialized equipment, but I wouldn't consider like hiking gear, to be specialized equipment necessarily.
What would be a tool or equipment though? What would be a tool or equipment though? Not specialized equipment. But do you need any tool or equipment to spot the treasure before retrieving it?
I don't think I'm going to specify any further, but nothing specialized.
Cool. Good answer. Good answer. You didn't kick me. Thanks. I was nervous for that one. I was like, I don't know. I don't know if he's gonna like that one. So there was a recent local search and rescue effort in this area. Do you know if that was treasure hunt related?
No, it was not. It was actually, as I understand it, a woman who was intimately familiar with the area. She had hiked up in this region many times before, and she went hiking with her family, and I think there was some sleet or maybe some hail that came in, and the rest of the family turned back, but she wanted to keep going. And I think she got to the summit of one of the mountains, and then when she went to descend, she got turned around and went down a different way.
Oh, goodness.
And so she ended up.
Okay. In your opinion, do you think there's a bunch of people, or any people, or a lot of people, or a portion of people, or a small portion, large portion, whatever portion of people that may be looking a little too deep? Like, is it simpler than people might think at times?
I mean, that's the tricky part with any obfuscated text, for instance. Like, how far is too far? Mm-hmm. You know, it's sort of like you're out hiking, and it's like, well, what's around the next bend, right? Mm-hmm. Like, how far is too far to go? And I think that line is different for everybody. So I'm hesitant to say that, you know, people are taking it to too much of an extreme. I don't think that's the case, but yeah, I mean, it's probably safe to say that people in certain areas are diving in much deeper than they need to.
Okay. So I have a final question for you, and then we're going to take some of the chat questions, and then there's something else after that, the surprise. But my final question, Justin, I've got to ask you, do you really think that someone can find your treasure?
Absolutely. I mean, you know, that I thought a lot about that during Forrest Fenn's treasure hunt, and I actually asked Forrest the same question.
Why I asked. Yeah. So the last interview, you promised to update the errata page with the audiobook errors. Could you do that again?
Yes, thank you for the reminder. I'm actually going to make a note for myself because I forget these things.
Thank you. You're on it, Chad. Are there any conservation efforts in this hunt or treasure?
I mean, I think nature conservation is a theme of the treasure hunt. And it's something that I think is important, and I hope other people do too, but that's the extent of it.
All right.
The extent of it.
All right. I've heard you been asked this before, but will you write another book? I think people like your book a lot more. You think it's good for like kindling and firewood and stuff? I've heard you say this so many times. People really like your book. Your stories are freaking great. Put numbers all over the screen if you like his book. 33s are great.
Oh. Thank you. I think you should write a book.
As soon as I find that.
Okay, my third question is, do you prefer warheads or pop rocks?
Warheads or pop rocks? Had pop rocks.
Did you bring some? Please tell me you brought both these candies in order for him to try it. If you've never had Pop Rocks?
No.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Does anybody have Pop Rocks in their bag? Oh, it's so great.
We'll say TBD. Yeah.
Okay. Great. Okay.
Justin, are you married?
I'm sorry?
Are you married?
Yeah.
You are married.
I'm sorry?
Are you married?
Yeah.
You are married.
Thanks for having me on.
Well, the last time was a champagne party with birthday cake in the Tamaya. Was that the last time we actually saw each other?
It might have been. It's been quite a while. Yeah. All right.
Justin, Fenn's chest was found in 2020. The auction happened in 2022. Your launch in 2025. Somewhere in that gap, you decided to step into the arena. When was the moment you knew you were going to do this?
You know, I had thrown around the idea for many years, especially looking for forest treasure. I had always had this, in the infinitesimally small chance that I found it, this idea that I could rehide it. And I certainly wasn't the only one to have that idea. A lot of people did. But I think just I ended up being in a position where I could make it happen. And, you know, there were a few driving factors that kind of led up to that. I think one of them was, you know, some pretty serious health concerns. And I think that causes a lot of self-reflection. And I tried to, I really wanted to think about how, if things didn't turn out so well for me, how I wanted to experience the whatever time that I had. And so I chose to funnel that into a treasure hunt.
Well, what
Yeah.
you watch
Thanks.
Forrest deal with lawsuits, stalkers, and chaos. Why knowingly take on that same burden? Did you ever almost talk yourself out of it?
It's an interesting choice of words, burden. And I think at times it's easy to feel that way. I don't think anybody who's experienced the full arc of a large scale treasure hunt goes in naive, not knowing what could happen. So I went in, as they say, eyes wide open. But really what it boiled down to is the experience that I had and how much ultimately joy that it brought to me. And I realized that I wasn't alone in that regard. And I felt like the world lost something with the ending of the Fenn treasure hunt. And so I'm by no means, trying to create the magic of what Forrest did. His certainly stands alone, but I wanted to do what I could to further the magic in whatever way that I could. And this was the best that I could muster.
So that actually brings me to the next question. How did the chaos at the end of the Forrest Fenn hunt influence the guardrails you built into this one?
Well, very much so. Forrest didn't have the ability of hindsight. It ended. A lot of things were chaotic, and I think it was very reactionary in nature. But it was also an excellent case study. And so for me, I think that's really where the rubber hit the road in terms of seeing everything that could have gone better. And by no fault of his own, he just didn't know. So I did the best that I could based on my observations and the experience that I had to iterate on that and ensure that it might be hopefully a smoother experience. Treasure hunts are all fun and games until it's found. And then a lot of unfortunate things can happen. And I'm aware of those potentials, but I've done what I can to make the ending as streamlined as possible and also make it as authentically and independently verifiable as possible.
So I do want to mention, for those of you that don't already know, a lot of the information relating to the hunt, including the rules of the hunt, are on Justin's website, and that's at treasure.quest. And I've put it down in the tagline below us. So if you haven't checked that out, I'd be surprised if any of you haven't checked it out. But if you haven't, make sure you go there to visit. And it's very well done, as everything that Justin does. We're very well done website. The phrase, quote, "zero doubt," unquote, resonates strongly with the community. Conceptually, what does that mean to you as a designer?
In what context?
I promised I'd ask this question for her. Between her and Jam, whose hosting style do you find more entertaining and why?
Oh my gosh, really putting me on the spot here. I would say it depends on how many drinks either of them have had.
Let's go on to round two. From a design perspective, did you intentionally build in moments that signal to a searcher, quote, "you may be drifting too far," unquote, before they commit major resources?
For whatever reason, my audio cut out briefly. Could you just repeat that for me, please?
I'd be happy to.
Thanks.
From a design, you built this hunt largely in isolation. Now that it's live, has anything about how people engage with it surprised you?
I think all treasure hunts have their unique surprises. Kind of reminds me of a book by Raymond Chen many years ago. I think it was called the Old New Thing or the New Old Thing. There are certain patterns that certainly repeat. And, I think no matter what treasure hunt is out there, there's going to be a certain amount of, just drama that surrounds it. And I think there are certain personalities that kind of get attracted and latch onto that. I don't know if this is answering your question though. Well, you want to repeat the question and make sure I get this right?
You built this hunt.
Yeah.
Oh, so let me make sure I understand. So these items that you forgot to include in the container now are in the hands of the steward, and
That's
the
right.
finder will own them. Oh, okay. All right.
Yes. Yeah.
Good. Wow, even better. So I don't have this question on my list, but my curiosity button is wavering here. What happened to the olive jar? Why is the olive jar, which was this significant part of the soul of the Forrest Fenn treasure hunt, end up in another treasure hunt? And I don't mean to put you on the spot over it, and I don't mean to. If you don't want to talk about it, fine. But my curiosity is killing.
Yes, the heralded olive jar. It has had quite the journey. You think about it, it started with Forrest, likely there in Santa Fe, and then it traveled well wherever you think the treasure was hidden, and it remained there for the better part of a decade. And then from there, if you are in accordance with Jack Stew's story, it went to New Mexico, as I recall, and then sat in a safe deposit box, and then went to Texas for the auction. And from there, it ended up coming, well, actually, it remained at the auction house, and then it was sold. So, yeah, I mean, what happened with that? So,
this, again, not on my list. Have you had any conversations with JCB?
No. I actually sent one email at some point to, I think, his PR person, but I have never talked to him. No.
All right.
To him. No.
All right. I was curious about it. I am in the same state. I'm trying to get an interview with him, and it's just communications with me in a very, very briefly written emails in response from his handlers. Most participants never post publicly. When you think about those silent searchers, what experience did you most want them to have?
Oh, the silent searchers. So you mean posting on social media, or
being part of the Disney? Do you have any estimate on how many people are looking for your treasure?
Hi. Yeah, I mean, I get asked that from time to time. So we're planning to do a get together in March called Seekers Summit, March 27th and 28th in Tucson.
With Emma and Jam. Emma and Jam is that their?
That's Emma and Jam's event. They're running it, and I'm one of the participants, and it's a non-denominational kind of treasure hunt creator event, if you will. So any creator out there who'd like to be involved, contact Emma and Jam. I'm sure they'd be more than happy to include you. But that's really the forum I was planning on divulging very accurate statistics. But I think in the interim, at the risk of being slightly off, there's a lot of different signals that I get. Whether it's emails, social media, anecdotal discussions, talking to Debbie at the bookstore where people have pinned their names on the map where they're from, they traveled accordingly. You have to kind of bring all those data points together. So it's not just like a function of, oh, well, there were these number of books sold, so it must be this number of people searching. That's clearly not the case. It's actually kind of funny that the number's a little bit larger than I anticipated. But my best guess, just based on everything, total, certainly above active searchers above 10,000 that have actually gone and searched. I wouldn't say it's over 100,000, so it's between those two numbers.
Yeah. So, do you have your own version of the Collected Works bookstore, either locally or in Dillon?
Yeah. So. My mother went to high school with the woman, Debbie, who owns, it's called The Bookstore in Dillon, Montana. And, she runs a fantastic place, and she's a fantastic person. And I think that's probably the closest equivalent that I have to a Collected Works. And, they really bent over backwards in terms of accommodating the masses that came in, when we had the event up in Dillon, the book signing, I think the official number was somewhere around 1,800 people that showed up. And, to a small town the size of Dillon, that was quite the surprise, I think, to everybody, myself included. But yeah, I think the bookstore is the place. She's, if you're looking to buy a book, I highly recommend you buy it through Debbie. She's in a position where I think she hopefully still has some in stock that are signed, if you're into that sort of thing. But it's good to support the local bookstores.
I haven't followed. I have one of the first editions. Have there been follow-on editions, or you're still good with the first?
Yeah. So I wanted, what was important to me is the book was as accurate as it could be, and so I maintain an errata page where if somebody writes in and they find a mistake, I will correct it on the errata page. And so there were, as any book, a number of mistakes that were noted on the errata page, and I felt like it got to a point where, okay, it's starting to stabilize. Now's a good time to do a second printing. So it's not really what I call a full-on second edition. It's basically fixing some minor mistakes throughout the book. And it was funny. I started thinking about that a little bit.
Well, we appreciate it. So we're just going to jump right into it. We're very excited to have you here. We have a lot of questions that we've curated through the community. We've sent a lot of flags up like, hey, we're going to have Justin on. Tell us what you think. So we have a lot of good stuff here, hopefully, that we want to get going. So we're just going to roll right into it. The structure today, we're going to do about 5 questions each, kind of a round robin going through. And then at the end, if we have some time there, we want to do some rapid fire, kind of a yes, no. Hopefully you'll answer some questions, maybe not. You'll have that option to just go ahead and punt, no harm, no foul. Or if it's something you want to address at Seeker Summit, then maybe we'll dive into, or we'll leave that for Tucson. So, all right, here we go. Now that BTME is coming up on 1 year, what has surprised you most about how the hunt has unfolded?
Oh, golly. I think more than anything, just how much it's grown. I really had it in my mind that it was going to be this niche thing. I mean, when the documentary first started to air, or rather when it was first being filmed, I don't even think there was a buyer. I never imagined it would be on something like Netflix. And even when it was on Netflix, I just didn't think it was going to be as popular as it became. So I think more than anything, it's just the growth in the community, and you certainly see all these, for lack of a better term, sub communities that spring up, that all kind of have their own unique style and bring their own fun to the mix. So it's been a lot of interesting things to witness along the way.
Very good, very good. You want to talk about those reasons?
Maybe another time.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough.
Maybe another time.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Okay, we love how much you're engaged with the community, but do you feel sometimes that your level of interaction with the community has unintentionally made BTME harder or more confusing?
Oh, boy. I mean, there's certainly two kind of opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of engagement. There's zero engagement, or maybe more like I've done. And my intent all along is to provide additional clarity, but I think the biggest risk are situations where I don't have time to thoughtfully sit down and craft a response, preferably in writing. And I think in those situations, especially, there's always the opportunity that even though the intent is to provide clarity, it could provide the opposite and kind of muddy the waters. I think about over the course of the year, coming up on a year, all the different questions that have been asked in the forums and so forth. And, I'd be hard pressed to think of something where, I provided inaccurate information. I think it's all been accurate, even the off the cuff stuff. But there's likely been at least a few times where I probably would have chosen a different wording or semantics if I were to have spent more time crafting a real answer, as opposed to something that was off the cuff, sort of like we're doing here. So that's the risk you take by indulging in listening to me in the various forums. Yeah.
Okay. Let me follow up on that. Can I want to ask you why you said heaven forbid this go on for years.
Well, I've had it in my mind since this began that um, it would be kind of an accelerated version of what Forrest Fenn had done in the sense that his treasure hunt grew organically over the course of many years. And, if you think about like even the first 5 years of the treasure hunt, it wasn't terribly popular. It really started to gain momentum in the latter part. And this is kind of like a treasure hunt on steroids in the sense that Netflix has catapulted it into something where many people have dove in headfirst on day one. And so in terms of comparison, if I were to force it, I'd say that today is sort of like year 9 of the Fen hunt. And so, uh, I can imagine the perspective that treasure hunters might be being like that deep into it from day one and us coming up on the year mark. So, yeah, as I think many people have said, there's a fine line between, obsession and something that may or may not be more healthy. So I think it's just around, how long does this go on before, it becomes something that has the potential to, um, well, cause more people a deeper obsession. I like to think that it's a great hobby for people, and I think it is for the vast majority of everybody. I think that's probably the only lingering worry that I have is that maybe over time, certainly for some personality types, it could become something more. And I don't think anybody wants that unhealthiness. So that's the only thing that gives me reservation about it lasting too long.
That makes sense. And Megan,
So the next question is, would you like to specify?
Not at this time.
Okay. All right. So today there was a announcement about a new milestone coming up for Seeker Summit with our 1111 goal. Is there a significance to the number 1111? What made you pick that number?
What made me pick that number? I had about 38 seconds between two calls, and I had to pick a number, and it just felt right. That was really the extent of it.
Okay, so the people reading
caused something. So
it
yeah,
didn't matter. It didn't matter. You're right. You're right. Oh, well, we appreciate you clarifying that. So we're not chasing the 1111 all day long and trying to figure out what that means. So thank you. That's helpful. Justin, if BTME were a game of hot and cold, where would you say the community is? Are they still cold? Are they getting warmer? Are they burning up? And would you be surprised if the treasure isn't found in the next year?
yeah. I mean, I suppose it depends on your definition of community. Like there are many people that are searching for the treasure that don't partake in a lot of the social media aspects. And so there are many communities that have formed within the BTME world, if you will, whether it's Discord, Facebook, or a combination thereof, um, Reddit, and so forth. And so, I have been busy enough lately with other things that I wouldn't say that I've lost touch, but I don't have the same pulse that I did, say, a month ago. But I think each of those communities, groupthink does tend to rule the day. And I think sometimes that can be a detriment. And so, if I look at each of them, I wouldn't say that there's, to the best of my knowledge, any community out there that is like way off in left field or anything like that. But I would also say that I'm not aware of any community that is like, as a group think, uber close either. So somewhere in between. I don't know if that helps or not.
During Seeker Summit, we have the opportunity to compete in a world record breaking treasure hunt that you're creating. Is there anything that you can tell us about that or anything about the hunt in general?
Sure, yeah.
Is there a poem solved where there's more than one clue with a man-made implication?
Is there a poem solved where there's more than one clue with a man-made implication?
Okay. Okay. Are you too smart for us mortals? Are you, um, I like to say Justin has confirmation bias. You know, when you talk, when you're giving out answers and things like that, like if you know exactly what the solve is, like it's easy for you to maybe not translate in the way that us mere mortals are able to understand. We know you're a super smart guy, engineering guy, you know, math guy. Um, is this going to be too hard for us?
I'm probably a lot worse at math than you might guess. No, so when I designed this, I think Megan, you might have asked earlier this question about, you know, what I would embrace most is in terms of designing the treasure hunt, and it is that childlike wonder. And so, at least in my mind, I like to think that somebody of, you know, even a pretty young age would be able to solve this if they put their mind to it and you know figured out the right stuff and the right context and so on. Um, so you know, it's nothing that requires any sort of, you know, college degree or really even any high school diploma or anything like that. I tried to make it as approachable as I could.
Okay. Oh, am I? Sorry,
Oh,
I was being a little facetious, but I guess it wouldn't surprise me, huh?
Yeah, I mean, there's some tricky people out there, you know. I mean, for instance, you know, I get packages in the mail and uh, you know, it'll be a gift, but there'll be something built into the gift that happens to track location. Lots of fun little things that you got to deal with. So there's always gotchas. Yeah.
Interesting. Well,
Always gotchas. Yeah.
interesting? Well, what's the craziest thing you've gotten in the mail based on, you know, for that's trying to track you or whatever that you got?
Oh gosh. I think more anything, what the craziest thing that surprised me was the sophistication. You know, certainly it's not like somebody went to the dime store and set this up. It was quite well done. There.
Wow. So do you have something that can detect that, like some kind of bug or scanner or something that detects things that are, you know, help that are tracking devices or what? I'm fascinated to what that looks like.
It's actually a rather rigorous system. You know, there's um, almost nothing can be delivered directly to my house, and
Oh.
um, my mail goes through a fairly elaborate system, and you know, it is never opened at the house, and it is thoroughly scanned and vetted before anything comes to the house. And so on. So it's a whole system, and I'm sure my family just can't stand me for it. So
Well, it's
Were
Well, it
you
sounds elaborate,
expect?
but it gets me. I mean, I never would have thought that that would be a thing that you would have to set up a system for your mail that for things to go through. It makes me wonder, like, what other systems do you have in place in your life that normal people don't think about that you're having to deal with now because you're J Money and everybody wants a piece of you and wants to be involved with this. Like, if you don't mind, I mean, do you have anything else that you'd be willing to share that you systems that you have to put in place just to keep your own safety and sanity?
yeah, I mean you know, I went in eyes wide open, so I'm not complaining. It's more around I think this is probably just good advice for people that are looking to do a large scale treasure hunt is that in some respects it will run your life if uh well, no matter what you do, especially if you try and do it right, you know, and to make sure that it continues to be fair for everybody. There are a lot of things, you know. I mean, I've gosh, I could probably write a whole book about it. You know, being in certain public places and people putting trackers on vehicles, or you know, following me from place to place, seeing where I'm going, or that have happened. Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's interesting because in Vegas, like you were so approachable and so just mingling and having a good time. And I didn't see like that, you know, like kind of what you're saying, like, you know, you had all these treasure hunters in a room that would have, you know, given their left arm to get some kind of clue or something out of you. But you're very personable. You're very open, approachable. Seems a little bit of a contrast from what you're describing. I guess my question would be, would you do this again?
It's been a very unique experience, and I think I I feel that I can relate to Forrest Fenn on a different level than I could ever. And it was easy for me to sit back and pontificate and think, oh, well, this is what it's going to be like. But it's an entirely different thing to experience it firsthand. And there are certainly still, family members that are close to me that there are times where they might not realize the gravity of the situation. And they will certain actions, like totally unintentional, that can at times exacerbate the situation. So no, I don't regret it. Would I do it again? I think the honest answer is I don't know yet. I want to follow this through to completion and see what the end result is. I think it's true to say that many treasure hunts end poorly after it's found. And so I think that's really that is the litmus test here to make sure this is all kind of airtight, if you will. And depending on how that goes, I could see a future where, an additional treasure hunt could happen.
Oh, you got to hear first.
In
The jump in the
Norway.
lake is definitely a clue, and we need to jump in a lake. All right. Can you tell me which lake it is? Blink twice for Lake Minnetonka.
You sound like a treasure hunter. Yeah. Opportunity. Noted.
Okay. All right. Fine, J Money. I see you. Are you concerned that someone not looking for the treasure is going to find it?
I think in the broad spectrum of things that are concerning to me, it's lower on the totem pole.
And what animal is that, Justin?
How nonchalant of you, yes.
Try,
on the list.
Perfect.
Wow.
Justin, how much do you want to talk at all about Seeker Summit? Anything that coming up that you want to let us know about, or surprises that you want to give us a bombshell that we can use to boost our numbers to get up to 200 viewers instead of 100? So,
Oh gosh, I mean, I think it's going to be a great time for everybody, and I think the total attendee count is a little up in the air. My perspective on this is I think we're going to be right on the edge in terms of whether or not we can break that world record. I mean, I think it'd be an exciting thing for America to be able to hold the title for the Guinness Treasure Hunt record. But I don't think it's a prerequisite to having fun there. I think Emma's been doing a fantastic job in terms of drumming up marketing and so on. And I've gotten some messages about this. Something to the effect that it seems to be kind of like the core focal point of the treasure hunt right now. And I suppose to a certain degree it is, because there are so many people that are making travel arrangements and so on to be there. But I certainly haven't lost sight of the treasure hunt in general. And I think Seeker Summit is actually one of those events that, beyond the map's edge aside, I really think that the concept of treasure hunting, or modern day treasure hunting, will actually become more popular over time. And I like to think a venue, whether it's TreasureCon or Seeker Summit or any of the other ones that prop up, I think are going to grow. And so I like kind of being in on the ground floor of that and seeing it kind of take off. And that's the other question that I've got is, why are there commercial aspects to the treasure hunting convention that's happening at Seeker Summit? And the answer to that is that well, we needed funding. And I'd normally be very concerned around mixing commercial interests with something like Beyond the Map's Edge. And I realized how ironic that is, given that it was on Netflix. But the reason that I'm personally okay with this is because it's for all treasure hunt creators. It's not just this Beyond the Map's Edge thing. And And I think that there's an opportunity to pull in the right sponsors so that the event can be all that it can, all that it should be. And so there are some sponsorship implications to it, but I certainly don't see it being in a position where it's overshadowing uh, the purity of treasure hunting. And I think if it gets to that point, then that would be a more concerning discussion. But I would love to hear feedback after this Seeker Summit, mainly because, not just because the treasure hunt part might be disappointing, but but just the honest reaction. I mean, I think it's something that is a good case study, and it's something we can build on in future years. And it's not something I'm running; it's something that Treasure Hunt with us and Froggy and Jenny Kyle and so on are all putting together. But I think it's something that can grow over the years and become a real staple of a hobby.
Excellent. Justin, you want to let people know what you have coming up in the next couple weeks before in the run up to the Seeker Summit?
See, I wish I had a list to do a rundown. I know that there's an interview with the Quarter Hoarder on YouTube that's coming up. I'm embarrassed I don't recall the date. I think it's the 19th. And then I'll be on Treasure Hunt with us tomorrow evening. And then we're also doing a KOLD News 13 Tucson Now streaming broadcast while pretty close to the Seeker Summit. I think it's the day before, maybe a couple days before, but I'll post more info as I get it on the website. And then, yeah, I mean, just for awareness, like there's going to be several different media people at the Seeker Summit event. I know that Outdoor Magazine is doing a big thing on it. And then we've got, I think, the director or producer from Filthy Fortunes. And then, of course, some of the folks that were involved in the Netflix side. And there's a few other media folks that are coming out as well. So it'll be just kind of a culmination of a lot of different backgrounds coming together. So I think it'll be fun.
Excellent. Sounds like a great time.
Hey, JP, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
I'm glad to hear
It's a good day. Hey.
Are you tired yet?
A little bit.
A little bit?
That means
That's what I was hoping for. We have Howard grabbing us a book, just in case we need it. So he may just run up here and hand it to us at any moment. Is that your water?
it is.
Thank goodness.
It is.
Thank goodness. Okay. I think that the best part of, well, not the best part, there's so many best parts, but one of the most unique and coolest parts of this event was the Q&A with the votes. So now, well, look at that, the delivery system is here. So now we're gonna start with the number one requested question from everybody here with the most ups, which means people wanted it. Has anyone located or correctly identified the bride?
I'll answer this, but before I do, there's actually somebody I want to wish happy birthday to. Hayden, if you're out there, Hayden. Happy birthday to you.
Oh my gosh. I hope I'm not reading too quickly. I'm trying to enunciate a lot for you. I understand the photographs in the book reflect your life and therefore provide general context. My question is, were any of the photographs, not the illustrations, placed to function as explicit clues, meaning they contain specific, deliberate information meant to help solve or interpret the poem? Okay. Justin, you said, as hope surges clear and bright is the first actionable clue. You haven't specified, but what is the last actionable clue?
Let me check.
To the book. Are transitions between clues meant to represent movement across meaningful geographic separation, or are they simply conceptual steps within the same area?
One more time.
I was about to say, should I read that bad boy again?
Oh.
Like, how could it have moved?
You upvoted it.
I upvoted it, so it's good. Is this the
Tell
story
this
you
story.
asked me for? Okay, never mind. I might have a question later. We're so excited for the
Well,
possibility
here's
of
the
two
story.
stories. Do you still have that picture?
I have the picture of my black eye.
I think he should post it on his face. Okay. How many searchers? Nope, that's what we've already asked that. It got moved down. Don't down arrow, guys.
They're messing with you.
I know, I'm like, don't you know I'm just trying.
They're messing with you.
I know, I'm like, don't you know I'm just trying to read like a big girl? Is there a specific, nope. No, I'm just messing myself up. Is there a significant clue visible if the treasure seeker is standing 15 feet away from where the treasure container is buried or hidden? Okay. Is there a significant clue visible if the treasure seeker is standing 15 feet away from where the treasure container is buried or hidden?
Tricky wording again. Boy.
We're becoming known for it. If we don't hit 11:11, what is the scene you would have eliminated from Golden Creed?
I actually feel like we kind of did this earlier, and that is the lawyer's office. Carl's, that whole scene, no intentional clues at all. That was just something that the crew did, the Netflix crew, Jared and so forth, and I had zero involvement and zero influence on that whole scene.
Excellent.
It's a cipher.
Yes. Are the clocks part of the cipher?
Are the clocks part of the cipher? Yes.
When and where was the first place Brandon joined you on your boots on the ground search for forest treasure?
The first time Brandon joined me on the Forest Fen treasure was in Yellowstone, and it was at Iron Springs.
I almost said something so bad. Okay, what's your favorite story from your grandfather's book? Where the hell did you come from?
Golly, there's a lot of good stories in there. I like the story about the time that he confronted a poacher at a cabin where they were having a poker game. And due to some belligerence, he was forced to bring this individual in, and he started acting up in the car, and they had a little bit of a standoff, if you will. I think just that really encapsulates my grandfather in the sense that he was actually small in stature, especially compared to me, and he was very good-natured until he wasn't. And there was a very clear line, and you never had to guess which side of the line you were on. And I just feel like that story kind of personifies or really brings that out in his character. So I like the story.
What is your favorite childhood memory with your brother Brandon?
Gosh, that's tough. This is going to sound strange. We used to build forts back behind the backyard, and he was building a fort one day, and I was spying. He didn't know that I was watching, and he was trying to build a bench, and he had set up this kind of rinky-dink metal thing, and he sat on it, and it fell over. And it was the first time I heard him curse as a kid. I won't repeat it here, but he set that thing up, it must have been 17 times, and sitting on it and falling over, cursing and trying again. And that replays in my mind. And I think it boils down to, I think, the resilience that he had, even at a very young age. He was a very stubborn kid. But that's, for whatever reason, that one really sticks out to me. And it's funny because I really wasn't involved. I was just an observer.
Is shadowed sight from the perspective of the searcher a location? We already had that. They got down arrowed. I guess they didn't like that question. Ooh. Do you have a solution for the harmful effects of data centers? How do we balance technology and nature?
Wow. That's different. I like it. So I actually think data centers are a very temporary problem. And what we're seeing right now is all across the country, there's these land grabs, and we're seeing a lot of concern about these big data centers rolling out and all this energy that they're going to be using. And it's true, that is concerning, but I maybe have a radical viewpoint on this, but I think within the next 5 years, we will actually have the world's first data centers in space. And that actually solves our problems in many regards. One is that it's optimal temperatures for data centers. You don't have to worry about the heating problem that we have right now, which is sucking up so much energy. And if you think about it, with the sun, we use less than 1/1,000,000% of the sun's energy today. And if we are in space with appropriate technology, we can harness much more of what the sun has to offer. And so we solve the energy problem almost overnight. And then the only thing left in space is how do you transmit the data back to Earth? And it turns out lasers are pretty good at that. And we actually have the technology to do that now. So I think within the next 5 years, it will be a solved problem. I know it's very concerning right now, but I think we're right at the inflection point of solving that.
Do I need a wizard staff during any part of the hunt?
Every journey needs a good walking stick.
Before we go on, I want to tell you that it's 7:08. Should we, I can't remember what, Jam, what was how long were we supposed to go till? 7:40? 20, so we have 12 minutes, okay.
You guys are troopers. I feel like
Okay, I found it. Nice try. Can you tell us more about your first elk hunt?
my first elk hunt?